Chapter 16 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 16. Escape Rejected. The Second Trial and Sentence. In spite of the wit of the hostess and her exquisite cordiality, our dinner at Mrs. Leverson's was hardly a success. Oscar was not himself. Contrary to his custom, he sat silent and downcast. From time to time he sighed heavily, and his leaden dejection gradually infected all of us. I was not sorry, for I wanted to get him away early. By 10 o'clock we had left the house and were in the Cromwell Road. He preferred to walk. Without his noticing it, I turned up Queen's Gate towards the park. After walking for 10 minutes, I said to him: "I want to speak to you seriously. Do you happen to know where Erith is?" "No, Frank." "It is a little landing place on the Thames," I went on, "not many miles away. It can be reached by a fast pair of horses and a brougham in a very short time. There at Erith is a steam yacht ready to start at a moment's notice. She has steam up now, 100 pounds pressure to the square inch in her boilers. Her captain's waiting, her crew ready. A greyhound in leash. She can do 15 knots an hour without being pressed. In 1 hour she would be free of the Thames and on the high seas. Delightful phrase, eh? High seas, indeed, where there is freedom uncontrolled. If one started now, one could breakfast in France, at Boulogne, let us say, or Dieppe. One could lunch at Saint-Malo or Saint-Enogat, or any place you like on the coast of Normandy, and one could dine comfortably at the Sable d'Olonne, where there is not an Englishman to be found, and where sunshine reigns even in May from morning till night. What do you say, Oscar? Will you come and try a homely French bourgeois dinner tomorrow evening at an inn I know almost at the water's edge? We could sit out on the little terrace and take our coffee in peace under the broad vine leaves, while watching the silver pathway of the moon widen on the waters. We could smile at the miseries of London and its wolfish courts, shivering in cold grey mist hundreds of miles away. Does not the prospect tempt you? I spoke at leisure, tasting each delight, looking for his gladness. "Oh, Frank," he cried, "how wonderful, but how impossible!" "Impossible? Don't be absurd," I retorted. "Do you see those lights yonder?" And I showed him some lights at the park gate, on the top of the hill in front of us. "Yes, Frank." "That's a brougham," I said, "with a pair of fast horses. It will take us for a midnight visit to the steam yacht in double quick time. There's a little library on board of French books and English. I've ordered supper in the cabin, lobster à l'américaine and a bottle of Pommery. You've never seen the mouth of the Thames at night, have you? It's a scene from Wonderland. Houses like blobs of indigo fencing you in, ships drifting past like black ghosts in the misty air, and the purple sky above never so dark as the river with its shifting lights of ruby and emerald and topaz, like an oily, opaque servant gliding with a weird life of its own. Come, you must visit the yacht." I turned to him, but he was no longer by my side. I gasped. What had happened? The mist must have hidden him. I ran back 10 yards, and there he was leaning against the railing, hung up with his head on his arm, shaking. "What's the matter, Oscar?" I cried. "What on earth's the matter?" "Oh, Frank, I can't go," he cried. "I can't. It would be too wonderful, but it's impossible. I should be seized by the police. You don't know the police." "Nonsense," I cried. "The police can't stop you, and not a man of them will see you from start to finish. Besides, I have loose money for any I do meet, and none of them can resist a tip. You will simply get out of the brougham and walk 50 yards, and you will be on the yacht and free. In fact, if you like, you shall not come out of the brougham until the sailors surround you as a guard of honour. On board the yacht no one will touch you. No warrant runs there. Come on, man." "Oh, Frank," he groaned, "it's impossible." "What's impossible?" I insisted. "Let's consider everything anew at breakfast tomorrow morning in France. If you want to come back, there's nothing to prevent you. The yacht will take you back in 24 hours. You will not have broken your bail. You'll have done nothing wrong. You can go to France, Germany, or Siberia, so long as you come back by the 20th of May. Take it that I offer you a holiday in France for 10 days. Surely it is better to spend a week with me than in that dismal house in Oakley Street, where the very door gives one the creeps." "Oh, Frank, I'd love to," he groaned. "I see everything you say, but I can't. I dare not. I'm caught, Frank, in a trap. I can only wait for the end." I began to get impatient. He was weaker than I had imagined, weaker 100 times. "Come for a trip then, man," I cried, and I brought him within 20 yards of the carriage, but there he stopped as if he had made up his mind. "No, no, I can't come. I could not go about in France, feeling that the policeman's hand might fall on my shoulder at any moment. I could not live a life of fear and doubt. It would kill me in a month." His tone was decided. "Why let your imagination run away with you?" I pleaded. "Do be reasonable for once. Fear and doubt would soon be over. If the police don't get you in France within a week after the date fixed for the trial, you need have no further fear, for they won't get you at all. They don't want you. You're making mountains out of molehills with nervous fancies." "I should be arrested." "Nonsense," I replied. "Who would arrest you? No one has the right. You are out on bail. Your bail answers for you till the 20th. Money talks, man. Englishmen always listen to money. It'll do you good with the public and the jury to come back from France to stand your trial. Do come." And I took him by the arm, but he would not move. To my astonishment he faced me and said: "And my sureties?" "We'll pay 'em," I replied, "both of 'em, if you break your bail. Come." But he would not. "Frank, if I were not in Oakley Street tonight, Willie would tell the police." "Your brother?" I cried. "Yes," he said, "Willie." "Good God!" I exclaimed. "But let him tell. I have not mentioned Erith or the steam yacht to a soul. It's the last place in the world the police would suspect, and before he talks we shall be out of reach. Besides, they cannot do anything. You are doing nothing wrong. Please trust me. You do nothing questionable even, till you omit to enter the Old Bailey on the 20th of May. You don't know Willie," he continued. "He has made my solicitors buy letters of mine. He has blackmailed me." "Whew!" I whistled. "But in that case you'll have no compunction in leaving him without saying good-bye. Let's go and get into the brougham." "No, no," he repeated. "You don't understand. I can't go. I cannot go." "Do you mean it really?" I asked. "Do you mean you will not come and spend a week yachting with me?" "I cannot." I drew him a few paces nearer the carriage. Something of desolation and despair in his voice touched me. I looked at him. Tears were pouring down his face. He was the picture of misery. Yet I could not move him. "Come into the carriage," I said, hoping that the swift wind in his face would freshen him up, give him a moment's taste of the joy of living, and sharpen the desire of freedom. "Yes, Frank, if you will take me to Oakley Street." "I would as soon take you to prison," I replied, "but as you wish." The next moment we had got in and were swinging down Queen's Gate. The mist seemed to lend keenness to the air. At the bottom of Queen's Gate the coachman swept off himself to the left into the Cromwell Road. Oscar seemed to wake out of his stupor. "No, Frank, no, no," and he fumbled at the handle of the door. "I must get out. I will not go. I will not go." "Sit still," I said in despair. "I'll tell the coachman," and I put my head out of the window and cried, "Oakley Street, Chelsea, Robert." I do not think I spoke again till we got to Oakley Street. I was consumed with rage and contemptuous impatience. I had done the best I knew, and had failed. Why? I had no idea. I have never known why he refused to come. I don't think he knew himself. Such resignation I had never dreamt of. It was utterly new to me. I used to think of resignation in a vague way as of something rather beautiful. Ever since I have thought of it with impatience. Resignation is the courage of the irresolute. Oscar's obstinacy was the obverse of his weakness. It is astonishing how inertia rules some natures. The attraction of waiting and doing nothing is intense for those who live in thought and detest action. As we turned into Oakley Street, Oscar said to me, "You are not angry with me, Frank?" and he put out his hand. "No, no," I said. "Why should I be angry? You are the master of your fate. I can only offer advice." "Do come and see me soon," he pleaded. "My bolt is shot," I replied, "but I'll come in 2 or 3 days' time, as soon as I have anything of importance to say. Don't forget, Oscar, the yacht is there and will be there waiting until the 20th. The yacht will always be ready, and the brougham." "Good night, Frank," he said. "Good night, and thank you." He got out and went into the house, the gloomy, sordid house where the brother lived who would sell his blood for a price. 3 or 4 days later we met again, but to my amaze Oscar had not changed his mind. To talk of him as cast down is the precise truth. He seemed to me as one who had fallen from a great height and lay half conscious, stunned on the ground. The moment you moved him, even to raise his head, it gave him pain, and he cried out to be left alone. There he lay, prone, and no one could help him. It was painful to witness his dumb misery. His mind even, his sunny, bright intelligence, seemed to have deserted him. Once again he came out with me to lunch. Afterwards we drove through Regent's Park as the quietest way to Hampstead, and had a talk. The air and swift motion did him good. The beauty of the view from the heath seemed to revive him. I tried to cheer him up. "You must know," I said, "that you can win if you want to. You can not only bring the jury to doubt, but you can make the judge doubt as well. I was convinced of your innocence in spite of all the witnesses, and I knew more about you than they did. In the trial before Mr. Justice Charles, the thing that saved you was that you spoke of the love of David and Jonathan, and the sweet affection which the common world is determined not to understand. There is another point against you which you have not touched on yet. Gill asked you what you had in common with those serving men and stable boys. You have not explained that. You have explained that you love youth, the brightness and the gaiety of it, but you have not explained what seems inexplicable to most men, that you should go about with servants and strappers." "Difficult to explain, Frank, isn't it, without the truth?" Evidently his mind was not working. "No," I replied, "easy, simple. Think of Shakespeare. How did he know Dogberry and Pistol, Bardolph and Doll Tearsheet? He must have gone about with them. You don't go about with public schoolboys of your own class, for you know them. You have nothing to learn from them. They can teach you nothing. But the stable boy and servant you cannot sketch in your plays without knowing him, and you can't know him without getting on his level and letting him call you Oscar and calling him Charlie. If you rub this in, the judge will see that he is face to face with the artist in you, and will admit at least that your explanation is plausible. He will hesitate to condemn you, and once he hesitates, you'll win. You fought badly because you did not show your own nature sufficiently. You did not use your brains in the witness box, and alas!" I did not continue. The truth was I was filled with fear, for I suddenly realized that he had shown more courage and self-possession in the Queensberry trial than in the trial before Mr. Justice Charles, when so much more was at stake, and I felt that in the next trial he would be more depressed still, and less inclined to take the initiative than ever. I had already learned too that I could not help him, that he would not be lifted out of that sweet way of despair which so attracts the artist spirit, but still I would do my best. "Do you understand?" I asked. "Of course, Frank, of course. But you have no conception how weary I am of the whole thing, of the shame and the struggling and the hatred. To see those people coming into the box one after the other to witness against me makes me sick. The self-satisfied grin of the barristers, the pompous, foolish judge with his thin lips and cunning eyes and hard jaw. Oh, it's terrible. I feel inclined to stretch out my hands and cry to them, 'Do what you will with me in God's name, only do it quickly. Cannot you see that I am worn out? If hatred gives you pleasure, indulge it. They worry one, Frank, with ravening jaws, as dogs worry a rabbit, yet they call themselves men. It is appalling." The day was dying, the western sky all draped with crimson, saffron and rosy curtains. A slight mist over London, purple on the horizon, closer a mere wash of blue. Here and there steeples pierced the thin veil, like fingers pointing upward. On the left the dome of St. Paul's hung like a grey bubble over the city. On the right the twin towers of Westminster, with the river and bridge which Wordsworth sang. Peace and beauty brooding everywhere, and down there, lost in the mist, the rat pit that men call the courts of justice. There they judge their fellows, mistaking indifference for impartiality, as if anyone could judge his fellow man without love, and even with love, how far short we all come of that perfect sympathy which is above forgiveness, and takes delight in succouring the weak, comforting the broken-hearted. The days went swiftly by, and my powerlessness to influence him filled me with self-contempt. Of course, I said to myself, if I knew him better I should be able to help him. Would vanity do anything? It was his mainspring. I could but try. He might be led by the hope of making Englishmen talk of him again, talk of him as one who had dared to escape, wonder what he would do next. I would try, and I did try. But his dejection foiled me. His dislike of the struggle seemed to grow from day to day. He would scarcely listen to me. He was counting the days to the trial, willing to accept an adverse decision. Even punishment and misery and shame seemed better than doubt and waiting. He surprised me by saying, "A year, Frank. They may give me a year, half the possible sentence, the middle course that English judges always take, the sort of compromise they think safe," and his eyes searched my face for agreement. I felt no such confidence in English judges. Their compromises are usually bargainings. When they get hold of an artist they give rein to their intuitive fear and hate. But I would not discourage him. I repeated, "You can win, Oscar, if you like." My litany to him. His wan, dejected smile brought tears to my eyes. "Don't you want to make them all speak of you and wonder at you again? If you were in France, everyone would be asking, will he come back or disappear altogether? Or will he manifest himself henceforth in some new comedies, more joyous and pagan than ever?" I might as well have talked to the dead. He seemed numbed, hypnotized with despair. The punishment had already been greater than he could bear. I began to fear that prison, if he were condemned to it, would rob him of his reason. I sometimes feared that his mind was already giving way, so profound was his depression, so hopeless his despair. The trial opened before Mr. Justice Wills on the 21st of May, 1895. The Treasury had sent Sir Frank Lockwood, Q.C., M.P., to lead Mr. C.F. Gill, Mr. Horace Avery and Mr. Sutton. Oscar was represented by the same counsel as on the previous occasion. The whole trial to me was a nightmare, and it was characterized from the very beginning by atrocious prejudice and injustice. The high priests of law were weary of being balked, eager to make an end. As soon as the judge took his seat, Sir Edward Clarke applied that the defendants should be tried separately. As they had already been acquitted on the charge of conspiracy, there was no reason why they should be tried together. The judge called on the Solicitor General to answer the application. The Solicitor General had nothing to say, but thought it was in the interests of the defendants to be tried together, for in case they were tried separately it would be necessary to take the defendant Taylor first. Sir Edward Clarke tore this pretext to pieces, and Mr. Justice Wills brought the matter to a conclusion by saying that he was in possession of all the evidence that had been taken at the previous trials, and his opinion was that the two defendants should be tried separately. Sir Edward Clarke then applied that the case of Mr. Wilde should be taken first, as his name stood first on the indictment, and as the first count was directed against him and had nothing to do with Taylor. "There are reasons present, I am sure, too, in your lordship's mind, why Wilde should not be tried immediately after the other defendant." Mr. Justice Wills remarked with seeming indifference, "It ought not to make the least difference, Sir Edward. I am sure I and the jury will do our best to take care that the last trial has no influence at all on the present." Sir Edward Clarke stuck to his point. He urged respectfully that as Mr. Wilde's name stood first on the indictment, his case should be taken first. Mr. Justice Wills said he could not interfere with the discretion of the prosecution, nor vary the ordinary procedure. Justice and fair play on the one side, and precedent on the other. Justice was waved out of court with serene indifference. Thereupon Sir Edward Clarke pressed that the trial of Mr. Oscar Wilde should stand over till the next sessions. But again Mr. Justice Wills refused. Precedent was silent now, but prejudice was strong as ever. The case against Taylor went on the whole day, and was resumed the next morning. Taylor went into the box and denied all the charges. The judge summed up dead against him, and at 3:30 the jury retired to consider their verdict. In 45 minutes they came into court again with a question which was significant. In answer to the judge, the foreman stated that they had agreed that Taylor had introduced Parker to Wilde, but they were not satisfied with Wilde's guilt in the matter. Mr. Justice Wills: "Were you agreed as to the charge on the other counts?" Foreman: "Yes, my lord." Mr. Justice Wills: "Well, possibly it would be as well to take your verdict upon the other counts." Through the foreman the jury accordingly intimated that they found Taylor guilty with regard to Charles and William Parker. In answer to his lordship, Sir F. Lockwood said he would take the verdict given by the jury of guilty upon the two counts. A formal verdict having been entered, the judge ordered the prisoner to stand down, postponing sentence. Did he postpone the sentence in order not to frighten the next jury by the severity of it? Other reason I could find none. Sir Edward Clarke then got up and said that, as it was getting rather late perhaps after the second jury had disagreed as to Mr. Wilde's guilt. Sir F. Lockwood here interposed hotly. I object to Sir Edward Clarke making these little speeches." Mr. Justice Wills took the matter up as well. "You can hardly call it a disagreement, Sir Edward," though what else he could call it I was at a loss to imagine. He then adjourned the case against Oscar Wilde till the next day, when a different jury would be impanelled. But whatever jury might be called, they would certainly hear that their forerunners had found Taylor guilty, and they would know that every London paper without exception had approved the finding. What a fair chance to give Wilde! It was like trying an Irish secretary before a jury of Fenians. The next morning, May 23rd, Oscar Wilde appeared in the dock. The Solicitor General opened the case, and then called his witnesses. One of the first was Edward Shelley, who in cross-examination admitted that he had been mentally ill when he wrote Mr. Wilde those letters which had been put in evidence. He was "made nervous from over-study," he said. Alfred Wood admitted that he had had money given him quite recently, practically blackmailing money. He was as venomous as possible. When he went to America, he said, he told Wilde that he wanted to get away from mixing with him, Wilde, and Douglas. Charlie Parker next repeated his disgusting testimony with ineffable impudence and a certain exultation. Bestial ignominy could go no lower. He admitted that since the former trial he had been kept at the expense of the prosecution. After this confession the case was adjourned and we came out of court. When I reached Fleet Street, I was astonished to hear that there had been a row that same afternoon in Piccadilly between Lord Douglas of Hawick and his father, the Marquis of Queensberry. Lord Queensberry, it appears, had been writing disgusting letters about the Wilde case to Lord Douglas's wife. Meeting him in Piccadilly, Percy Douglas stopped him and asked him to cease writing obscene letters to his wife. The Marquis said he would not, and the father and son came to blows. Queensberry, it seems, was exasperated by the fact that Douglas of Hawick was one of those who had gone bail for Oscar Wilde. One of the telegrams which the Marquis of Queensberry had sent to Lady Douglas I must put in, just to show the insane nature of the man who could exult in a trial which was damning the reputation of his own son. The letter was manifestly written after the result of the Taylor trial. "Must congratulate on verdict. Cannot on Percy's appearance. Looks like a dug-up corpse. Fear too much madness of kissing. Taylor guilty. Wilde's turn to-morrow. Queensberry." In examination before the magistrate, Mr. Hannay, it was stated that Lord Queensberry had been sending similar letters to Lady Douglas, full of the most disgusting charges against Lord Douglas, his wife, and Lord Queensberry's divorced wife and her family. But Mr. Hannay thought all this provocation was of no importance, and bound over both father and son to keep the peace. An indefensible decision. A decision only to be explained by the sympathy everywhere shown to Queensberry because of his victory over Wilde. Otherwise, surely any honest magistrate would have condemned the father who sent obscene letters to his son's wife, a lady above reproach. An indefensible decision. A decision only to be explained by the sympathy everywhere shown to Queensberry because of his victory over Wilde. Otherwise, surely, any honest magistrate would have condemned the father who sent obscene letters to his son's wife, a lady above reproach. These vile letters and the magistrate's bias seemed to me to add the final touch of the grotesque to the horrible vileness of the trial. It was all worthy of the seventh circle of Dante, but Dante never imagined such a father and such judges. Next morning Oscar Wilde was again put in the dock. The evidence of the Queensberry trial was read, and therewith the case was closed for the Crown. Sir Edward Clarke rose and submitted that there was no case to go to the jury on the general counts. After a long legal argument for and against, Mr. Justice Wills said that he would reserve the question for the Court of Appeal. The view he took was that the evidence was of the slenderest kind, but he thought the responsibility must be left with the jury. To this judge, the slenderest kind of evidence was worthful so long as it told against the accused. Sir Edward Clarke then argued that the cases of Shelley, Parker and Wood failed on the ground of the absence of corroboration. Mr. Justice Wills admitted that Shelley showed a peculiar exaltation of mind. There was, too, mental derangement in his family, and worst of all, there was no corroboration of his statements. Accordingly, in spite of the arguments of the Solicitor General, Shelley's evidence was cut out. But Shelley's evidence had already been taken, had already prejudiced the jury. Indeed, it had been the evidence which had influenced Mr. Justice Charles in the previous trial to sum up dead against the defendant. Mr. Justice Charles called Shelley the only serious witness. Now it appeared that Shelley's evidence should never have been taken at all, that the jury ought never to have heard Shelley's testimony or the judge's acceptance of it. When the court opened next morning, I knew that the whole case depended on Oscar Wilde and the showing he would make in the box. But, alas, he was broken and numbed. He was not a fighter, and the length of this contest might have wearied a combative nature. The Solicitor General began by examining him on his letters to Lord Alfred Douglas, and we had the prose poem again, and the rest of the ineffable nonsensical prejudice of the middle-class mind against passionate sentiment. It came out in evidence that Lord Alfred Douglas was now in Calais. His hatred of his father was the causa causans of the whole case. He had pushed Oscar into the fight, and Oscar, still intent on shielding him, declared that he had asked him to go abroad. Sir Edward Clarke again did his poor best. He pointed out that the trial rested on the evidence of mere blackmailers. He would not quarrel with that and discuss it, but it was impossible not to see that if blackmailers were to be listened to and believed, their profession might speedily become a more deadly mischief and danger to society than it had ever been. The speech was a weak one, but the people in court cheered Sir Edward Clarke. The cheers were immediately suppressed by the judge. The Solicitor General took up the rest of the day with a rancorous reply. Sir Edward Clarke even had to remind him that law officers of the Crown should try to be impartial. One instance of his prejudice may be given. Examining Oscar as to his letters to Lord Alfred Douglas, Sir Frank Lockwood wanted to know whether he thought them decent. The witness replied, "Yes." "Do you know the meaning of the words, sir?" was this gentleman's retort. I went out of the court feeling certain that the case was lost. Oscar had not shown himself at all. He had not even spoken with the vigour he had used at the Queensberry trial. He seemed too despairing to strike a blow. The summing up of the judge on May 25th was perversely stupid and malevolent. He began by declaring that he was absolutely impartial, though his view of the facts had to be corrected again and again by Sir Edward Clarke. He went on to regret that the charge of conspiracy should have been introduced, as it had to be abandoned. He then pointed out that he could not give a colourless summing up, which was of no use to anybody. His intelligence can be judged from one crucial point. He fastened on the fact that Oscar had burnt the letters which he bought from Wood, which, he said, were of no importance except that they concerned third parties. The judge had persuaded himself that the letters were indescribably bad, forgetting apparently that Wood or his associates had selected and retained the very worst of them for purposes of blackmail, and that this judge himself, after reading it, couldn't attribute any weight to it. Still he insisted that burning the letters was an act of madness, whereas it seemed to everyone of the slightest imagination the most natural thing in the world for an innocent man to do. At the time Oscar burnt the letters he had no idea that he would ever be on trial. His letters had been misunderstood, and the worst of them was being used against him, and when he got the others he naturally threw them into the fire. The judge held that it was madness, and built upon this inference a pyramid of guilt. Nothing said by Wood should be believed, as he belongs to the vilest class of criminals. The strength of the accusation depends solely upon the character of the original introduction of Wood to Wilde, as illustrated and fortified by the story with regard to the letters and their burning. A pyramid of guilt carefully balanced on its apex. If the foolish judge had only read his Shakespeare! What does Henry VI say? "Proceed no straighter 'gainst our uncle Gloucester than from true evidence of good esteem he be approved in practice culpable." There was no true evidence of good esteem against Wilde, but the judge turned a harmless action into a confession of guilt. Then came an interruption which threw light on the English conception of justice. The foreman of the jury wanted to know, in view of the intimate relations between Lord Alfred Douglas and the defendant, whether a warrant against Lord Alfred Douglas was ever issued. Mr. Justice Wills: "I should say not. We have never heard of it." Foreman: "Or ever contemplated?" Mr. Justice Wills: "That I cannot say, nor can we discuss it. The issue of such a warrant would not depend upon the testimony of the parties, but whether there was evidence of such act. Letters pointing to such relations would not be sufficient. Lord Alfred Douglas was not called, and you can give what weight you like to that." Foreman: "If we are to deduce any guilt from these letters, it would apply equally to Lord Alfred Douglas." Mr. Justice Wills concurred in that view, but after all he thought it had nothing to do with the present trial, which was the guilt of the accused. The jury retired to consider their verdict at 3:30. After being absent 2 hours, they returned to know whether there was any evidence of Charles Parker having slept at St. James's Place. His lordship replied, "No." The jury shortly afterwards returned again, with the verdict of guilty on all the counts. It may be worth while to note again that the judge himself admitted that the evidence on some of the counts was of the slenderest kind, but when backed by his prejudiced summing up, it was more than sufficient for the jury. Sir Edward Clarke pleaded that sentence should be postponed till the next sessions, when the legal argument would be heard. Mr. Justice Wills would not be baulked. Sentence, he thought, should be given immediately. Then, addressing the prisoners, he said, and again I give his exact words, lest I should do him wrong: "Oscar Wilde and Alfred Taylor, the crime of which you have been convicted is so bad that one has to put stern restraint upon oneself to prevent oneself from describing in language which I would rather not use the sentiments which must rise to the breast of every man of honour who has heard the details of these 2 terrible trials. That the jury have arrived at a correct verdict in this case, I cannot persuade myself to entertain the shadow of a doubt, and I hope, at all events, that those who sometimes imagine that a judge is half-hearted in the cause of decency and morality, because he takes care no prejudice shall enter into the case, may see that that is consistent at least with the utmost sense of indignation at the horrible charges brought home to both of you. It is no use for me to address you. People who can do these things must be dead to all sense of shame, and one cannot hope to produce any effect upon them. It is the worst case I have ever tried. That you, Wilde, have been the centre of a circle of extensive corruption of the most hideous kind among young men, it is impossible to doubt. I shall, under such circumstances, be expected to pass the severest sentence that the law allows. In my judgment, it is totally inadequate for such a case as this. The sentence of the court is that each of you be imprisoned and kept to hard labour for 2 years. The sentence hushed the court in shocked surprise. Wilde rose and cried, "Can I say anything, my lord?" Mr. Justice Wills waved his hand deprecatingly, amid cries of shame, and hisses from the public gallery. Some of the cries and hisses were certainly addressed to the judge, and well deserved. What did he mean by saying that Oscar was a centre of extensive corruption of the most hideous kind? No evidence of this had been brought forward by the prosecution. It was not even alleged that a single innocent person had been corrupted. The accusation was invented by this absolutely impartial judge to justify his atrocious cruelty. The unmerited insults and appalling sentence would have disgraced the worst judge of the Inquisition. Mr. Justice Wills evidently suffered from the peculiar exaltation of mind which he had recognized in Shelley. This peculiarity is shared in a lesser degree by several other judges on the English bench in all matters of sexual morality. What distinguished Mr. Justice Wills was that he was proud of his prejudice and eager to act on it. He evidently did not know, or did not care, that the sentence which he had given, declaring it was totally inadequate, had been condemned by a royal commission as inhuman. He would willingly have pushed inhumanity to savagery out of sheer bewigged stupidity, and that he was probably well-meaning only intensified the revolt one felt at such brainless malevolence. The bitterest words in Dante are not bitter enough to render my feeling. Non ragioniam di lor, ma guardai bassa. Reader's translation. Let us not waste words on them, but glance and pass by. The whole scene had sickened me. Hatred masquerading as justice, striking vindictively and adding insult to injury. The vile picture had its fit setting outside. We had not left the court when the cheering broke out in the streets, and when we came outside there were troops of the lowest women of the town dancing together and kicking up their legs in hideous abandonment, while the surrounding crowd of policemen and spectators guffawed with delight. As I turned away from the exhibition, as obscene and soul-defiling as anything witnessed in the madness of the French Revolution, I caught a glimpse of Wood and the Parkers getting into a cab, laughing and leering. These were the venal creatures Oscar Wilde was punished for having corrupted. End of chapter 16. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 17 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 17. Prison and the Effects of Punishment. Prison for Oscar Wilde. An English prison with its insufficient bad food and soul-degrading routine. For that amiable, joyous, eloquent, pampered Sybarite. Here was a test indeed, an ordeal as by fire. What would he make of 2 years' hard labour in a lonely cell? There are 2 ways of taking prison, as of taking most things, and all the myriad ways between those 2 extremes. Would Oscar be conquered by it, and allow remorse and hatred to corrupt his very heart, or would he conquer the prison and possess and use it? Hammer or anvil, which? Victory has its virtue and is justified of itself, like sunshine. Defeat carries its own condemnation. Yet we have all tasted its bitter waters. Only infinite virtue can pass through life victorious, Shakespeare tells us, and we mortals are not of infinite virtue. The myriad vicissitudes of the struggle search out all our weaknesses, test all our powers. Every victory shows a more difficult height to scale, a steeper pinnacle of godlike hardship. That's the reward of victory. It provides the hero with ever new battlefields. No rest for him this side the grave. But what of defeat? What sweet is there in its bitter? This may be said for it: it is our great school. Punishment teaches pity, just as suffering teaches sympathy. In defeat, the brave soul learns kinship with other men, takes the rub to heart, seeks out the reason for the fall in his own weakness, and ever afterwards finds it impossible to judge, much less condemn, his fellow. But after all, no one can hurt us but ourselves. Prison, hard labour, and the hate of men, what are these if they make you truer, wiser, kinder? Have you come to grief through self-indulgence and good living? Here are months in which men will take care that you shall eat badly and lie hard. Do you lack respect for others? Here are men who will show you no consideration. Were you careless of others' sufferings? Here now you shall agonize unheeded. Jailers and governors as well as black cells, just to teach you. Thank your stars then for every day's experience, for when you have learned the lesson of it and turned its discipline into service, the prison shall transform itself into a hermitage, the dungeon into a home. The burnt skilly shall be sweet in your mouth, and your rest on the plank bed the dreamless slumber of a little child. And if you are an artist, prison will be more to you than this, an astonishing vital and novel experience, accorded only to the chosen. What will you make of it? That's the question for you. It is a wonderful opportunity. Seen truly, a prison's more spacious than a palace, nay, richer, and for a loving soul a far rarer experience. Thank, then, the spirit which steers men for the divine chance which has come to you. Henceforth the prison shall be your domain. In future, men will not think of it without thinking of you. Others may show them what the good things of life do for one. You will show them what suffering can do, cold and regretful sleepless hours and solitude, misery and distress. Others will teach the lessons of joy. The whole vast underworld of pity and pain, fear and horror and injustice is your kingdom. Men have drawn darkness about you as a curtain, shrouded you in blackest night. The light in you will shine the brighter, always provided, of course, that the light is not put out altogether. Hammer or anvil? How would Oscar Wilde take punishment? We could not know for months. Yet he was an artist by nature. That gave one a glimmer of hope. We needed it. For outside, at first, there was an icy atmosphere of hatred and contempt. The mere mention of his name was met with expressions of disgust or frozen silence. One bare incident will paint the general feeling more clearly than pages of invective or description. The day after Oscar's sentence, Mr. Charles Brookfield, who, it will be remembered, had raked together the witnesses that enabled Lord Queensberry to justify his accusation, assisted by Mr. Charles Hawtrey, the actor, gave a dinner to Lord Queensberry to celebrate their triumph. Some 40 Englishmen of good position were present at the banquet, a feast to celebrate the ruin and degradation of a man of genius. Yet there are true souls in England, noble, generous hearts. I remember a lunch at Mrs. Jeune's, where one declared that Wilde was at length enjoying his deserts, another regretted that his punishment was so slight, a third, with precise knowledge, intimated delicately, and with quiet complacence, that 2 years' imprisonment with hard labour usually resulted in idiocy or death. 50%, it appeared, failed to win through. It was more to be dreaded on all accounts than 5 years' penal servitude. You see, it begins with starvation and solitary confinement, and that breaks up the strongest. I think it will be enough for our vainglorious talker." Miss Madeline Stanley, now Lady Middleton, was sitting beside me, her fine, sensitive face clouded. I could not contain myself. I was being whipped on a saw. "This must have been the way they talked in Jerusalem," I remarked, "after the world tragedy." "You were an intimate friend of his, were you not?" insinuated the delicate one gently. "A friend and admirer," I replied, "and always shall be." A glacial silence spread round the table, while the delicate one smiled with deprecating contempt, and offered some grapes to his neighbour. But help came. Lady Dorothy Neville was a little further down the table. She had not heard all that was said, but had caught the tone of the conversation, and divined the rest. "Are you talking of Oscar Wilde?" she exclaimed. "I'm glad to hear you say you are a friend. I am too, and shall always be proud of having known him. A most brilliant, charming man." "I think of giving a dinner to him when he comes out, Lady Dorothy," I said. "I hope you'll ask me," she answered bravely. "I should be glad to come. I always admired and liked him. I feel dreadfully sorry for him." The delicate one adroitly changed the conversation, and coffee came in, but Miss Stanley said to me: "I wish I had known him. There must have been great good in him to win such friendship." "Great charm in any case," I replied, "and that's rarer among men than even goodness." The first news that came to us from prison was not altogether bad. He had broken down and was in the infirmary, but was getting better. The brave Stewart Headlam, who had gone bail for him, had visited him. The Stewart Headlam who was an English clergyman, and yet, wonder of wonders, a Christian. A little later one heard that Sherard had seen him, and brought about a reconciliation with his wife. Mrs. Wilde had been very good, and had gone to the prison, and had no doubt comforted him. Much to be hoped from all this. For months and months the situation in South Africa took all my heart and mind. In the first days of January 1896 came the Jameson raid, and I sailed for South Africa. I had work to do for the Saturday Review, absorbing work by day and night. In the summer I was back in England, but the task of defending the Boer farmers grew more and more arduous, and I only heard that Oscar was going on as well as could be expected. Some time later, after he had been transferred to Reading Gaol, bad news leaked out. News that he was breaking up, was being punished, persecuted. His friends came to me asking, could anything be done? As usual, my only hope was in the supreme authority. Sir Evelyn Ruggles Bryce was the head of the Prison Commission. After the Home Secretary, the most powerful person. the permanent official behind the parliamentary figurehead, the man who knew and acted behind the man who talked. I sat down and wrote to him for an interview. By return came a courteous note giving me an appointment. I told him what I had heard about Oscar, that his health was breaking down and his reason going, pointed out how monstrous it was to turn prison into a torture chamber. To my utter astonishment, he agreed with me, admitted even that an exceptional man ought to have exceptional treatment, showed not a trace of pedantry, good brains, good heart. He went so far as to say that Oscar Wilde should be treated with all possible consideration, that certain prison rules which pressed very hardly upon him should be interpreted as mildly as possible. He admitted that the punishment was much more severe to him than it would be to an ordinary criminal, and had nothing but admiration for his brilliant gifts. It was a great pity, he said, that Wilde ever got into prison, a great pity. I was pushing at an open door. Besides, the year or so which had elapsed since the condemnation had given time for reflection. Still, Sir Ruggles Bryce's attitude was extraordinary, sympathetic at once and high-minded. Another true Englishman at the head of affairs. Infinite hope in that fact, and solace. I had stuck to my text that something should be done at once to give Oscar courage and hope. He must not be murdered or left to despair. Sir Ruggles Bryce asked me finally if I would go to Reading and report on Oscar Wilde's condition, and make any suggestion that might occur to me. He did not know if this could be arranged, but he would see the Home Secretary and would recommend it, if I were willing. Of course I was willing, more than willing. 2 or 3 days later I got another letter from him with another appointment, and again I went to see him. He received me with charming kindness. The Home Secretary would be glad if I would go down to Reading and report on Oscar Wilde's state. "Everyone," said Sir Ruggles Bryce, "speaks with admiration and delight of his wonderful talents. The Home Secretary thinks it would be a great loss to English literature if he were really injured by the prison discipline. Here is your order to see him alone, and a word of introduction to the Governor, and a request to give you all information." I could not speak. I could only shake hands with him in silence. What a country of anomalies England is! A judge of the High Court, a hard, self-satisfied, pernicious bigot, while the official in charge of the prisons is a man of wide culture and humane views, who has the courage of a noble humanity. I went to Reading Gaol and sent in my letter. I was met by the Governor, who gave orders that Oscar Wilde should be conducted to a room where we could talk alone. I cannot give an account of my interviews with the Governor or the doctor. It would smack of a breach of confidence. Besides, all such conversations are peculiarly personal. Some people call forth the best in us, others the worst. Without wishing to, I may have stirred up the lees. I can only say here that I then learned for the first time the full incredible meaning of man's inhumanity to man. In a quarter of an hour I was led into a bare room where Oscar Wilde was already standing by a plain deal table. The warder who had come with him then left us. We shook hands and sat down opposite to each other. He had changed greatly. He appeared much older. His dark brown hair was streaked with grey, particularly in front and over the ears. He was much thinner, had lost at least 35 pounds, probably 40 or more. On the whole, however, he looked better physically than he had looked for years before his imprisonment. His eyes were clear and bright. The outlines of the face were no longer swamped in fat. The voice even was ringing and musical. He had improved bodily, I thought, though in repose his face wore a nervous, depressed and harassed air. "You know how glad I am to see you, heart glad to find you looking so well," I began. "But tell me quickly, for I may be able to help you. What have you to complain of? What do you want?" For a long time he was too hopeless, too frightened to talk. "The list of my grievances," he said, "would be without end. The worst of it is I am perpetually being punished for nothing. This governor loves to punish, and he punishes by taking my books from me. It is perfectly awful to let the mind grind itself away between the upper and nether millstones of regret and remorse without respite. With books my life would be livable. Any life," he added sadly. "The life then is hard. Tell me about it." "I don't like to," he said. "It is all so dreadful, and ugly and painful. I would rather not think of it." And he turned away despairingly. "You must tell me, or I shall not be able to help you." Bit by bit I won the confession from him. "At first it was a fiendish nightmare, more horrible than anything I had ever dreamt of. From the first evening when they made me undress before them, and get into some filthy water they called a bath, and dry myself with a damp brown rag, and put on this livery of shame. The cell was appalling. I could hardly breathe in it, and the food turned my stomach. The smell and sight of it were enough. I did not eat anything for days and days. I could not even swallow the bread, and the rest of the food was uneatable. I lay on the so-called bed and shivered all night long. Don't ask me to speak of it, please. Words cannot convey the cumulative effect of a myriad discomforts, brutal handling and slow starvation. Surely, like Dante, I have written on my face the fact that I have been in hell. Only Dante never imagined any hell like an English prison. In his lowest circle people could move about, could see each other and hear each other groan. There was some change, some human companionship in misery. "When did you begin to eat the food?" I asked. "I can't tell, Frank," he replied. "After some days I got so hungry I had to eat a little, nibble at the outside of the bread, and drink some of the liquid. Whether it was tea, coffee, or gruel, I could not tell. As soon as I really ate anything it produced violent diarrhoea, and I was ill all day and all night. From the beginning I could not sleep. I grew weak and had wild delusions. You must not ask me to describe it. It is like asking a man who has gone through fever to describe one of the terrifying dreams. At Wandsworth I thought I should go mad. Wandsworth is the worst. No dungeon in hell can be worse. Why is the food so bad? It even smelt bad. It was not fit for dogs." "Was the food the worst of it?" I asked. "The hunger made you weak, Frank, but the inhumanity was the worst of it. What devilish creatures men are! I had never known anything about them. I had never dreamt of such cruelties. A man spoke to me at exercise. You know you are not allowed to speak. He was in front of me, and he whispered, so that he could not be seen, how sorry he was for me, and how he hoped I would bear up. I stretched out my hands to him and cried, "Oh, thank you, thank you." The kindness of his voice brought tears into my eyes. Of course I was punished at once for speaking, a dreadful punishment. I won't think of it, I dare not. They are infinitely cunning in malice here, Frank, infinitely cunning in punishment. Don't let us talk of it. It is too painful, too horrible that men should be so brutal. Give me an instance, I said, of something less painful, something which may be bettered. He smiled wanly. All of it, Frank, all of it should be altered. There is no spirit in a prison but hate, hate masked in degrading formalism. They first break the will and rob you of hope, and then rule by fear. One day a warder came into my cell. "Take off your boots," he said. Of course I began to obey him. Then I asked, "What is it? Why must I take off my boots?" He would not answer me. As soon as he had my boots, he said, "Come out of your cell." "Why?" I asked again. I was frightened, Frank. What had I done? I could not guess. But then I was often punished for nothing. What was it? No answer. As soon as we were in the corridor, he ordered me to stand with my face to the wall, and went away. There I stood in my stocking feet, waiting. The cold chilled me through. I began standing first on one foot and then on the other, racking my brains as to what they were going to do to me, wondering why I was being punished like this, and how long it would last. You know the thoughts fear-born that plague the mind. After what seemed an eternity, I heard him coming back. I did not dare to move or even look. He came up to me, stopped by me for a moment. My heart stopped. He threw down a pair of boots beside me and said, "Go to your cell and put those on." And I went into my cell shaking. That's the way they give you a new pair of boots in prison, Frank. That's the way they are kind to you. The first period was the worst, I asked. Oh yes, infinitely the worst. One gets accustomed to everything in time, to the food and the bed and the silence. One learns the rules and knows what to expect and what to fear. How did you win through the first period? I asked. I died, he said quietly, and came to life again as a patient. I stared at him. Quite true, Frank. What with the purgings and the semi-starvation and sleeplessness, and worst of all, the regret gnawing at my soul, and the incessant torturing self-reproaches, I got weaker and weaker. My clothes hung on me. I could scarcely move. One Sunday morning, after a very bad night, I could not get out of bed. The warder came in, and I told him I was ill. "You had better get up," he said. But I couldn't take the good advice. "I can't," I replied. "You must do what you like with me." Half an hour later the doctor came and looked in at the door. He never came near me, he simply called out, "Get up, no malingering, you're all right. You'll be punished if you don't get up," and he went away. I had to get up. I was very weak. I fell off my bed while dressing and bruised myself. But I got dressed somehow or other, and then I had to go with the rest to chapel, where they sing hymns, dreadful hymns all out of tune, in praise of their pitiless God. I could hardly stand up. Everything kept disappearing and coming back faintly, and suddenly I must have fallen. He put his hand to his head. I woke up feeling a pain in this ear. I was in the infirmary with a warder by me. My hand rested on a clean white sheet. It was like heaven. I could not help pushing my toes against the sheet to feel it. It was so smooth and cool and clean. The nurse, with kind eyes, said to me, "Do eat something," and gave me some thin white bread and butter. Frank, I shall never forget it. The water came into my mouth in streams. I was so desperately hungry, and it was so delicious. I was so weak I cried. And he put his hands before his eyes and gulped down his tears. I shall never forget it. The warder was so kind. I did not like to tell him I was famished, but when he went away I picked the crumbs off the sheet and ate them, and when I could find no more I pulled myself to the edge of the bed and picked up the crumbs from the floor and ate those as well. The white bread was so good and I was so hungry. "And now?" I asked, not able to stand more. "Oh, now," he said, with an attempt to be cheerful, "oh, of course it would be all right if they did not take my books away from me. If they would let me write. If only they would let me write as I wish, I should be quite content. But they punish me on every pretext. Why do they do it, Frank? Why do they want to make my life here one long misery?" "Aren't you a little deaf still?" I asked, to ease the passion I felt of intolerable pity. "Yes," he replied, "on this side, where I fell in the chapel. I fell on my ear, you know, and I must have burst the drum of it, or injured it in some way, for all through the winter it has ached, and it often bleeds a little." "But they could give you some cotton wool or something to put in it," I said. He smiled a poor wan smile. "Oh, if you think one dare disturb a doctor or a warder for an earache, you don't know much about a prison. You would pay for it. Why, Frank, however ill I was now," and he lowered his voice to a whisper and glanced about him as if fearing to be overheard, "however ill I was, I would not think of sending for the doctor. Not think of it," he said in an awestruck voice. "I have learned prison ways." "I should rebel," I cried. "Why do you let it break the spirit?" "You would soon be broken if you rebelled here. Besides, it is all incidental to the system. The system! No one outside knows what that means. It is an old story, I'm afraid, the story of man's cruelty to man." "I think I can promise you," I said, "that the system will be altered a little. You shall have books and things to write with, and you shall not be harassed every moment by punishment." "Take care!" he cried, in a spasm of dread, putting his hand on mine. "Take care! They may punish me much worse. You don't know what they can do." I grew hot with indignation. "Don't say anything, please, of what I have said to you. Promise me you won't say anything. Promise me. I never complained. I didn't." His excitement was a revelation. "All right," I replied, to soothe him. "No, but promise me seriously," he repeated. "You must promise me. Think, you have my confidence. It is private, what I have said." He was evidently frightened out of self-control. "All right," I said, "I will not tell, but I'll get the facts from the others and not from you." "Oh, Frank," he said, "you don't know what they do. There is a punishment here more terrible than the rack." And he whispered to me with white sidelong eyes, "They can drive you mad in a week, Frank." "Mad!" I exclaimed, thinking I must have misunderstood him, though he was white and trembling. "What about the warders?" I asked again, to change the subject, for I began to feel that I had supped full on horrors. "Some of them are kind," he sighed. "The one that brought me in here is so kind to me. I should like to do something for him when I get out. He's quite human. He does not mind talking to me and explaining things. But some of them at Wandsworth were brutes. I will not think of them again. I have sewn those pages up, and you must never ask me to open them again. I dare not open them," he cried pitifully. "But you ought to tell it all," I said. "That's perhaps the purpose you are here for, the ultimate reason." "Oh no, Frank, never. It would need a man of infinite strength to come here and give a truthful record of all that happened to him." "I don't believe you could do it. I don't believe anyone would be strong enough. Starvation and purging alone would break down anyone's strength. Everybody knows that you are purged and starved to the edge of death. That's what 2 years' hard labour means. It's not the labour that's hard. It's the conditions of life that make it impossibly hard. They break you down, body and soul. And if you resist, they drive you crazy. But please, don't say I said anything. You've promised. You know you have. You'll remember, won't you?" I felt guilty. His insistence, his gasping fear, showed me how terribly he must have suffered. He was beside himself with dread. I ought to have visited him sooner. I changed the subject. "You shall have writing materials and your books, Oscar. Force yourself to write. You are looking better than you used to look. Your eyes are brighter, your face clearer." The old smile came back into his eyes, the deathless humour. "I've had a rest cure, Frank," he said, and smiled feebly. "You should give record of this life as far as you can, and of all its influences on you. You have conquered, you know. Write the names of the inhuman brutes on their foreheads in vitriol, as Dante did for all time." "No, no, I cannot. I will not. I want to live and forget. I could not. I dare not. I have not Dante's strength, nor his bitterness. I am a Greek born out of due time." He had said the true word at last. "I will come again and see you," I replied. "Is there nothing else I can do? I hear your wife has seen you. I hope you have made it up with her." "She tried to be kind to me, Frank," he said in a dull voice. "She was kind, I suppose. She must have suffered. I'm sorry." One felt he had no sorrow to spare for others. "Is there nothing I can do?" I asked. "Nothing, Frank. Only if you could get me books and writing materials, if I could be allowed to use them really. But you won't say anything I have said to you? You promise me you won't?" "I promise," I replied, "and I shall come back in a short time to see you again. I think you will be better then. Don't dread the coming out. You have friends who will work for you, great allies." And I told him about Lady Dorothy Neville at Mrs. Jeune's lunch. "Isn't she a dear old lady?" he cried. "Charming, brilliant, human creature. She might have stepped out of a page of Thackeray, only Thackeray never wrote a page quite dainty and charming enough. He came near it in his Esmond. Oh, I remember you don't like the book. But it is beautifully written, Frank, in beautiful, simple, rhythmic English. It sings itself to the ear. Lady Dorothy," how he loved the title, "was always kind to me, but London is horrible. I could not live in London again. I must go away out of England. Do you remember talking to me, Frank, of France?" And he put both hands on my shoulders, while tears ran down his face and sighs broke from him. "Beautiful France! The one country in the world where they care for humane ideals and the humane life. Oh, if only I had gone with you to France!" And the tears poured down his cheeks, and our hands met convulsively. "I'm glad to see you looking so well," I began again. "Books you shall have. For God's sake keep your heart up, and I will come back and see you, and don't forget you have good friends outside, lots of us." "Thank you, Frank. But take care, won't you? And remember your promise not to tell." I nodded in assent and went to the door. The warder came in. "The interview is over," I said. "Will you take me downstairs?" "If you will not mind sitting here, sir," he said, "for a minute. I must take him back first." "I have been telling my friend," said Oscar to the warder, "how good you have been to me." And he turned and went, leaving with me the memory of his eyes and unforgettable smile. But I noticed as he disappeared that he was thin, and looked hunched up and bowed in the ugly, ill-fitting prison livery. I took out a banknote and put it under the blotting paper that had been placed on the table for me. In 2 or 3 minutes the warder came back, and as I left the room I thanked him for being kind to my friend, and told him how kindly Oscar had spoken of him. "He has no business here, sir," the warder said. "He's no more like one of our reglars than a canary is like one of them cocky little spadgers. Prison ain't meant for such as him, and he ain't meant for prison. He's that soft, sir, you see, and affectionate. He's more like a woman, he is. You hurt 'em without meaning to. I don't care what they say, I likes him. And he do talk beautiful, sir, don't he?" "Indeed he does," I said, "the best talker in the world. I want you to look in the pad on the table. I have left a note there for you." "Not for me, sir. I could not take it. No, sir, please not," he cried in a hurried, fear-struck voice. "You've forgotten something, sir. Come back and get it, sir, do, please. I daren't." In spite of my remonstrance he took me back, and I had to put the note in my pocket. "I could not, you know, sir. I was not kind to him for that." His manner changed. He seemed hurt. I told him I was sure of it, sure, and begged him to believe that if I were able to do anything for him, at any time, I'd be glad, and gave him my address. He was not even listening. An honest, good man, full of the milk of human kindness. How kind deeds shine star-like in this prison of a world! That warder and Sir Ruggles Bryce, each in his own place. Such men are the salt of the English world. Better are not to be found on earth. End of chapter 17. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 18 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 18. Mitigation of punishment, but not release. On my return to London, I saw Sir Ruggles Bryce. No one could have shown me warmer sympathy or more discriminating comprehension. I made my report to him and left the matter in his hands with perfect confidence. I took care to describe Oscar's condition to his friends, while assuring them that his circumstances would soon be bettered. A little later I heard that the governor of the prison had been changed, that Oscar had got books and writing materials, and was allowed to have the gas burning in his cell to a late hour, when it was turned down but not out. In fact, from that time on he was treated with all the kindness possible, and soon we heard that he was bearing the confinement and discipline better than could have been expected. Sir Evelyn Ruggles Bryce had evidently settled the difficulty in the most humane spirit. Later still, I was told that Oscar had begun to write De Profundis in prison, and I was very hopeful about that too. No news could have given me greater pleasure. It seemed to me certain that he would justify himself to men by turning the punishment into a stepping stone; and in this belief, when the time came, I ventured to call on Sir Ruggles Bryce with another petition. "Surely," I said, "Oscar will not be imprisoned for the full term. Surely 4 or 5 months for good conduct will be remitted." Sir Ruggles Bryce listened sympathetically, but warned me at once that any remission was exceptional. However, he would let me know what could be done if I would call again in a week. Much to my surprise, he did not seem certain even about the good conduct. I returned at the end of the week and had another long talk with him. He told me that good conduct meant, in prison parlance, absence of punishment, and Oscar had been punished pretty often. Of course his offences were minor offences, nothing serious, childish faults indeed for the most part. He was often talking, and he was often late in the morning. His cell was not kept so well as it might be, and so forth. Peccadilloes all, yet a certificate of good conduct depended on such trifling observances. In the face of Oscar's record, Sir Ruggles Bryce did not think that the sentence would be easily lessened. I was thunderstruck. But then, no rules to me are sacrosanct; indeed they are only tolerable because of the exceptions. I had such a high opinion of Ruggles Bryce, his kindness and sense of fair play, that I ventured to show him my whole mind on the matter. "Oscar Wilde," I said to him, "is just about to face life again. He is more than half reconciled to his wife. He has begun a book, is shouldering the burden. A little encouragement now, and I believe he will do better things than he has ever done. I am convinced that he has far bigger things in him than we have seen yet. But he is extraordinarily sensitive and extraordinarily vain. The danger is that he may be frightened and blighted by the harshness and hatred of the world. He may shrink into himself and do nothing, if the wind be not tempered a little for him. A hint of encouragement now: the feeling that men like yourself think him worthful and deserving of special kindly treatment, and I feel certain he will do great things. I really believe it is in your hands to save a man of extraordinary talent and get the best out of him, if you care to do it." "Of course I care to do it," he cried. "You cannot doubt that. And I see exactly what you mean. But it will not be easy." "Won't you see what can be done?" I persisted. "Put your mind to discover how it should be done, how the Home Secretary may be induced to remit the last few months of Wilde's sentence." After a little while he replied: "You must believe that the authorities are quite willing to help in any good work, more than willing, and I am sure I speak for the Home Secretary as well as for myself. But it is for you to give us some reason for acting, a reason that could be avowed and defended." I did not at first catch his drift, so I persevered. "You admit that the reason exists, that it would be a good thing to favour Wilde. Then why not do it?" "We live," he said, "under parliamentary rule. Suppose the question were asked in the House, and I think it very likely in the present state of public opinion that the question would be asked, what should we answer? It would not be an avowable reason that we hoped Wilde would write new plays and books, would it? That reason ought to be sufficient, I grant you, but you see yourself, it would not be so regarded." "You are right, I suppose," I had to admit. "But if I got you a petition from men of letters asking you to release Wilde for his health's sake, would that do?" Sir Ruggles-Bryce jumped at the suggestion. "Certainly," he exclaimed. "If some men of letters, men of position, wrote asking that Wilde's sentence should be diminished by 3 or 4 months on account of his health, I think it would have the best effect." "I will see Meredith at once," I said, "and some others. How many names should I get?" "If you have Meredith," he replied, "you don't need many others. A dozen would do, or fewer if you find a dozen too many." "I don't think I shall meet with any difficulty," I replied, "but I will let you know. You will find it harder than you think," he concluded, "but if you get 1 or 2 great names, the rest may follow. In any case, 1 or 2 good names will make it easier for you." Naturally I thanked him for his kindness and went away absolutely content. I had never set myself a task which seemed simpler. Meredith could not be more merciless than a Royal Commission. I returned to my office in the Saturday Review and got the Royal Commission report on this sentence of 2 years' imprisonment with hard labour. The Commission recommended that it should be wiped off the statute book as too severe. I drafted a little petition as colourless as possible. "In view of the fact that the punishment of 2 years' imprisonment with hard labour has been condemned by a Royal Commission as too severe, and inasmuch as Mr. Wilde has been distinguished by his work in letters and is now, we hear, suffering in health, we, your petitioners, pray," and so forth and so on. I got this printed, and then sat down to write to Meredith asking when I could see him on the matter. I wanted his signature first to be printed underneath the petition, and then issue it. To my astonishment, Meredith did not answer at once, and when I pressed him and set forth the facts, he wrote to me that he could not do what I wished. I wrote again, begging him to let me see him on the matter. For the first time in my life he refused to see me. He wrote to me to say that nothing I could urge would move him, and it would therefore only be painful to both of us to find ourselves in conflict. Nothing ever surprised me more than this attitude of Meredith's. I knew his poetry pretty well, and knew how severe he was on every sensual weakness, perhaps because it was his own pitfall. I knew too what a fighter he was at heart, and how he loved the virile virtues. But I thought I knew the man, knew his tender kindliness of heart, the founts of pity in him, and I felt certain I could count on him for any office of human charity or generosity. But no, he was impenetrable, hard. He told me long afterwards that he had rather a low opinion of Wilde's capacities, instinctive deep-rooted contempt, too, for the showman in him, and an absolute abhorrence of his vice. "That vile, sensual self-indulgence puts back the hands of the clock," he said, "and should not be forgiven." For the life of me I could never forgive Meredith. Never afterwards was he of any importance to me. He had always been to me a standard-bearer in the eternal conflict, a leader in the liberation war of humanity, and here I found him pitiless to another who had been wounded on the same side in the great struggle. It seemed to me appalling. True, Wilde had not been wounded in fighting for us. True, he had fallen out and come to grief as a drunkard might. But after all he had been fighting on the right side, had been a quickening intellectual influence. It was dreadful to pass him on the wayside and allow him callously to bleed to death. It was revoltingly cruel. The foremost Englishman of his time, unable even to understand Christ's example, much less reach his height. This refusal of Meredith's not only hurt me, but almost destroyed my hope, though it did not alter my purpose. I wanted a figurehead for my petition, and the figurehead I had chosen I could not get. I began to wonder and doubt. I next approached a very different man, the late Professor Churton Collins, a great friend of mine, who, in spite of an almost pedantic rigour of mind and character, had in him at bottom a curious spring of sympathy, a little pool of pure love for the poets and writers whom he admired. I got him to dinner and asked him to sign the petition. He refused, but on grounds other than those taken by Meredith. "Of course Wilde ought to get out," he said. "The sentence was a savage one and showed bitter prejudice. But I have children and my own way to make in the world, and if I did this I should be tarred with the Wilde brush. I cannot afford to do it. If he were really a great man, I hope I should do it, but I don't agree with your estimate of him. I cannot think I am called upon to bell the British cat in his defence. It has many claws and all sharp." As soon as he saw the position was unworthy of him, he shifted to new ground. "If you were justified in coming to me, I should do it. But I am no one. Why don't you go to Meredith, Swinburne or Hardy?" I had to give up the Professor as well as the poet. I knocked in turn at a great many doors, but all in vain. No one wished to take the odium on himself. One man, since become celebrated, said he had no position, his name was not good enough for the purpose. Others left my letters unanswered. Yet another, sent a bare acknowledgment saying how sorry he was, but that public opinion was against Mr. Wilde. With one accord they all made excuses. One day Professor Tyrrell of Trinity College, Dublin, happened to be in my office, while I was setting forth the difference between men of letters in France and England, as exemplified by this conduct. In France, among authors, there is a recognized esprit de corps, which constrains them to hold together. For instance, when Zola was threatened with prosecution for Nana, a dozen men like Cherbuliez, Feuillet, Dumas fils, who hated his work and regarded it as sensational, tawdry, immoral even, took up the cudgels for him at once, declared that the police were not judges of art and should not interfere with a serious workman. All these Frenchmen, though they disliked Zola's work and believed that his popularity was won by a low appeal, still admitted that he was a force in letters, and stood by him resolutely, in spite of their own prepossessions and prejudices. But in England the feeling is altogether more selfish. Everyone consults his own sordid self-interest, and is rather glad to see a social favourite come to grief. Not a hand is stretched out to help him. Suddenly Tyrrell broke in upon my exposition. "I don't know whether my name is of any good to you," he said, "but I agree with all you have said, and my name might be classed with that of Churton Collins, though of course I've no right to speak for literature." And without more ado he signed the petition, adding Regius Professor of Greek at Trinity College, Dublin. "When you next see Oscar," he continued, "please tell him that my wife and I asked after him. We both hold him in grateful memory as a most brilliant talker and writer, and a charming fellow to boot. Confusion take all their English puritanism." Merely living in Ireland tends to make an Englishman more humane. But one name was not enough, and Tyrrell's was the only one I could get. In despair, and knowing that George Wyndham had had a great liking for Oscar and admiration for his high talent, I asked him to lunch at the Savoy, laid the matter before him, and begged him to give me his name. He refused, and in face of my astonishment he excused himself by saying that as soon as the rumour had reached him of Oscar's intimacy with Bosie Douglas, he had asked Oscar whether there was any truth in the scandalous report. "You see," he went on, "Bosie is by way of being a relation of mine, and so I had the right to ask. Oscar gave me his word of honour that there was nothing but friendship between them. He lied to me, and that I can never forgive." A politician unable to forgive a lie. Surely one can hear the mocking laughter of the gods. I could say nothing to such paltry affected nonsense. Politician-like, Wyndham showed me how the wind of popular feeling blew, and I recognized that my efforts were in vain. There is no fellow feeling among English men of letters. In fact, they hold together less than any other class, and by himself none of them wished to help a wounded member of the flock. I had to tell Sir Ruggles Bryce that I had failed. I have been informed since that if I had begun by asking Thomas Hardy, I might have succeeded. I knew Hardy, but never cared greatly for his talent. I dare say if I had had nothing else to do, I might have succeeded in some half degree. But all these 2 years I was extremely busy and anxious. The storm clouds in South Africa were growing steadily darker, and my attitude to South African affairs was exceedingly unpopular in London. It seemed to me vitally important to prevent England from making war on the Boers. I had to abandon the attempt to get Oscar's sentence shortened, and comfort myself with Sir Ruggles Bryce's assurance that he would be treated with the greatest possible consideration. Still, my advocacy had had a good effect. Oscar himself has told us what the kindness shown to him in the last 6 months of his prison life really did for him. He writes in De Profundis that for the first part of his sentence he could only wring his hands in impotent despair and cry, "What an ending! What an appalling ending!" But when the new spirit of kindness came to him, he could say with sincerity, "What a beginning! What a wonderful beginning!" He sums it all up in these words: "Had I been released after 18 months, as I hoped to be, I would have left my prison loathing it, and every official in it, with a bitterness of hatred that would have poisoned my life. I have had 6 months more of imprisonment, but humanity has been in the prison with us all the time, and now when I go out I shall always remember great kindnesses that I have received here from almost everybody, and on the day of my release I shall give many thanks to many people, and ask to be remembered by them in turn." This is the man whom Mr. Justice Wills addressed as insensible to any high appeal. Some time passed before I visited Oscar again. The change in him was extraordinary. He was light-hearted, gay, and looked better than I had ever seen him. Clearly the austerity of prison life suited him. He met me with a jest. "It is you, Frank," he cried, as if astonished. "Always original. You come back to prison of your own free will." He declared that the new governor, Major Nelson was his name, had been as kind as possible to him. He had not had a punishment for months, and, "Oh, Frank, the joy of reading when you like and writing as you please, the delight of living again." He was so infinitely improved that his talk delighted me. "What books have you?" I asked. "I thought I should like the Oedipus Rex," he replied gravely, "but I could not read it. It all seemed unreal to me. Then I thought of St. Augustine, but he was worse still. The fathers of the Church were still further away from me. They all found it so easy to repent and change their lives. It does not seem to me easy. At last I got hold of Dante. Dante was what I wanted. I read the Purgatorio all through, forced myself to read it in Italian to get the full flavour and significance of it. Dante, too, had been in the depths and drunk the bitter lees of despair. I shall want a little library when I come out, a library of a score of books. I wonder if you will help me to get it. I want Flaubert, Stevenson, Baudelaire, Maeterlinck, Dumas père, Keats, Marlowe, Chatterton, Anatole France, Théophile Gautier, Dante, Goethe, Meredith's poems, and his Egoist, the Song of Solomon too, Job, and of course the Gospels." "I shall be delighted to get them for you," I said, "if you will send me the list. By the by, I hear that you have been reconciled to your wife. Is that true? I should be glad to know it's true." "I hope it will be all right," he said gravely. She is very good and kind. I suppose you have heard," he went on, "that my mother died since I came here, and that leaves a great gap in my life. I always had the greatest admiration and love for my mother. She was a great woman, Frank, a perfect idealist. My father got into trouble once in Dublin. Perhaps you have heard about it." "Oh yes," I said, "I have read the case." "It is narrated in the first chapter of this book." "Well, Frank, she stood up in court and bore witness for him with perfect serenity, with perfect trust, and without a shadow of common womanly jealousy. She could not believe that the man she loved could be unworthy, and her conviction was so complete that it communicated itself to the jury. Her trust was so noble that they became infected by it, and brought him in guiltless. Extraordinary, was it not? She was quite sure, too, of the verdict. It is only noble souls who have that assurance and serenity. When my father was dying it was the same thing. I always see her sitting there by his bedside with a sort of dark veil over her head, quite silent, quite calm. Nothing ever troubled her optimism. She believed that only good can happen to us. When death came to the man she loved, she accepted it with the same serenity, and when my sister died, she bore it in the same high way. My sister was a wonderful creature, so gay and high-spirited. Embodied sunshine, I used to call her. When we lost her, my mother simply took it that it was best for the child. Women have infinitely more courage than men, don't you think? I have never known anyone with such perfect faith as my mother. She was one of the great figures of the world. What she must have suffered over my sentence I don't dare to think. I'm sure she endured agonies. She had great hopes of me. When she was told that she was going to die, and that she could not see me, for I was not allowed to go to her, she said, 'May the prison help him,' and turned her face to the wall. She felt about the prison as you do, Frank, and really I think you are both right. It has helped me. There are things I see now that I never saw before. I see what pity means. I thought a work of art should be beautiful and joyous, but now I see that that ideal is insufficient, even shallow. A work of art must be founded on pity. A book or poem which has no pity in it had better not be written. I shall be very lonely when I come out, and I can't stand loneliness and solitude. It is intolerable to me, hateful. I have had too much of it. You see, Frank, I am breaking with the past altogether. I am going to write the history of it. I am going to tell how I was tempted and fell, how I was pushed by the man I loved into that dreadful quarrel of his, driven forward to the fight with his father, and then left to suffer alone. That is the story I am now going to tell. That is the book of pity and of love which I am writing now. A terrible book. I wonder would you publish it, Frank? I should like it to appear in the Saturday." "I'd be delighted to publish anything of yours," I replied, "and happier still to publish something to show that you have at length chosen the better part, and are beginning a new life. I'd pay you, too, whatever the work turns out to be worth to me, in any case much more than I pay Bernard Shaw or anyone else." I said this to encourage him. "I'm sure of that," he answered. "I'll send you the book as soon as I've finished it. I think you'll like it." And there for the moment the matter ended. At length I felt sure that all would be well with him. How could I help feeling sure? His mind was richer and stronger than it had ever been, and he had broken with all the dark past. I was overjoyed to believe that he would do greater things than he had ever done, and this belief and determination were in him too, as anyone can see on reading what he wrote at this time in prison. "There is before me so much to do that I would regard it as a terrible tragedy if I died before I was allowed to complete at any rate a little of it. I see new developments in art and life, each one of which is a fresh mode of perfection. I long to live so that I can explore what is no less than a new world to me. Do you want to know what this new world is? I think you can guess what it is. It is the world in which I have been living. Sorrow, then, and all that it teaches one, is my new world. I used to live entirely for pleasure. I shunned suffering and sorrow of every kind. I hated both." Through the prison bars, Oscar had begun to see how mistaken he had been, how much greater and more salutary to the soul suffering is than pleasure. "Out of sorrow have the worlds been built, and at the birth of a child or a star there is pain." End of chapter 18. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 19 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 19. His St. Martin's Summer, His Best Work. Part 1. Shortly before he came out of prison, one of Oscar's intimates told me he was destitute and begged me to get him some clothes. I took the name of his tailor and ordered 2 suits. The tailor refused to take the order. He was not going to make clothes for Oscar Wilde. I could not trust myself to talk to the man, and therefore sent my assistant editor and friend, Mr. Blanchon, to have it out with him. The tradesman's soul yielded to the persuasiveness of cash in advance. I sent Oscar the clothes and a cheque, and shortly after his release got a letter thanking me. A little later I heard on good authority a story which Oscar afterwards confirmed, that when he left Reading Gaol, the correspondent of an American paper offered him £1,000 for an interview dealing with his prison life and experiences, but he felt it beneath his dignity to take his sufferings to market. He thought it better to borrow than to earn. He is partly to be excused, perhaps, when one remembers that he had still some pounds left of the large sums given him before his condemnation by Miss S., Ross, Moore Adey and others. Still his refusal of such a sum as that offered by the New York paper shows how utterly contemptuous he was of money, even at a moment when one would have thought money would have been his chief preoccupation. He always lived in the day, and rather heedlessly. As soon as he left prison, he crossed with some friends to France, and went to stay at the Hôtel de la Plage at Berneval, a quiet little village near Dieppe. Monsieur André Gide, who called on him there almost as soon as he arrived, gives a fair mental picture of him at this time. He tells how delighted he was to find in him the Oscar Wilde of old, no longer the sensualist puffed out with pride and good living, but the sweet Wilde of the days before 1891. "I found myself taken aback, not 2 years," he says, "but 4 or 5. There was the same dreamy look, the same amused smile, the same voice." He told M. Gide that prison had completely changed him, had taught him the meaning of pity. "You know," he went on, "how fond I used to be of Madame Bovary. But Flaubert would not admit pity into his work, and that is why it has a petty and restrained character about it. It is the sense of pity by means of which a work gains in expanse, and by which it opens up a boundless horizon. Do you know, my dear fellow, it was pity which prevented my killing myself. During the first 6 months in prison I was dreadfully unhappy, so utterly miserable that I wanted to kill myself. But what kept me from doing so was looking at the others and seeing that they were as unhappy as I was, and feeling sorry for them. Oh dear, what a wonderful thing pity is, and I never knew it." He was speaking in a low voice, without any excitement. "Have you ever learned how wonderful a thing pity is? For my part, I thank God every night, yes, on my knees, I thank God for having taught it to me. I went into prison with a heart of stone, thinking only of my own pleasure, but now my heart is utterly broken. Pity has entered into my heart. I have learned now that pity is the greatest and the most beautiful thing in the world, and that is why I cannot bear ill will towards those who caused my suffering and those who condemned me. No, nor to anyone, because without them I should not have known all that. Alfred Douglas writes me terrible letters. He says he does not understand me, that he does not understand that I do not wish everyone ill, and that everyone has been horrid to me. No, he does not understand me. He cannot understand me any more. But I keep on telling him that in every letter. We cannot follow the same road. He has his, and it is beautiful. I have mine. His is that of Alcibiades. Mine is now that of St. Francis of Assisi." How much of this is sincere, and how much merely imagined and stated in order to incarnate the new ideal to perfection, would be hard to say. The truth is not so saintly simple as the Christianized Oscar would have us believe. The unpublished portions of De Profundis, which were read out in the Douglas ransom trial, prove what all his friends know, that Oscar Wilde found it impossible to forgive or forget what seemed to him personal ill-treatment. There are beautiful pages in De Profundis, pages of sweetest Christ-like resignation and charity, and no doubt in a certain mood Oscar was sincere in writing them. But there was another mood in him, more vital and more enduring, if not so engaging, a mood in which he saw himself as one betrayed and sacrificed and abandoned, and that he attributed his ruin wholly to his friend, and did not hesitate to speak of him as the Judas whose shallow selfishness and imperious ill-temper and unfulfilled promises of monetary help had driven a great man to disaster. That unpublished portion of De Profundis is in essence, from beginning to end, one long curse of Lord Alfred Douglas, an indictment apparently impartial, particularly at first, but in reality a bitter and merciless accusation, showing in Oscar Wilde a curious want of sympathy even with the man he said he loved. Those who would know Oscar Wilde as he really was will read that piece of rhetoric with care enough to notice that he reiterates the charge of shallow selfishness with such venom that he discovers his own colossal egotism and essential hardness of heart. Love, we are told, suffereth long and is kind, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things, endureth all things. That sweet, generous, all-forgiving tenderness of love was not in the pagan Oscar Wilde, and therefore even his deepest passion never won to complete reconciliation and ultimate redemption. In this same talk with M. Gide, Oscar is reported to have said that he had known beforehand that a catastrophe was unavoidable. There was but one end possible. That state of things could not last. There had to be some end to it. This view, I believe, is Gide's and not Oscar's. In any case, I am sure that my description of him before the trials as full of insolent self-assurance is the truer truth. Of course he must have had some forebodings. He was warned, as I've related, again and again. But he took character colour from his associates, and he met Queensberry's first attempts at attack with utter disdain. He did not realize his danger at all. Gide reports him more correctly as adding, "Prison has completely changed me. I was relying on it for that. Douglas is terrible. He cannot understand that, cannot understand that I am not taking up the same existence again. He accuses the others of having changed me." I may publish here part of a letter of a prison warder, which Mr. Stuart Mason reproduced in his excellent little book on Oscar Wilde. He says: "No more beautiful life had any man lived, no more beautiful life could any man live, than Oscar Wilde lived during the short period I knew him in prison. He wore upon his face an eternal smile. Sunshine was on his face. Sunshine of some sort must have been in his heart. People say he was not sincere. He was the very soul of sincerity when I knew him. If he did not continue that life after he left prison, then the forces of evil must have been too strong for him. But he tried, he honestly tried, and in prison he succeeded." All this seems to me in the main true. Oscar's gay vivacity would have astonished any stranger. Besides, the regular hours and scant plain food of prison had improved his health, and the solitude and suffering had lent him a deeper emotional life. But there was an intense bitterness in him, a profound underlying sense of injury, which came continually to passionate expression. Yet as soon as the miserable, petty persecution of the prison was lifted from him, all the joyous gaiety and fun of his nature bubbled up irresistibly. There was no contradiction in this complexity. A man can hold in himself 100 conflicting passions and impulses without confusion. At this time the dominant chord in Oscar was pity for others. To my delight, the world had evidence of this changed Oscar Wilde in a very short time. On May 28th, a few days after he left prison, there appeared in the Daily Chronicle a letter more than 2 columns in length, pleading for the kindlier treatment of little children in English prisons. The letter was written because Warder Martin of Reading Prison had been dismissed by the commissioners for the dreadful crime of having given some sweet biscuits to a little hungry child. I must quote a few paragraphs of this letter, because it shows how prison had deepened Oscar Wilde, how his own suffering had made him, as Shakespeare says, pregnant to good pity, and also because it tells us what life was like in an English prison in our time. Oscar wrote: "I saw the 3 children myself on the Monday preceding my release. They had just been convicted and were standing in a row in the central hall in their prison dress, carrying their sheets under their arms, previous to their being sent to the cells allotted to them. They were quite small children, the youngest, the one to whom the warder gave the biscuits, being a tiny chap, for whom they had evidently been unable to find clothes small enough to fit. I had, of course, seen many children in prison during the 2 years during which I was myself confined. Wandsworth Prison especially contained always a large number of children. But the little child I saw on the afternoon of Monday the 17th at Reading was tinier than any one of them. I need not say how utterly distressed I was to see these children at Reading, for I knew the treatment in store for them. The cruelty that is practised by day and night on children in English prisons is incredible except to those who have witnessed it and are aware of the brutality of the system. People nowadays do not understand what cruelty is. Ordinary cruelty is simply stupidity. The prison treatment of children is terrible, primarily from people not understanding the peculiar psychology of the child's nature. A child can understand a punishment inflicted by an individual, such as a parent or guardian, and bear it with a certain amount of acquiescence. What it cannot understand is a punishment inflicted by society. It cannot realize what society is. The terror of a child in prison is quite limitless. I remember once in Reading, as I was going out to exercise, seeing in the dimly lit cell opposite mine a small boy. 2 warders, not unkindly men, were talking to him with some sternness apparently, or perhaps giving him some useful advice about his conduct. One was in the cell with him, the other was standing outside. The child's face was like a white wedge of sheer terror. There was in his eyes the terror of a hunted animal. The next morning I heard him at breakfast time crying, and calling to be let out. His cry was for his parents. From time to time I could hear the deep voice of the warder on duty telling him to keep quiet. Yet he was not even convicted of whatever little offence he had been charged with. He was simply on remand. That I knew by his wearing his own clothes, which seemed neat enough. He was, however, wearing prison socks and shoes. This showed that he was a very poor boy, whose own shoes, if he had any, were in a bad state. Justices and magistrates, an entirely ignorant class as a rule, often remand children for a week and then perhaps remit whatever sentence they are entitled to pass. They call this not sending a child to prison. It is, of course, a stupid view on their part. To a little child, whether he is in prison on remand or after conviction, is not a subtlety of position he can comprehend. To him the horrible thing is to be there at all. In the eyes of humanity it should be a horrible thing for him to be there at all. This terror that seizes and dominates the child, as it seizes the grown man also, is of course intensified beyond power of expression by the solitary cellular system of our prisons. Every child is confined to its cell for 23 hours out of the 24. This is the appalling thing. To shut up a child in a dimly lit cell for 23 hours out of the 24 is an example of the cruelty of stupidity. If an individual, parent or guardian, did this to a child, he would be severely punished. The second thing from which a child suffers in prison is hunger. The food that is given to it consists of a piece of usually badly baked prison bread and a tin of water for breakfast at 7:30. At 12 o'clock it gets dinner, composed of a tin of coarse Indian meal stirabout, and at 5:30 it gets a piece of dry bread and a tin of water for its supper. This diet, in the case of a strong man, is always productive of illness of some kind, chiefly, of course, diarrhoea, with its attendant weakness. In fact, in a big prison, astringent medicines are served out regularly by the warders as a matter of course. A child is as a rule incapable of eating the food at all. Anyone who knows anything about children knows how easily a child's digestion is upset by a fit of crying, or trouble and mental distress of any kind. A child who has been crying all day long, and perhaps half the night, in a lonely, dimly lit cell, and is preyed upon by terror, simply cannot eat food of this coarse, horrible kind. In the case of the little child to whom Warder Martin gave the biscuits, the child was crying with hunger on Tuesday morning, and utterly unable to eat the bread and water served to it for breakfast. Martin went out after the breakfast had been served, and bought the few sweet biscuits for the child, rather than see it starving. It was a beautiful action on his part, and was so recognized by the child, who, utterly unconscious of the regulation of the prison board, told one of the senior warders how kind this junior warder had been to him. The result was, of course, a report and a dismissal. I know Martin extremely well, and I was under his charge for the last 7 weeks of my imprisonment. I was struck by the singular kindness and humanity of the way in which he spoke to me and to the other prisoners. Kind words are much in prison, and a pleasant good morning or good evening will make one as happy as one can be in prison. He was always gentle and considerate. A great deal has been talked and written lately about the contaminating influence of prison on young children. What is said is quite true. A child is utterly contaminated by prison life. But this contaminating influence is not that of the prisoners. It is that of the whole prison system, of the governor, the chaplain, the warders, the solitary cell, the isolation, the revolting food, the rules of the prison commissioners, the mode of discipline, as it is termed, of the life. Of course, no child under 14 years of age should be sent to prison at all. It is an absurdity, and, like many absurdities, of absolutely tragical results. This letter, I am informed, brought about some improvement in the treatment of young children in British prisons. But in regard to adults, the British prison is still the torture chamber it was in Wilde's time. Prisoners are still treated more brutally there than anywhere else in the civilized world. The food is the worst in Europe, insufficient indeed to maintain health. In many cases, men are only saved from death by starvation through being sent to the infirmary. Though these facts are well known, Punch, the pet organ of the British middle class, was not ashamed a little while ago to make a mock of some suggested reform, by publishing a picture of a British convict with the villainous face of a Bill Sikes lying on a sofa in his cell, smoking a cigar with champagne at hand. This is not altogether due to stupidity, as Oscar tried to believe, but to reasoned selfishness. Punch, and the class for which it caters, would like to believe that many convicts are unfit to live, whereas the truth is that a good many of them are superior in humanity to the people who punish and slander them. While waiting for his wife to join him, Oscar rented a little house, the Chalet Bourchard, about 200 yards away from the hotel at Berneval, and furnished it. Here he spent the whole of the summer, writing, bathing, and talking to the few devoted friends who visited him from time to time. Never had he been so happy, never in such perfect health. He was full of literary projects. Indeed, no period of his whole life was so fruitful in good work. He was going to write some biblical plays, one entitled Pharaoh first, and then one called Ahab and Jezebel, which he pronounced Isabel. Deeper problems too were much in his mind. He was already at work on the Ballad of Reading Gaol, but before coming to that, let me first show how happy the songbird was, and how divinely he sang when the dreadful cage was opened, and he was allowed to use his wings in the heavenly sunshine. Here is a letter from him, shortly after his release, which is one of the most delightful things he ever wrote. Fitly enough, it was addressed to his friend of friends, Robert Ross, and I can only say that I am extremely obliged to Ross for allowing me to publish it. Hôtel de la Plage, Berneval, near Dieppe, Monday night, May 31st, 1897. My dearest Robbie, I have decided that the only way in which to get boots properly is to go to France to receive them. The douane charged 3 francs. How could you frighten me as you did? The next time you order boots, please come to Dieppe to get them sent to you. It is the only way, and it will be an excuse for seeing you. I am going tomorrow on a pilgrimage. I always wanted to be a pilgrim, and I have decided to start early tomorrow to the shrine of Notre Dame de Liesse. Do you know what liesse is? It is an old word for joy. I suppose the same as Laetitia, Laetitia. I just heard tonight of the shrine or chapel, by chance, as you would say, from the sweet woman of the auberge, who wants me to live always at Berneval. She says Notre Dame de Liesse is wonderful, and helps everyone to the secret of joy. I do not know how long it will take me to get to the shrine, as I must walk. But from what she tells me, it will take at least 6 or 7 minutes to get there, and as many to come back. In fact, the chapel of Notre Dame de Liesse is just 50 yards from the hotel. Isn't it extraordinary? I intend to start after I have had my coffee, and then to bathe. Need I say that this is a miracle? I wanted to go on a pilgrimage, and I find the little grey stone chapel of Our Lady of Joy is brought to me. It has probably been waiting for me all these purple years of pleasure, and now it comes to meet me with Liesse as its message. I simply don't know what to say. I wish you were not so hard to poor heretics, and would admit that even for the sheep who has no shepherd, there is a stella maris to guide it home. But you and Moore, especially Moore, treat me as a dissenter. It is very painful and quite unjust. Yesterday I attended mass at 10 o'clock and afterwards bathed. So I went into the water without being a pagan. The consequence was that I was not tempted by either sirens or mermaidens, or any of the green-haired following of Glaucus. I really think that this is a remarkable thing. In my pagan days the sea was always full of tritons blowing conches, and other unpleasant things. Now it is quite different, and yet you treat me as the president of Mansfield College, and after I had canonized you too. Dear boy, I wish you would tell me if your religion makes you happy. You conceal your religion from me in a monstrous way. You treat it like writing in the Saturday Review for Pollock, or dining in Wardour Street off the fascinating dish that is served with tomatoes and makes men mad. I know it is useless asking you, so don't tell me. I felt an outcast in chapel yesterday, not really, but a little in exile. I met a dear farmer in a cornfield, and he gave me a seat on his banc in church, so I was quite comfortable. He now visits me twice a day, and as he has no children and is rich, I have made him promise to adopt 3, 2 boys and a girl. I told him that if he wanted them, he would find them. He said he was afraid that they would turn out badly. I told him everyone did that. He really has promised to adopt 3 orphans. He is now filled with enthusiasm at the idea. He is to go to the cure and talk to him. He told me that his own father had fallen down in a fit one day as they were talking together, and that he had caught him in his arms and put him to bed, where he died, and that he himself had often thought how dreadful it was that if he had a fit, there was no one to catch him in his arms. It is quite clear that he must adopt orphans, is it not? I feel that Berneval is to be my home. I really do. Notre Dame de Liesse will be sweet to me if I go on my knees to her, and she will advise me. It is extraordinary being brought here by a white horse that was a native of the place, and knew the road, and wanted to see its parents, now of advanced years. It is also extraordinary that I knew Berneval existed and was arranged for me. Monsieur Bonnet wants to build me a chalet, 1,000 meters of ground. I don't know how much that is, but I suppose about 100 miles. And a chalet with a studio, a balcony, a salle à manger, a huge kitchen, and 3 bedrooms, a view of the sea and trees, all for 12,000 francs, £480. If I can write a play, I am going to have it begun. Fancy one's own lovely house and grounds in France for £480. No rent of any kind. Pray consider this, and approve if you think well. Of course, not till I have done my play. An old gentleman lives here in the hotel. He dines alone in his room, and then sits in the sun. He came here for 2 days, and has stayed 2 years. His sole sorrow is that there is no theatre. Monsieur Bonnet is a little heartless about this, and says that as the old gentleman goes to bed at 8 o'clock, a theatre would be of no use to him. The old gentleman says he only goes to bed at 8 o'clock because there is no theatre. They argued the point yesterday for an hour. I sided with the old gentleman, but logic sides with Monsieur Bonnet, I believe. I had a sweet letter from the Sphinx. She gives me a delightful account of Ernest subscribing to Romeike while his divorce suit was running, and not being pleased with some of the notices. Considering the growing appreciation of Ibsen, I must say that I am surprised the notices were not better, but nowadays everybody is jealous of everyone else, except, of course, husband and wife. I think I shall keep this last remark of mine for my play. Have you got my silver spoon from Reggie? You got my silver brushes out of Humphreys, who is bald, so you might easily get my spoon out of Reggie, who has so many, or used to have. You know my crest is on it. It is a bit of Irish silver, and I don't want to lose it. There is an excellent substitute called Britannia metal, very much liked at the Adelphi and elsewhere. Wilson Barrett writes, "I prefer it to silver." It would suit dear Reggie admirably. Walter Besant writes, "I use none other." Mr. Beerbohm Tree also writes, "Since I have tried it, I am a different actor. My friends hardly recognize me." So there is obviously a demand for it. I am going to write a political economy in my heavier moments. The first law I lay down is, whenever there exists a demand, there is no supply. This is the only law that explains the extraordinary contrast between the soul of man and man's surroundings. Civilizations continue because people hate them. A modern city is the exact opposite of what everyone wants. 19th century dress is the result of our horror of the style. The tall hat will last as long as people dislike it. Dear Robbie, I wish you would be a little more considerate and not keep me up so late talking to you. It is very flattering to me and all that, but you should remember that I need rest. Good night. You will find some cigarettes and some flowers by your bedside. Coffee is served below. At 8 o'clock. Do you mind? If it is too early for you, I don't at all mind lying in bed an extra hour. I hope you will sleep well. You should, as Lloyd is not on the veranda. Tuesday morning, 9:30. The sea and sky are opal. No horrid drawing-master's line between them. Just one fishing boat going slowly and drawing the wind after it. I am going to bathe. 6 o'clock. Bathed and have seen a chalet here which I wish to take for the season. Quite charming. A splendid view. A large writing room, a dining room and 3 lovely bedrooms, besides servants' rooms, and also a huge balcony. In this blank space he had roughly drawn a ground plan of the imagined chalet. I don't know the scale of the drawing, but the rooms are larger than the plan is. 1. Salle à manger. 2. Salon. 3. Balcony. All on ground floor, with steps from balcony to ground. The rent for the season or year is, what do you think? £32. Of course I must have it. I will take my meals here, separate and reserved table. It is within 2 minutes' walk. Do tell me to take it. When you come again, your room will be waiting for you. All I need is a domestique. The people here are most kind. I made my pilgrimage. The interior of the chapel is of course a modern horror, but there is a black image of Notre Dame de Liesse. The chapel is as tiny as an undergraduate's room at Oxford. I hope to get the cure to celebrate mass in it soon. As a rule, the service is only held there in July and August, but I want to see a mass quite close. There is also another thing I must write to you about. I adore this place. The whole country is lovely and full of forest and deep meadow. It is simple and healthy. If I live in Paris, I may be doomed to things I don't desire. I am afraid of big towns. Here I get up at 7:30. I am happy all day. I go to bed at 10. I am frightened of Paris. I want to live here. I have seen the terrain. It is the best here and the only one left. I must build a house. If I could build a chalet for 12,000 francs, £500, and live in a home of my own, how happy I would be. I must raise the money somehow. It would give me a home, quiet, retired, healthy, and near England. If I live in Egypt, I know what my life would be. If I live in the south of Italy, I know I should be idle and worse. I want to live here. Do think over this and send me over the architect. Monsieur Bonnet is excellent and is ready to carry out any idea. I want a little chalet of wood and plaster walls, the wooden beams showing and the white square of plaster diapering the framework, like, I regret to say, Shakespeare's house, like old English 16th century farmers' houses. So your architect has me waiting for him, as he is waiting for me. Do you think the idea absurd? I got the Chronicle, many thanks. I see the writer on prints, A211, does not mention my name. Foolish of her. It is a woman. I, as you, the poem of my days, are away, am forced to write. I have begun something that I think will be very good. I breakfast tomorrow with the Stannards. What a great, passionate, splendid writer John Strange Winter is! How little people understand her work! Bootle's Baby is an oeuvre symboliste. It is really only the style and the subject that are wrong. Pray never speak lightly of Bootle's Baby. Indeed, pray never speak of it at all. I never do. Yours, Oscar. Please send a chronicle to my wife. Mrs. C. M. Holland, Maison Banguerel, Bevet, près de Neuchâtel. Just marking it. And if my second letter appears, mark that. Also, cut out the letter and enclose it in an envelope to Mr. Arthur Cruthenden, Poste Restante, GPO, Reading, with just these lines. Dear friend, the enclosed will interest you. There is also another letter waiting in the post office for you from me, with a little money. Ask for it if you have not got it. Yours sincerely, C33. I have no one but you, dear Robbie, to do anything. Of course the letter to Reading must go at once, as my friends come out on Wednesday morning early. This letter displays almost every quality of Oscar Wilde's genius in perfect efflorescence. His gaiety, joyous merriment and exquisite sensibility. Who can read of the little chapel to Notre Dame de Liesse without emotion quickly to be changed to mirth by the sunny humour of those delicious specimens of self-advertisement? Mr. Beerbohm Tree also writes: "Since I have tried it, I am a different actor. My friends hardly recognize me." This letter is the most characteristic thing Oscar Wilde ever wrote, a thing produced in perfect health at the topmost height of happy hours, more characteristic even than the importance of being earnest, for it has not only the humour of that delightful farce comedy, but also more than a hint of the deeper feeling which was even then forming itself into a masterwork that will form part of the inheritance of men forever. End of Part 1 of Chapter 19. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 19 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 19. His St. Martin's Summer, His Best Work, Part 2. The Ballad of Reading Gaol belongs to this summer of 1897. A fortunate conjuncture of circumstances, the prison discipline excluding all sense indulgence, the kindness shown him towards the end of his imprisonment, and of course the delight of freedom, gave him perfect physical health and hope and joy in work, and so Oscar was enabled for a few brief months to do better than his best. He assured me, and I believe, that the conception of the ballad came to him in prison, and was due to the alleviation of his punishment and the permission accorded to him to write and read freely: a divine fruit born directly of his pity for others, and the pity others felt for him. The Ballad of Reading Gaol was published in January 1898, over the signature of C33, Oscar's number in prison. In a few weeks it ran through dozens of editions in England and America, and translations appeared in almost every European language, which is proof not so much of the excellence of the poem as the great place the author held in the curiosity of men. The enthusiasm with which it was accepted in England was astounding. One reviewer compared it with the best of Sophocles. Another said that nothing like it has appeared in our time. No word of criticism was heard. The most cautious called it a simple, poignant ballad, one of the greatest in the English language. This praise is assuredly not too generous. Yet even this was due to a revulsion of feeling in regard to Oscar himself, rather than to any understanding of the greatness of his work. The best public felt that he had been dreadfully over-punished, and made a scapegoat for worse offenders, and was glad to have the opportunity of repairing its own fault by over-emphasizing Oscar's repentance, and over-praising, as it imagined, the first fruits of the converted sinner. The Ballad of Reading Gaol is far and away the best poem Oscar Wilde ever wrote. We should try to appreciate it as the future will appreciate it. We need not be afraid to trace it to its source, and note what is borrowed in it and what is original. After all necessary qualifications are made, it will stand as a great and splendid achievement. Shortly before the ballad was written, a little book of poetry called A Shropshire Lad was published by A. E. Housman, now I believe Professor of Latin at Cambridge. There are only 100 odd pages in the booklet, but it is full of high poetry. sincere and passionate feeling set to varied music. His friend Reginald Turner sent Oscar a copy of the book, and one poem in particular made a deep impression on him. It is said that his actual model for the Ballad of Reading Gaol was The Dream of Eugene Aram, with The Ancient Mariner thrown in on technical grounds. But I believe that Wilde owed most of his inspiration to A Shropshire Lad. Here are some verses from Housman's poem and some verses from the ballad. On moonlit heath and lonesome bank the sheep beside me graze, and yon the gallows used to clank fast by the four cross ways. A careless shepherd once would keep the flocks by moonlight there, and high amongst the glimmering sheep the dead men stood on air. They hang us now in Shrewsbury Gaol, the whistles blow forlorn, and trains all night groan on the rail to men that die at morn. There sleeps in Shrewsbury Gaol to-night, or wakes as may betide, a better lad, if things went right, than most that sleep outside. And naked to the hangman's noose the morning clocks will wring a neck God made for other use than strangling in a string. And sharp the link of life will snap, and dead on air will stand heels that held up as straight a chap as treads upon the land. So here I'll watch the night, and wait to see the morning shine, when he will hear the stroke of 8, and not the stroke of 9, and wish my friend as sound asleep as lads I did not know, that shepherded the moonlit sheep 100 years ago. The Ballad of Reading Gaol. It is sweet to dance to violins when love and life are fair. To dance to flutes, to dance to lutes is delicate and rare. But it is not sweet with nimble feet to dance upon the air. And as one sees most fearful things in the crystal of a dream, we saw the greasy hempen rope hooked to the blackened beam, and heard the prayer the hangman's snare strangled into a scream. And all the woe that moved him so that he gave that bitter cry, and the wild regrets, and the bloody sweats, none knew so well as I, for he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one must die. There are better things in the Ballad of Reading Gaol than those inspired by Housman. In the last of the 3 verses I quote, there is a distinction of thought which Housman hardly reached. For he who lives more lives than one, more deaths than one must die. There are verses, too, wrung from the heart, which have a diviner influence than any product of the intellect. The chaplain would not kneel to pray by his dishonoured grave, nor mark it with that blessed cross that Christ for sinners gave, because the man was one of those whom Christ came down to save. This too I know, and wise were it if each could know the same, that every prison that men build is built with bricks of shame, and bound with bars, lest Christ should see how men their brothers maim. With bars they blur the gracious moon, and blind the goodly sun, and they do well to hide their hell, for in it things are done that Son of God nor Son of Man ever should look upon. The vilest deeds, like poison weeds, bloom well in prison air. It is only what is good in man that wastes and withers there. pale anguish keeps the heavy gate, and the warder is despair. And he of the swollen purple throat, and the stark and staring eyes, waits for the holy hands that took the thief to paradise, and a broken and a contrite heart the Lord will not despise. The Ballad of Reading Gaol is beyond all comparison the greatest ballad in English, one of the noblest poems in the language. This is what prison did for Oscar Wilde. When speaking to him later about this poem, I remember assuming that his prison experiences must have helped him to realize the suffering of the condemned soldier, and certainly lent passion to his verse. But he would not hear of it. "Oh no, Frank," he cried, "never. My experiences in prison were too horrible, too painful to be used. I simply blotted them out altogether and refused to recall them." "What about the verse?" I asked. "We sewed the sacks, we broke the stones, we turned the dusty drill. We banged the tins and bawled the hymns, and sweated on the mill. And in the heart of every man terror was lying still." Characteristic details, Frank, merely the decor of prison life, not its reality. That no one could paint, not even Dante, who had to turn away his eyes from lesser suffering. It may be worth while to notice here, as an example of the hatred with which Oscar Wilde's name and work were regarded, that even after he had paid the penalty for his crime, the publisher and editor, alike in England and America, put anything but a high price on his best work. They would have bought a play readily enough, because they would have known that it would make them money. But a ballad from his pen nobody seemed to want. The highest price offered in America for the Ballad of Reading Gaol was $100. Oscar found difficulty in getting even £20 for the English rights from the friend who published it, yet it has sold since by hundreds of thousands, and is certain always to sell. I must insert here part of another letter from Oscar Wilde which appeared in the Daily Chronicle, 24th March 1898, on the cruelties of the English prison system. It was headed, "Don't read this if you want to be happy today," and was signed by the author of the Ballad of Reading Gaol. It was manifestly a direct outcome of his prison experiences. The letter was simple and affecting, but it had little or no influence on the English conscience. The Home Secretary was about to reform the prison system by appointing more inspectors. Oscar Wilde pointed out that inspectors could do nothing but see that the regulations were carried out. He took up the position that it was the regulations which needed reform. His plea was irrefutable in its moderation and simplicity, but it was beyond the comprehension of an English Home Secretary, apparently, for all the abuses pointed out by Oscar Wilde still flourish. I can't help giving some extracts from this memorable indictment, memorable for its reserve and sanity and complete absence of any bitterness. The prisoner who has been allowed the smallest privilege dreads the arrival of the inspectors. And on the day of any prison inspection, the prison officials are more than usually brutal to the prisoners. Their object is of course to show the splendid discipline they maintain. The necessary reforms are very simple. They concern the needs of the body and the needs of the mind of each unfortunate prisoner. With regard to the first, There are 3 permanent punishments authorized by law in English prisons: 1. Hunger; 2. Insomnia; 3. Disease. The food supplied to prisoners is entirely inadequate. Most of it is revolting in character. All of it is insufficient. Every prisoner suffers day and night from hunger. The result of the food, which in most cases consists of weak gruel, badly baked bread, suet and water, is disease in the form of incessant diarrhoea. This malady, which ultimately with most prisoners becomes a permanent disease, is a recognized institution in every prison. At Wandsworth Prison, for instance, where I was confined for 2 months, till I had to be carried into hospital, where I remained for another 2 months, the warders go round 2 or 3 times a day with astringent medicine, which they serve out to the prisoners as a matter of course. After about a week of such treatment, it is unnecessary to say that the medicine produces no effect at all. The wretched prisoner is thus left a prey to the most weakening, depressing and humiliating malady that can be conceived, and if, as often happens, he fails from physical weakness to complete his required evolutions at the crank or the mill, he is reported for idleness and punished with the greatest severity and brutality. Nor is this all. Nothing can be worse than the sanitary arrangements of English prisons. The foul air of the prison cells, increased by a system of ventilation that is utterly ineffective, is so sickening and unwholesome that it is not uncommon for warders, when they come into the room out of the fresh air and open and inspect each cell, to be violently sick. With regard to the punishment of insomnia, it only exists in Chinese and English prisons. In China it is inflicted by placing the prisoner in a small bamboo cage; in England by means of the plank bed. The object of the plank bed is to produce insomnia. There is no other object in it, and it invariably succeeds. And even when one is subsequently allowed a hard mattress, as happens in the course of imprisonment, one still suffers from insomnia. It is a revolting and ignorant punishment. With regard to the needs of the mind, I beg that you will allow me to say something. The present prison system seems almost to have for its aim the wrecking and the destruction of the mental faculties. The production of insanity is, if not its object, certainly its result. That is a well ascertained fact. Its causes are obvious. Deprived of books, of all human intercourse, isolated from every humane and humanizing influence, condemned to eternal silence, robbed of all intercourse with the external world, treated like an unintelligent animal, brutalized below the level of any of the brute creation, the wretched man who is confined in an English prison can hardly escape becoming insane. This letter ended by saying that if all the reforms suggested were carried out, much would still remain to be done. It would still be advisable to humanize the governors of prisons, to civilize the warders, and to Christianize the chaplains. This letter was the last effort of the new Oscar, the Oscar who had manfully tried to put the prison under his feet, and to learn the significance of sorrow and the lesson of love which Christ brought into the world. In the beautiful pages about Jesus, which form the greater part of De Profundis, also written in those last hopeful months in Reading Gaol, Oscar shows, I think, that he might have done much higher work than Tolstoy or Renan had he set himself resolutely to transmute his new insight into some form of art. Now and then he divined the very secret of Jesus. When he says forgive your enemies, it is not for the sake of the enemy, but for one's own sake that he says so, and because love is more beautiful than hate. In his own entreaty to the young man, "Sell all that thou hast and give to the poor," it is not of the state of the poor that he is thinking, but of the soul of the young man, the soul that wealth was marring. In many of these pages Oscar Wilde really came close to the divine master. "The image of the man of sorrows," he says, "has fascinated and dominated art as no Greek god succeeded in doing." And again, "Out of the carpenter's shop at Nazareth had come a personality infinitely greater than any made by myth and legend, and one, strangely enough, destined to reveal to the world the mystical meaning of wine and the real beauties of the lilies of the field, as none either on Cithaeron or Enna has ever done. The song of Isaiah, 'He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid, as it were, our faces from him,' had seemed to him to prefigure himself, and in him the prophecy was fulfilled." In this spirit Oscar made up his mind that he would write about Christ as the precursor of the romantic movement in life, and about the artistic life considered in its relation to conduct. By bitter suffering he had been brought to see that the moment of repentance is the moment of absolution and self-realization, that tears can wash out even blood. In the Ballad of Reading Gaol he wrote: "And with tears of blood he cleansed the hand that held the steel, for only blood can wipe out blood, and only tears can heal, and the crimson stain that was of Cain became Christ's snow white seal." This is the highest height Oscar Wilde ever reached, and alas, he only trod the summit for a moment. But as he says himself, one has perhaps to go to prison to understand that. And if so, it may be worth while going to prison. He was by nature a pagan, who for a few months became a Christian, but to live as a lover of Jesus was impossible to this Greek born out of due time, and he never even dreamed of a reconciling synthesis. The arrest of his development makes him a better representative of his time. He was an artistic expression of the best English mind. A pagan and Epicurean, his rule of conduct was a selfish individualism. Am I my brother's keeper? This attitude must entail a dreadful nemesis, for it condemns one Briton in every 4 to a pauper's grave. The result will convince the most hardened that such selfishness is not a creed by which human beings can live in society. This summer of 1897 was the harvest time in Oscar Wilde's life, and his golden Indian summer. We owe it De Profundis, the best pages of prose he ever wrote, and the Ballad of Reading Gaol, his only original poem, yet one that will live as long as the language. We owe it also that sweet and charming letter to Robbie Ross, which shows him in his habit as he lived. I must still say a word or two about him in this summer in order to show the ordinary working of his mind. On his release, and indeed for a year or two later, he called himself Sebastian Melmoth. But one had hardly spoken half a dozen words to him when he used to beg to be called Oscar Wilde. I remember how he pulled up someone who had just been introduced to him, who persisted in addressing him as Mr. Melmoth. "Call me Oscar Wilde," he pleaded. "Mr. Melmoth is unknown, you see." "I thought you preferred it," said the stranger, excusing himself. "Oh dear, no," interrupted Oscar, smiling. "I only use the name Melmoth to spare the blushes of the postman, to preserve his modesty." And he laughed in the old delightful way. It was always significant to me the eager delight with which he shuffled off the new name and took up the old one which he had made famous. An anecdote from his life in the chalet at this time showed that the old witty pagan in Oscar was not yet extinct. An English lady who had written a great many novels and happened to be staying in Dieppe heard of him, and out of kindness or curiosity, or perhaps a mixture of both motives, wrote and invited him to luncheon. He accepted the invitation. The good lady did not know how to talk to Mr. Sebastian Melmoth, and time went heavily. At length she began to expatiate on the cheapness of things in France. Did Mr. Melmoth know how wonderfully cheap and good the living was? "Only fancy," she went on, "you would not believe what that claret you are drinking costs." "Really?" questioned Oscar with a polite smile. "Of course I get it wholesale," she explained, "but it only costs me 6d. a quart." "Oh, my dear lady, I'm afraid you have been cheated," he exclaimed. "Ladies should never buy wine. I'm afraid you have been sadly overcharged." The humour may excuse the discourtesy, but Oscar was so uniformly polite to everyone that the incident simply shows how ineffably he had been bored. This summer of 1897 was the decisive period and final turning point in Oscar Wilde's career. So long as the sunny weather lasted and friends came to visit him from time to time, Oscar was content to live in the Chalet Bourchat. But when the days began to draw in and the weather became unsettled, the dreariness of a life passed in solitude, indoors and without a library, became insupportable. He was being drawn in two opposite directions. I did not know it at the time. Indeed, he only told me about it months later, when the matter had been decided irrevocably. But this was the moment when his soul was at stake between good and evil. The question was whether his wife would come to him again, or whether he would yield to the solicitations of Lord Alfred Douglas and go to live with him. Mr. Sherard has told in his book how he brought about the first reconciliation between Oscar and his wife, and how immediately afterwards he received a letter from Lord Alfred Douglas threatening to shoot him like a dog if by any words of his Wilde's friendship was lost to him, Douglas. Unluckily, Mrs. Wilde's family were against her going back to her husband. They begged her not to go, talked to her of her duty to her children and herself, and the poor woman hesitated. Finally her advisers decided for her, and Mrs. Wilde wrote this decision to Oscar's solicitors shortly before his release. Oscar's probation was to last at least a year. I do not know enough about Mrs. Wilde and her relations with her family and with her husband even to discuss her inaction, I dare not criticize her, but she did not go to her husband when, if she had gone boldly, she might have saved him. She knew Lord Alfred Douglas' influence over him, knew that it had already brought him to grief. Gide says, and Oscar himself told me afterwards, that he had come out of prison determined not to go back to Alfred Douglas and the old life. It seems a pity that his wife did not act promptly. She allowed herself to believe that a time of probation was necessary. The delay wounded Oscar, and all the while, as he told me a little later, he was resisting an influence which had dominated his life in the past. "I got a letter almost every day, Frank, begging me to come to Posillipo, to the villa which Lord Alfred Douglas had rented. Every day I heard his voice calling, 'Come, come to sunshine and to me. Come to Naples with its wonderful museum of bronzes, and Pompeii and Paestum, the city of Poseidon. I am waiting to welcome you. Come.' Who could resist it, Frank? Love calling, calling with outstretched arms. Who could stay in bleak Berneval and watch the sheets of rain falling, falling, and the grey mist shrouding the grey sea, and think of Naples and love and sunshine? Who could resist it all? I could not, Frank. I was so lonely, and I hated solitude. I resisted as long as I could, but when chill October came, and Bosie came to Rouen for me, I gave up the struggle and yielded." Could Oscar Wilde have won and made for himself a new and greater life? The majority of men are content to think that such a victory was impossible to him. Everyone knows that he lost, but I at least believe that he might have won. His wife was on the point of yielding, I have since been told, on the point of complete reconciliation, when she heard that he had gone to Naples and returned to his old habit of living. A few days made all the difference. It was at the instigation of Lord Alfred Douglas that Oscar began the insane action against Lord Queensberry, in which he put to hazard his success, his position, his good name and liberty, and lost them all. 2 years later, at the same tempting, he committed soul suicide. He was not only better in health than he had ever been, but he was talking and writing better than ever before, and full of literary projects which would certainly have given him money and position, and a measure of happiness, besides increasing his reputation. From the moment he went to Naples he was lost, and he knew it himself. He never afterwards wrote anything. As he used to say, he could never afterwards face his own soul. He could never have won up again, the world says, and shrugs careless shoulders. It is a cheap, unworthy conclusion. Some of us still persist in believing that Oscar Wilde might easily have won, and never again been caught in that dreadful wind which whips the victims of sensual desire about unceasingly, driving them hither and thither without rest, in that awful place where nulla speranza gli conforta mai, no hope ever comforts. End of chapter 19. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 20 of Oscar Wilde: His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 20. The results of his second fall. His genius. Non dispetto ma doglia. Dante. Oscar Wilde did not stay long in Naples, a few brief months. The forbidden fruit quickly turned to ashes in his mouth. I give the following extracts from a letter he wrote to Robert Ross in December 1897, shortly after leaving Naples, because it describes the second great crisis in his life, and is besides the bitterest thing he ever wrote, and therefore of peculiar value. The facts of Naples are very bald. Bosie, for 4 months, by endless lies, offered me a home. He offered me love, affection and care, and promised that I should never want for anything. After 4 months I accepted his offer, but when we met on our way to Naples, I found he had no money, no plans, and had forgotten all his promises. His one idea was that I should raise the money for us both. I did so to the extent of £120. On this Bosie lived quite happy. When it came to his having to pay his own share, he became terribly unkind and penurious, except where his own pleasures were concerned, and when my allowance ceased, he left. With regard to the £500, which he said was a debt of honour, he has written to me to say that he admits the debt of honour, but as lots of gentlemen don't pay their debts of honour, it is quite a common thing, and no one thinks any the worse of them. I don't know what you said to Constance, but the bald fact is that I accepted the offer of the home, and found that I was expected to provide the money, and when I could no longer do so, I was left to my own devices. It is the most bitter experience of a bitter life. It is a blow quite awful. It had to come, but I know it is better I should never see him again. I don't want to. It fills me with horror. A word of explanation will explain his reference to his wife Constance in this letter. By a deed of separation made at the end of his imprisonment, Mrs. Wilde undertook to allow Oscar £150 a year for life, under the condition that the allowance was to be forfeited if Oscar ever lived under the same roof with Lord Alfred Douglas. Having forfeited the allowance, Oscar got Robert Ross to ask his wife to continue it, and in spite of the forfeiture, Mrs. Wilde continually sent Oscar money through Robert Ross, merely stipulating that her husband should not be told whence the money came. Ross, too, who had also sent him £150 a year, resumed his monthly payments as soon as he left Douglas. My friendship with Oscar Wilde, which had been interrupted after he left prison by a silly gibe, directed rather against the go-between he had sent to me than against him, was renewed in Paris early in 1898. I have never felt anything but the most cordial affection for Oscar, and as soon as I went to Paris and met him, I explained what had seemed to him unkind. When I asked him about his life since his release, he told me simply that he had quarrelled with Bosie Douglas. I did not attribute much importance to this, but I could not help noticing the extraordinary change that had taken place in him since he had been in Naples. His health was almost as good as ever. In fact, the prison discipline with its 2 years of hard living had done him so much good that his health continued excellent almost to the end. But his whole manner and attitude to life had again changed. He now resembled the successful Oscar of the early 90's. I caught echoes, too, in his speech, of a harder, smaller nature. "That talk about reformation, Frank, is all nonsense. No one ever really reforms or changes. I am what I always was." He was mistaken. He took up again the old pagan standpoint, but he was not the same. He was reckless now, not thoughtless, and as soon as one probed a little beneath the surface, depressed almost to despairing. He had learnt the meaning of suffering and pity, had sensed their value. He had turned his back upon them all, it is true, but he could not return to pagan carelessness and the light-hearted enjoyment of pleasure. He did his best and almost succeeded, but the effort was there. His creed now was what it used to be about 1892. "Let us get what pleasure we may in the fleeting days, for the night cometh, and the silence that can never be broken." The old doctrine of original sin we now call reversion to type. The most lovely garden rose, if allowed to go without discipline and tendance, will in a few generations become again the common scentless dog rose of our hedges. Such a reversion to type had taken place in Oscar Wilde. It must be inferred, perhaps, that the old pagan Greek in him was stronger than the Christian virtues which had been called into being by the discipline and suffering of prison. Little by little, as he began to live his old life again, the lessons learned in prison seemed to drop from him and be forgotten. But in reality, the high thoughts he had lived with were not lost. His lips had been touched by the divine fire. His eyes had seen the world wonder of sympathy, pity and love, and, strangely enough, this higher vision helped, as we shall soon see, to shake his individuality from its centre, and thus destroyed his power of work and completed his soul ruin. Oscar's second fall, this time from a height, was fatal and made writing impossible to him. It is all clear enough now in retrospect, though I did not understand it at the time. When he went to live with Bosie Douglas, he threw off the Christian attitude, but afterwards had to recognize that De Profundis and the Ballad of Reading Gaol were deeper and better work than any of his earlier writings. He resumed the pagan position. Outwardly and for the time being he was the old Oscar again, with his Greek love of beauty and hatred of disease, deformity and ugliness, and whenever he met a kindred spirit he absolutely revelled in gay paradoxes and brilliant flashes of humour. But he was at war with himself, like Milton's Satan, always conscious of his fall, always regretful of his lost estate, and by reason of this division of spirit, unable to write. Perhaps because of this he threw himself more than ever into talk. He was beyond all comparison the most interesting companion I have ever known, the most brilliant talker, I cannot but think, that ever lived. No one, surely, ever gave himself more entirely in speech. Again and again he declared that he had only put his talent into his books and plays, but his genius into his life. If he had said into his talk, it would have been the exact truth. People have differed a great deal about his mental and physical condition after he came out of prison. All who knew him really, Ross, Turner, More Adey, Lord Alfred Douglas and myself, are agreed that in spite of a slight deafness, he was never better in health, never indeed so well. But some French friends were determined to make him out a martyr. In his picture of Wilde's last years, Gide tells us that he had suffered too grievously from his imprisonment, his will had been broken, nothing remained in his shattered life but a mouldy ruin, painful to contemplate, of his former self. At times he seemed to wish to show that his brain was still active. Humour there was, but it was far-fetched, forced and threadbare. These touches may be necessary in order to complete a French picture of the social outcast. They are not only untrue when applied to Oscar Wilde, but the reverse of the truth. He never talked so well, was never so charming a companion as in the last years of his life. In the very last year his talk was more genial, more humorous, more vivid than ever, with a wider range of thought and intenser stimulus than before. He was a born improvisatore. At the moment he always dazzled one out of judgment. A phonograph would have discovered the truth. A great part of his charm was physical. Much of his talk mere topsy-turvy paradox, the very froth of thought, carried off by gleaming, dancing eyes, smiling, happy lips, and a melodious voice. The entertainment usually started with some humorous play on words. One of the company would say something obvious or trivial, repeat a proverb or commonplace tag, such as "Genius is born, not made," and Oscar would flash in smiling, "Not paid, my dear fellow, not paid." An interesting comment would follow on some doing of the day, a skit on some accepted belief, or a parody of some pretentious solemnity, a winged word on a new book or a new author, and when everyone was smiling with amused enjoyment, the fine eyes would become introspective, the beautiful voice would take on a grave music, and Oscar would begin a story with symbolic second meaning, or a glimpse of new thought, and when all were listening enthralled, of a sudden the eyes would dance, the smile break forth again like sunshine, and some sparkling witticism would set everyone laughing. The spell was broken, but only for a moment. A new clue would soon be given, and at once Oscar was off again with renewed brio to finer effects. The talking itself warmed and quickened him extraordinarily. He loved to show off and astonish his audience, and usually talked better after an hour or two than at the beginning. His verve was inexhaustible. But always a great part of the fascination lay in the quick changes from grave to gay, from pathos to mockery, from philosophy to fun. There was but little of the actor in him. When telling a story, he never mimicked his personages. His drama seldom lay in clash of character, but in thought. It was the sheer beauty of the words, the melody of the cadenced voice, the glowing eyes which fascinated you, and always and above all the scintillating, coruscating humour that lifted his monologues into works of art. Curiously enough, he seldom talked of himself or of the incidents of his past life. After the prison he always regarded himself as a sort of Prometheus, and his life as symbolic. But his earlier experiences never suggested themselves to him as specially significant. The happenings of his life, after his fall, seemed predestined and fateful to him. Yet of those he spoke but seldom. Even when carried away by his own eloquence, he kept the tone of good society. When you came afterwards to think over one of those wonderful evenings when he had talked for hours, almost without interruption, you hardly found more than an epigram, a fugitive flash of critical insight, an apologue or a pretty story charmingly told. Over all this he had cast the glittering, sparkling robe of his Celtic gaiety, verbal humour and sensual enjoyment of living. It was all like champagne, meant to be drunk quickly. If you let it stand, you soon realized that some still wines had rarer virtues. But there was always about him the magic of a rich and puissant personality. Like some great actor, he could take a poor part and fill it with the passion and vivacity of his own nature, till it became a living and memorable creation. He gave the impression of wide intellectual range, yet in reality he was not broad. Life was not his study, nor the world drama his field. His talk was all of literature and art and the vanities. The light drawing-room comedy on the edge of farce was his kingdom. There he ruled as a sovereign. Anyone who has read Oscar Wilde's plays at all carefully, especially The Importance of Being Earnest, must, I think, see that in kindly, happy humour he is without a peer in literature. Who can ever forget the scene between the town and country girl in that delightful farce comedy? As soon as the London girl realizes that the country girl has hardly any opportunity of making new friends or meeting new men, she exclaims, "Ah, now I know what they mean when they talk of agricultural depression." This sunny humour is Wilde's especial contribution to literature. He calls forth a smile, whereas others try to provoke laughter. Yet he was as witty as anyone of whom we have record, and some of the best epigrams in English are his. The cynic knows the price of everything and the value of nothing, is better than the best of La Rochefoucauld, as good as the best of Vauvenargues or Joubert. He was as wittily urbane as Congreve. But all the witty things that one man can say may be numbered on one's fingers. It was through his humour that Wilde reigned supreme. It was his humour that lent his talk its singular attraction. He was the only man I have ever met or heard of who could keep one smiling with amusement hour after hour. True, much of the humour was merely verbal, but it was always gay and genial. Summer lightning humour, I used to call it, unexpected, dazzling, full of colour, yet harmless. Let me try and catch here some of the fleeting iridescence of that radiant spirit. Some years before, I had been introduced to Mademoiselle Marie-Anne de Beauvais by Sir Charles Dilke. Mademoiselle de Beauvais was a writer of talent, and knew English uncommonly well. But in spite of masses of fair hair and vivacious eyes, she was certainly very plain. As soon as she heard I was in Paris, she asked me to present Oscar Wilde to her. He had no objection, and so I made a meeting between them. When he caught sight of her, he stopped short. Seeing his astonishment, she cried to him in her quick, abrupt way: "N'est-ce pas, Monsieur Wilde, que je suis la femme la plus laide de France?" Come, confess, Mr. Wilde, that I am the ugliest woman in France. Bowing low, Oscar replied with smiling courtesy: "Du monde, Madame, Du monde. In the world, madame, in the world. No one could help laughing. The retort was irresistible. He should have said, au monde, madame, au monde. But the meaning was clear. Sometimes this thought quickness and happy dexterity had to be used in self-defense. Jean Lorrain was the wittiest talker I have ever heard in France, and a most brilliant journalist. His life was as abandoned as it could well be. In fact, he made a parade of strange vices. In the days of Oscar's supremacy, he always pretended to be a friend and admirer. About this time, Oscar wanted me to know Stéphane Mallarmé. He took me to his rooms one afternoon when there was a reception. There were a great many people present. Mallarmé was standing at the other end of the room, leaning against the chimney-piece. Near the door was Lorrain, and we both went towards him, Oscar with outstretched hands. "Delighted to see you, Jean." For some reason or other, most probably out of tawdry vanity, Lorrain folded his arms theatrically and replied: "I regret I cannot say as much. I can no longer be one of your friends, Monsieur Wilde." The insult was stupid, brutal, yet everyone was on tiptoe to see how Oscar would answer it. "How true that is," he said quietly, as quickly as if he had expected the traitor thrust. "How true and how sad. At a certain time in life, all of us who have done anything like you and me, Lorrain, must realize that we no longer have any friends in this world, but only lovers. Plus d'amis, seulement des amants." A smile of approval lighted up every face. "Well said, well said," was the general exclamation. His humour was almost invariably generous, kind. One day in a Paris studio, the conversation turned on the character of Marat. One Frenchman would have it that he was a fiend. Another saw in him the incarnation of the Revolution. A third insisted that he was merely the gamin of the Paris streets grown up. Suddenly one turned to Oscar, who was sitting silent, and asked his opinion. He took the ball at once, gravely. "Ce malheureux, il n'avait pas de veine, pour une fois qu'il a pris un bain." Poor devil, he was unlucky to come to such grief for once taking a bath. For a little while Oscar was interested in the Dreyfus case, and especially in the commandant Esterhazy, who played such a prominent part in it with the infamous bordereau, which brought about the conviction of Dreyfus. Most Frenchmen now know that the bordereau was a forgery and without any real value. I was curious to see Esterhazy, and Oscar brought him to lunch one day at Durand's. He was a little below middle height, extremely thin and as dark as any Italian, with an enormous hook nose and heavy jaw. He looked to me like some foul bird of prey, greed and cunning in the restless brown eyes set close together, quick resolution in the out-thrust bony jaws and hard chin. But manifestly he had no capacity, no mind. He was meagre in all ways. For a long time he bored us by insisting that Dreyfus was a traitor, a Jew and a German. To him a trinity of faults, whereas he, Esterhazy, was perfectly innocent and had been very badly treated. At length Oscar leant across the table and said to him in French, with, strange to say, a slight Irish accent, not noticeable when he spoke English. "The innocent," he said, "always suffer, Monsieur le Commandant. It is their métier. Besides, we are all innocent till we are found out. It is a poor common part to play, and within the compass of the meanest. The interesting thing surely is to be guilty, and so wear as a halo the seduction of sin." Esterhazy appeared put out for a moment, and then he caught the genial gaiety of the reproof and the hint contained in it. His vanity would not allow him to remain long in a secondary role, and so, to our amazement, he suddenly broke out: "Why should I not make my confession to you? I will. It is I, Esterhazy, who alone am guilty. I wrote the bordereau. I put Dreyfus in prison, and all France cannot liberate him. I am the maker of the plot, and the chief part in it is mine." To his surprise, we both roared with laughter. The influence of the larger nature on the smaller to such an extraordinary issue was irresistibly comic. At the time, no one even suspected Esterhazy in connection with the bordereau. Another example, this time of Oscar's wit, may find a place here. Sir Lewis Morris was a voluminous poetaster with a common mind. He once bored Oscar by complaining that his books were boycotted by the press. After giving several instances of unfair treatment, he burst out: "There's a conspiracy against me, a conspiracy of silence. But what can one do? What should I do?" "Join it," replied Oscar, smiling. Oscar's humour was for the most part intellectual, and something like it can be found in others, though the happy fecundity and lightsome gaiety of it belonged to the individual temperament and perished with him. I remember once trying to give an idea of the different sides of his humour, just to see how far it could be imitated. I made believe to have met him at Paddington, after his release from Reading, though he was brought to Pentonville in private clothes by a warder on May 18th, and was released early the next morning, 2 years to the hour from the commencement of the sessions at which he was convicted, on May 25th. The Act says that you must be released from the prison in which you are first confined. I pretended, however, that I had met him. The train, I said, ran into Paddington Station early in the morning. I went across to him as he got out of the carriage. Grey dawn filled the vast echoing space. A few porters could be seen scattered about. It was all chill and depressing. "Welcome, welcome, Oscar," I cried, holding out my hands. "I am sorry I'm alone. You ought to have been met by troops of boys and girls, flower crowned. But alas, you will have to content yourself with one middle-aged admirer." "Yes, it's really terrible, Frank," he replied gravely. "If England persists in treating her criminals like this, she does not deserve to have any." "Ah," said an old lady to him one day at lunch, "I know you people who pretend to be a great deal worse than you are. I know you. I shouldn't be afraid of you." "Naturally we pretend to be bad, dear lady," he replied. "It is the only way to make ourselves interesting to you. Everyone believes a man who pretends to be good. He is such a bore. But no one believes a man who says he is evil. That makes him interesting." "Oh, you are too clever for me," replied the old lady, nodding her head. "You see, in my day, none of us went to Girton and Newnham. There were no schools then for the higher education of women." "How absurd such schools are they not?" cried Oscar. "Were I a despot, I should immediately establish schools for the lower education of women. That's what they need. It usually takes 10 years living with a man to complete a woman's education." "Then what would you do," asked someone, "about the lower education of man?" "That's already provided for, my dear fellow, amply provided for. We have our public schools and universities to see to that. What we want are schools for the higher education of men, and schools for the lower education of women." Genial persiflage of this sort was his particular forte, whether my imitation of it is good or bad. His kindliness was ingrained. I never heard him say a gross or even a vulgar word, hardly even a sharp or unkind thing. Whether in company or with one person, his mind was all dedicated to genial, kindly, flattering thoughts. He hated rudeness or discussion or insistence, as he hated ugliness or deformity. One evening of this summer, a trivial incident showed me that he was sinking deeper into the mud honey of life. A new play was about to be given at the Français, and because he expressed a wish to see it, I bought a couple of tickets. We went in, and he made me change places with him in order to be able to talk to me. He was growing nearly deaf in the bad ear. After the first act, we went outside to smoke a cigarette. "It's stupid," Oscar began. "Fancy us two going in there to listen to what that foolish Frenchman says about love. He knows nothing about it. Either of us could write much better on the theme. Let's walk up and down here under the columns and talk." The people began to go into the theatre again, and as they were disappearing, I said, "It seems rather a pity to waste our tickets, so many wish to see the play." "We shall find someone to give them to," he said indifferently, stopping by one of the pillars. At that very moment, as if under his hand, appeared a boy of about 15 or 16, one of the gutter snipe of Paris. To my amazement, he said, "Bonsoir, Monsieur Wilde." Oscar turned to him smiling. "Vous êtes Jules, n'est-ce pas? You are Jules, aren't you?" he questioned. "Oui, Monsieur Wilde." "Here is the very boy you want," Oscar cried. "Let's give him the tickets, and he'll sell them and make something out of them." And Oscar turned and began to explain to the boy how I had given 200 francs for the tickets, and how even now they should be worth a louis or two. "Des jaunets?" "Yellow boys," cried the youth, his sharp face lighting up, and in a flash he had vanished with the tickets. "You see he knows me, Frank," said Oscar, with the childish pleasure of gratified vanity. "Yes," I replied dryly, "not an acquaintance to be proud of, I should think." "I don't agree with you, Frank," he said, resenting my tone. "Did you notice his eyes? He is one of the most beautiful boys I have ever seen, an exact replica of Emilienne d'Alençon. I call him Jules d'Alençon, and I tell her he must be her brother. I had them both dining with me once, and the boy is finer than the girl, his skin far more beautiful. By the way," he went on, as we were walking up the Avenue de l'Opéra, "why should we not see Emilienne? Why should she not sup with us and you could compare them? She is playing at Olympia, near the Grand Hotel. Let's go and compare Aspasia and Agathon, and for once I shall be Alcibiades, and you the moralist Socrates." "I would rather talk to you," I replied. "We can talk afterwards, Frank, when all the stars come out to listen. Now is the time to live and enjoy." "As you will," I said, and we went to the music hall and got a box, and he wrote a little note to Emilienne d'Alençon, and she came afterwards to supper with us. Though her face was pretty, she was preeminently dull and uninteresting, without two ideas in her bird's head. She was all greed and vanity, and could talk of nothing but the hope of getting an engagement in London. Could he help her, or would Monsieur, referring to me, as a journalist get her some good puffs in advance? Oscar promised everything gravely. While we were supping inside, Oscar caught sight of the boy passing along the boulevard. At once he tapped on the window loud enough to attract his attention. Nothing loath, the boy came in, and the four of us had supper together, a strange quartet. "Now, Frank," said Oscar, "compare the two faces, and you will see the likeness." And indeed there was in both the same Greek beauty, the same regularity of feature, the same low brow and large eyes, the same perfect oval. "I am telling my friend," said Oscar to Emilienne in French, "how alike you are, true brother and sister in beauty, and in the finest of arts, the art of living." And they both laughed. "The boy is better looking," he went on to me in English. "Her mouth is coarse and hard, her hands common, while the boy is quite perfect." "Rather dirty, don't you think?" I could not help remarking. "Dirty, of course, but that's nothing. Nothing is so immaterial as colouring. Form is everything, and his form is perfect, as exquisite as the David of Donatello. That's what he's like, Frank, the David of Donatello." And he pulled his jowl, delighted to have found the painting word. As soon as Emilienne saw that we were talking of the boy, her interest in the conversation vanished, even more quickly than her appetite. She had to go, she said suddenly. She was so sorry, and the discontented curiosity of her look gave place again to the smirk of affected politeness. "Au revoir, n'est-ce pas, à Charing Cross, n'est-ce pas, monsieur? Vous ne m'oublierez pas." As we turned to walk along the boulevard, I noticed that the boy too had disappeared. The moonlight was playing with the leaves and boughs of the plane trees and throwing them in Japanese shadow pictures on the pavement. I was given over to thought. Evidently Oscar imagined I was offended, for he launched out into a panegyric on Paris. "The most wonderful city in the world, the only civilized capital, the only place on earth where you find absolute toleration for all human frailties, with passionate admiration for all human virtues and capacities. Do you remember Verlaine, Frank? His life was nameless and terrible. He did everything to excess, was drunken, dirty and debauched, and yet there he would sit in a cafe on the Boul' Mich', and everybody who came in would bow to him and call him maître, and be proud of any sign of recognition from him because he was a great poet. In England they would have murdered Verlaine, and men who call themselves gentlemen would have gone out of their way to insult him in public. England is still only half civilized. Englishmen touch life at one or two points without suspecting its complexity. They are rude and harsh." All the while I could not help thinking of Dante and his condemnation of Florence and its hard, malignant people, the people who still had something in them of the mountain and rock of their birthplace. "E tiene ancor del monte e del macigno." You are not offended, Frank, are you, with me, for making you meet two Caryatides of the Parisian temple of pleasure? "No, no," I cried. "I was thinking how Dante condemned Florence and its people, its ungrateful, malignant people, and how, when his teacher, Brunetto Latini, and his companions came to him in the underworld, he felt as if he too must throw himself into the pit with them. Nothing prevented him from carrying out his good intention, buona voglia, except the fear of being himself burned and baked as they were. Non dispetto, ma dolia, la vostra condizion dentro mi fisse. Not contempt, but sorrow." "Oh, Frank," said Oscar, "what a beautiful incident. I remember it all. I read it this last winter in Naples. Of course Dante was full of pity, as are all great poets, for they know the weakness of human nature." But even the sorrow of which Dante spoke seemed to carry with it some hint of condemnation, for after a pause he went on: "You must not judge me, Frank. You don't know what I have suffered. No wonder I snatch now at enjoyment with both hands. They did terrible things to me. Did you know that when I was arrested the police let the reporters come to the cell and stare at me? Think of it, the degradation and the shame, as if I had been a monster on show. Oh, you knew? Then you know too how I was really condemned before I was tried, and what a farce my trial was, that terrible judge with his insults to those he was sorry he could not send to the scaffold. I never told you the worst thing that befell me. When they took me from Wandsworth to Reading, we had to stop at Clapham Junction. We were nearly an hour waiting for the train. There we sat on the platform. I was in the hideous prison clothes, handcuffed between two warders. You know how the trains come in every minute. Almost at once I was recognized, and there passed before me a continual stream of men and boys, and one after the other offered some foul sneer or gibe or scoff. They stood before me, Frank, calling me names and spitting on the ground. An eternity of torture. My heart bled for him. I wonder if any punishment will teach humanity to such people, or understanding of their own baseness. After walking a few paces he turned to me. "Don't reproach me, Frank, even in thought. You have no right to. You don't know me yet. Some day you will know more, and then you will be sorry, so sorry that there will be no room for any reproach of me. If I could tell you what I suffered this winter." "This winter?" I cried. "In Naples?" "Yes, in gay, happy Naples. It was last autumn that I really fell to ruin. I had come out of prison filled with good intentions, with all good resolutions. My wife had promised to come back to me. I hoped she would come very soon. If she had come at once, if she only had, it might all have been different, but she did not come. I have no doubt she was right from her point of view. She has always been right. But I was alone there in Berneval, and Bosie kept on calling me, and as you know, I went to him. At first it was all wonderful. The bruised leaves began to unfold in the light and warmth of affection. The sore feeling began to die out of me. But at once my allowance from my wife was stopped. Yes, Frank, he said, with a touch of the old humour. They took it away when they should have doubled it. I did not care. When I had money I gave it to him without counting, so when I could not pay I thought Bosie would pay, and I was content. But at once I discovered that he expected me to find the money. I did what I could, but when my means were exhausted, the evil days began. He expected me to write plays and get money for us both, as in the past. But I couldn't. I simply could not. When we were dunned, his temper went to pieces. He has never known what it is to want, really. You have no conception of the wretchedness of it all. He has a terrible, imperious, irritable temper." "He's the son of his father," I interjected. "Yes," said Oscar, "I'm afraid that's the truth, Frank. He is the son of his father, violent and irritable, with a tongue like a lash. As soon as the means of life were straitened, he became sullen and began reproaching me. Why didn't I write? Why didn't I earn money? What was the good of me? As if I could write under such conditions! No man, Frank, has ever suffered worse shame and humiliation. At last there was a washing bill to be paid. Bosie was dunned for it, and when I came in he raged and whipped me with his tongue. It was appalling. I had done everything for him, given him everything, lost everything, and now I could only stand and see love turned to hate, the strength of love's wine making the bitter more venomous. Then he left me, Frank, and now there is no hope for me. I am lost, finished, a derelict floating at the mercy of the stream, without plan or purpose. And the worst of it is, I know if men have treated me badly, I have treated myself worse. It is our sins against ourselves we can never forgive. Do you wonder that I snatch at any pleasure?" He turned and looked at me, all shaken. I saw the tears pouring down his cheeks. "I cannot talk any more, Frank," he said in a broken voice. "I must go." I called a cab. My heart was so heavy within me, so sore, that I said nothing to stop him. He lifted his hand to me in sign of farewell, and I turned again to walk home alone, understanding for the first time in my life the full significance of the marvellous line in which Shakespeare summed up his impeachment of the world and his own justification, the only justification of any of us mortals. A man more sinned against than sinning. End of chapter 20. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 21 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 21. His sense of rivalry. His love of life and laziness. The more I considered the matter, the more clearly I saw, or thought I saw, that the only chance of salvation for Oscar was to get him to work, to give him some purpose in life. And the reader should remember here that at this time I had not read De Profundis, and did not know that Oscar in prison had himself recognized this necessity. After all, I said to myself, nothing is lost if he will only begin to write. A man should be able to whistle happiness and hope down the wind, and take despair to his bed and heart, and win courage from his harsh companion. Happiness is not essential to the artist. Happiness never creates anything but memories. If Oscar would work and not brood over the past, and study himself like an Indian fakir, he might yet come to soul health and achievement. He could win back everything, his own respect and the respect of his fellows, if indeed that were worth winning. An artist, I knew, must have at least the self-abnegation of the hero, and heroic resolution to strive and strive, or he will never bring it far even in his art. If I could only get Oscar to work, it seemed to me everything might yet come right. I spent a week with him, lunching and dining, and putting all this before him, in every way. I noticed that he enjoyed the good eating and the good drinking as intensely as ever. He was even drinking too much, I thought, was beginning to get stout and flabby again. But the good living was a necessity to him, and it certainly did not prevent him from talking charmingly. But as soon as I pressed him to write, he would shake his head. "Oh, Frank, I cannot. You know my rooms. How could I write there? A horrid bedroom like a closet, and a little sitting room without any outlook. Books everywhere, and no place to write. To tell you the truth, I cannot even read in it. I can do nothing in such miserable poverty." Again and again he came back to this. He harped upon his destitution, so that I could not but see purpose in it. He was already cunning in the art of getting money without asking for it. My heart ached for him. One goes downhill with such fatal speed and ease, and the mire at the bottom is so loathsome. I hastened to say, "I can let you have a little money, but you ought to work, Oscar. After all, why should anyone help you if you will not help yourself? If I cannot aid you to save yourself, I am only doing you harm." "A base sophism, Frank, mere sophistry, as you know. A good lunch is better than a bad one for any living man." I smiled. "Don't do yourself injustice. You could easily gain thousands and live like a prince again. Why not make the effort?" "If I had pleasant sunny rooms, I'd try. It's harder than you think." "Nonsense. It's easy for you. Your punishment has made your name known in every country in the world. A book of yours would sell like wildfire. A play of yours would draw in any capital. You might live here like a prince. Shakespeare lost love and friendship, hope and health to boot, everything, and yet he forced himself to write The Tempest. Why can't you?" "I'll try, Frank, I'll try." I may just mention here that any praise of another man, even of Shakespeare, was sure to move Oscar to emulation. He acknowledged no superior. In some articles in the Saturday Review I had said that no one had ever given completer record of himself than Shakespeare. "We know him better than we know any of our contemporaries," I went on, "and he is better worth knowing." At once Oscar wrote to me objecting to this phrase. "Surely, Frank, you have forgotten me. Surely I am better worth knowing than Shakespeare." The question astonished me, so that I could not make up my mind at once, but when he pressed me later, I had to tell him that Shakespeare had reached higher heights of thought and feeling than any modern, though I was probably wrong in saying that I knew him better than I knew a living man. I had to go back to England and some little time elapsed before I could return to Paris, but I crossed again early in the summer, and found he had written nothing. I often talked with him about it, but now he changed his ground a little. "I can't write, Frank. When I take up my pen, all the past comes back. I cannot bear the thoughts. Regret and remorse, like twin dogs, wait to seize me at any idle moment. I must go out and watch life, amuse, interest myself, or I should go mad. You don't know how sore it is about my heart as soon as I am alone. I am face to face with my own soul, the Oscar of 4 years ago, with his beautiful, secure life, and his glorious, easy triumphs comes up before me, and I cannot stand the contrast. My eyes burn with tears. If you care for me, Frank, you will not ask me to write." "You promised to try," I said somewhat harshly, "and I want you to try. You haven't suffered more than Dante suffered in exile and poverty, yet you know if he had suffered 10 times as much he would have written it all down. Tears indeed! The fire in his eyes would have dried the tears." "True enough, Frank, but Dante was all of one piece, whereas I am drawn in 2 different directions. I was born to sing the joy and pride of life, the pleasure of living, the delight in everything beautiful in this most beautiful world, and they took me and tortured me till I learned pity and sorrow. Now I cannot sing the joy heartily, because I know the suffering, and I was never made to sing of suffering. I hate it, and I want to sing the love songs of joy and pleasure. It is joy alone which appeals to my soul, the joy of life and beauty and love. I could sing the song of Apollo, the sun god, and they try to force me to sing the song of tortured Marsyas." This to me was his true and final confession. His second fall, after leaving prison, had put him at war with himself. This is, I think, the very heart of truth about his soul. The song of sorrow, of pity and renunciation was not his song, and the experience of suffering prevented him from singing the delight of life and the joy he took in beauty. It never seemed to occur to him that he could reach a faith which should include both self-indulgence and renunciation in a larger acceptance of life. In spite of his sunny nature, he had a certain amount of jealousy and envy in him, which was always brought to light by the popular success of those whom he had known and measured. I remember his telling me once that he wrote his first play because he was annoyed at the way Pinero was being praised. "Pinero, who can't write at all. He is a stage carpenter and nothing else. His characters are made of dough, and never was there such a worthless style, or rather such a complete absence of style. He writes like a grocer's assistant." I noticed now that this trait of jealousy was stronger in him than ever. One day I showed him an English illustrated paper which I had bought on my way to lunch. It contained a picture of George Curzon, I beg his pardon, Lord Curzon, as Viceroy of India. He was photographed in a carriage with his wife by his side. The gorgeous state carriage, drawn by 4 horses with outriders, and escorted by cavalry and cheering crowds, all the paraphernalia and pomp of imperial power. "Do you see that?" cried Oscar angrily. Fancy George Curzon being treated like that! I know him well. A more perfect example of plodding mediocrity was never seen in the world. He had never a thought or phrase above the common." "I know him pretty well too," I replied. "His incurable commonness is the secret of his success. He voices, as he would say himself, the opinion of the average man on every subject. He might be a leader writer on the Mail or Times. What do you know of the average man or of his opinions? But the man in the street, as he is called today, can only learn from the man who is just one step above himself, and so the George Curzons come to success in life. That too is the secret of the popularity of this or that writer. Hall Caine is an even larger George Curzon, a better endowed mediocrity." "But why should he have fame and state and power?" Oscar cried indignantly. "State and power because he is George Curzon, but fame he never will have, and I suspect, if the truth were known, in the moments when he too comes face to face with his own soul, as you say, he would give a good deal of his state and power for a very little of your fame." "That is probably true, Frank," cried Oscar. "That is almost certainly the crumpled rose leaf of his couch. But how grossly he is overestimated and over rewarded. Do you know Wilfred Blunt?" "I have met him," I replied, "but don't know him. We met once, and he bragged preposterously about his Arab ponies. I was at that time editor of the Evening News, and Mr. Blunt tried hard to talk down to my level." "He is by way of being a poet, and he has a very real love of literature." "I know," I said. "I really know his work and a good deal about him, and have nothing but praise for the way he championed the Egyptians, and for his poetry when he has anything to say." "Well, Frank, he had a sort of club at Crabbit Park, a club for poets, to which only poets were invited, and he was a most admirable and perfect host. Lady Blunt could never make out what he was up to. He used to get us all down to Crabbit, and the poet who was received last had to make a speech about the new poet, a speech in which he was supposed to tell the truth about the newcomer. Blunt took the idea, no doubt, from the custom of the French Academy. Well, he asked me down to Crabbit Park, and George Curzon, if you please, was the poet picked to make the speech about me." "Good God!" I cried, "Curzon a poet! It's like Kitchener being taken for a great captain, or Salisbury for a statesman." "He writes verses, Frank, but of course there is not a line of poetry in him. His verses are good enough though, well turned, I mean, and sharp, if not witty. Well, Curzon had to make this speech about me after dinner. We had a delightful dinner, quite perfect, and then Curzon got up. He had evidently prepared his speech carefully. It was bristling with innuendos, sneering side hits at strange sins. Everyone looked at his fellow and thought the speech the height of bad taste. Mediocrity always detests ability and loathes genius. Curzon wanted to prove to himself that at any rate in the moralities he was my superior. When he sat down I had to answer him, that was the programme. Of course I had not prepared a speech, had not thought about Curzon or what he might say, but I got up, Frank, and told the kindliest truth about him, and everyone took it with the bitterest sarcasm, and cheered me, though what I said was merely the truth. I told how difficult it was for Curzon to work and study at Oxford. Everyone wanted to know him because of his position, because he was going into Parliament, and certain to make a great figure there. And everyone tried to make up to him, but he knew that he must not yield to such seduction, so he sat in his room with a wet towel about his head, and worked without ceasing. In the earlier examinations, which demand only memory, he won first honours. But even success could not induce him to relax his efforts. He lived laborious days, and took every college examination seriously. He made out dates in red ink and hung them on his wall, and learnt pages of uninteresting events and put them in blue ink in his memory, and at last came out of the final schools with second honours. And now, I concluded, this model youth is going into life, and he is certain to treat it seriously, certain to win at any rate second honours in it, and have a great and praiseworthy career. Frank, they roared with laughter, and to do Curzon justice, at the end he came up to me and apologized, and was charming. Indeed, they all made much of me, and we had a great night. I remember we talked the whole night through, or rather I talked and everyone else listened, for the great principle of the division of labour is beginning to be understood in English society. The host gives excellent food, excellent wine, excellent cigarettes, and super excellent coffee, that's his part, and all the men listen, that's theirs, while I talk and the stars twinkle their delight. Wyndham was there too, you know George Wyndham, with his beautiful face and fine figure. He is infinitely cleverer than Curzon, but he has not Curzon's push and force, or perhaps, as you say, he is not in such close touch with the average man as Curzon. He was charming to me. In the morning we all trooped out to see the dawn, and some of the young ones, wild with youth and high spirits, Curzon of course among the number, stripped off their clothes and rushed down to the lake and began swimming and diving about like a lot of schoolboys. There is a great deal of the schoolboy in all Englishmen. That is what makes them so lovable. When they came out, they ran over the grass to dry themselves, and then began playing lawn tennis, just as they were, stark naked, the future rulers of England. I shall never forget the scene. Wilfrid Blunt had gone up to his wife's apartments and had changed into some fantastic pyjamas. Suddenly he opened an upper window and came out and perched himself cross-legged on the balcony, looking down at the mad game of lawn tennis, for all the world like a sort of pink and green Buddha, while I strolled about with someone and ordered fresh coffee and talked till the dawn came with silent silver feet lighting up the beautiful greenery of the park. Now George Curzon plays king in India. Wyndham is on the way to power, and I'm hiding in shame and poverty here in Paris, an exile and outcast. Do you wonder that I cannot write, Frank? The awful injustice of life maddens me. After all, what have they done in comparison with what I have done? Close the eyes of all of us now, and 50 years hence, or 100 years hence, no one will know anything about Curzon or Wyndham or Blunt. Whether they lived or died will be a matter of indifference to everyone. But my comedies and my stories and the Ballad of Reading Gaol will be known and read by millions, and even my unhappy fate will call forth world-wide sympathy." It was all true enough, and good to keep in mind. But even when Oscar spoke of greater men than himself, he took the same attitude. His self-esteem was extraordinary. He did not compare his work with that of others, was not anxious to find his true place, as even Shakespeare was. From the beginning, from youth on, he was convinced that he was a great man and going to do great things. Many of us have the same belief and are just as persuaded, but the belief is not ever present with us, as it was with Oscar, moulding all his actions. For instance, I remarked once that his handwriting was unforgettable and characteristic. "I worked at it," he said, "as a boy. I wanted a distinctive handwriting. It had to be clear and beautiful and peculiar to me. At length I got it, but it took time and patience. I always wanted everything about me to be distinctive," he added, smiling. He was proud of his physical appearance, inordinately pleased with his great height, vain of it even. Height gives distinction, he declared, and once even went so far as to say, "One can't picture Napoleon as small. One thinks only of his magnificent head and forgets the little podgy figure. It must have been a great nuisance to him. Small men have no dignity." All this utterly unconscious of the fact that most tall men have no ever-present sense of their height as an advantage. Yet on the whole one agrees with Montaigne that height is the chief beauty of a man. It gives presence. Oscar never learned anything from criticism. He had a good deal of personal dignity in spite of his amiability, and when one found fault with his work, he would smile vaguely or change the subject as if it didn't interest him. Again and again I played on his self-esteem to get him to write, but always met the same answer. "Oh, Frank, it's impossible for me to work under these disgraceful conditions." "But you can have better conditions now and lots of money if you'll begin to work." He shook his head despairingly. Again and again I tried, but failed to move him, even when I dangled money before him. I didn't then know that he was receiving regularly more than £300 a year. I thought he was completely destitute, dependent on such casual help as friends could give him. I have a letter from him about this time, asking me for even £5, as if he were in extremest need. On one of my visits to Paris, after discussing his position, I could not help saying to him, "The only thing that will make you write, Oscar, is absolute blank poverty. That's the sharpest spur, after all, necessity." "You don't know me," he replied sharply. "I would kill myself. I can endure to the end, but to be absolutely destitute would show me suicide as the open door." Suddenly his depressed manner changed, and his whole face lighted up. "Isn't it comic, Frank, the way the English talk of the open door, while their doors are always locked and barred and bolted, even their church doors? Yet it is not hypocrisy in them. They simply cannot see themselves as they are. They have no imagination." A long pause, and he went on gravely. Suicide, Frank, is always the temptation of the unfortunate, a great temptation." "Suicide is the natural end of the world weary," I replied, "but you enjoy life intensely. For you to talk of suicide is ridiculous." "Do you know that my wife is dead, Frank?" I had heard it. I said. "My way back to hope and a new life ends in her grave," he went on. "Everything I do, Frank, is irrevocable." He spoke with a certain grave sincerity. "The great tragedies of the world are all final and complete. Socrates would not escape death, though Crito opened the prison door for him. I could not avoid prison, though you showed me the way to safety. We are fated to suffer, don't you think, as an example to humanity, an echo and a light unto eternity. I think it would be finer, instead of taking the punishment lying down, to trample it under your feet and make it a rung of the ladder." "Oh, Frank, you would turn all the tragedies into triumphs. You are a fighter. My life is done." "You love life," I cried, "as much as ever you did, more than anyone I have ever seen." "It is true," he cried, his face lighting up quickly, "more than anyone, Frank. Life delights me. The people passing on the boulevards, the play of the sunshine in the trees, the noise, the quick movement of the cabs, the costumes of the cochers and sergents de ville, workers and beggars, pimps and prostitutes, all please me to the soul, charm me, and if you would only let me talk, instead of bothering me to write, I should be quite happy. Why should I write any more? I have done enough for fame. I will tell you a story, Frank." He broke off, and he told me a slight thing about Judas. The little tale was told delightfully, with eloquent inflections of voice, and still more eloquent pauses. "The end of all this is," I said before going back to London, "that you will not write." "No, no, Frank," he said, "that I cannot write under these conditions. If I had money enough, if I could shake off Paris and forget those awful rooms of mine, and get to the Riviera for the winter and live in some seaside village of the Latins, with the blue sea at my feet and the blue sky above, and God's sunlight about me and no care for money, then I would write as naturally as a bird sings, because I should be happy and could not help it. You write stories taken from the fight of life. You are careless of surroundings. I am a poet, and can only sing in the sunshine when I am happy." "All right," I said, snatching at the half promise. "It is just possible that I may get hold of some money during the next few months, and if I do, you shall go and winter in the south, and live as you please without care of money. If you can only sing when the cage is beautiful and sunlight floods it, I know the very place for you." With this sort of vague understanding we parted for some months. End of Chapter 21. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 22 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 22. A Great Romantic Passion. There is no more difficult problem for the writer, no harder task than to decide how far he should allow himself to go in picturing human weakness. We have all come from the animal, and can all, without any assistance from books, imagine easily enough the effects of unrestrained self-indulgence. Yet it is instructive and pregnant with warning to remark that as soon as the sheet anchor of high resolve is gone, the frailties of man tend to become master vices. All our civilization is artificially built up by effort. All high humanity is the reward of constant striving against natural desires. In the fall of this year, 1898, I sold the Saturday Review to Lord Hardwicke and his friends, and as soon as the purchase was completed, I think in November, I wired to Oscar that I should be in Paris in a short time, and ready to take him to the south for his holiday. I sent him some money to pave the way. A few days later, I crossed and wired to him from Calais to dine with me at Durand's, and to begin dinner if I happened to be late. While waiting for dinner, I said, "I want to stay 2 or 3 days in Paris to see some pictures. Would you be ready to start south on Thursday next?" It was then Monday, I think. "On Thursday?" he repeated. "Yes, Frank, I think so." "There is some money for anything you may want to buy," I said, and handed him a cheque I had made payable to self and signed, for he knew where he could cash it. "How good of you, Frank! I cannot thank you enough. You start on Thursday," he added, as if considering it. "If you would rather wait a little," I said, "say so, I'm quite willing." "No, Frank, I think Thursday will do. We are really going to the south for the whole winter. How wonderful, how gorgeous it will be!" We had a great dinner and talked and talked. He spoke of some of the new Frenchmen, and at great length of Pierre Louys, whom he described as a disciple. It was I, Frank, who induced him to write his Aphrodite in prose. He spoke too of the Grand Guignol Theatre. "Le Grand Guignol is the first theatre in Paris. It looks like a nonconformist chapel, a barn of a room with a gallery at the back and a little wooden stage. There you see the primitive tragedies of real life. They are as ugly and as fascinating as life itself. You must see it, and we will go to Antoine's as well. You must see Antoine's new piece. He is doing great work." We kept dinner up to an unconscionable hour. I had much to tell of London and much to hear of Paris, and we talked and drank coffee till 1 o'clock, and when I proposed supper, Oscar accepted the idea with enthusiasm. "I have often lunched with you from 2 o'clock till 9, Frank, and now I am going to dine with you from 9 o'clock till breakfast tomorrow morning." "What shall we drink?" I asked. "The same champagne, Frank, don't you think?" he said, pulling his jowl. "There is no wine so inspiring as that dry champagne with the exquisite bouquet. You were the first to say my plays were the champagne of literature." When we came out it was 3 o'clock, and I was tired and sleepy with my journey, and Oscar had drunk perhaps more than was good for him. Knowing how he hated walking, I got a voiture de cercle and told him to take it, and I would walk to my hotel. He thanked me and seemed to hesitate. "What is it now?" I asked, wanting to get to bed. "Just a word with you," he said, and drew me away from the carriage where the chasseur was waiting with the rug. When he got me 3 or 4 paces away, he said hesitatingly, "Frank, can you let me have a few pounds? I'm very hard up." I stared at him. I had given him a cheque at the beginning of the dinner. Had he forgotten? Or did he perchance want to keep the £100 intact for some reason? Suddenly it occurred to me that he might be without even enough for the carriage. I took out a 100-franc note and gave it to him. "Thank you so much," he said, thrusting it into his waistcoat pocket. "It's very kind of you." "You will turn up tomorrow at lunch at 1?" I said, as I put him into the little brougham. "Yes, of course, yes," he cried, and I turned away. Next day at lunch he seemed to meet me with some embarrassment. "Frank, I want to ask you something. I'm really confused about last night. We dined most wisely, if too well. This morning I found you had given me a cheque, and I found besides, in my waistcoat pocket, a note for 100 francs. Did I ask you for it at the end? Tapu, the French call it," he added, trying to laugh. I nodded. "How dreadful!" he cried. "How dreadful poverty is! I had forgotten that you had given me a cheque, and I was so hard up, so afraid you might go away without giving me anything, that I asked you for it. Isn't poverty dreadful?" I nodded. I could not say a word. The fact told so much. The chastened mood of self-condemnation did not last long with him or go deep. Soon he was talking as merrily and gaily as ever. Before parting, I said to him, "You won't forget that you are going on Thursday night?" "Oh, really?" he cried, to my surprise. "Thursday is very near. I don't know whether I shall be able to come." "What on earth do you mean?" I asked. "The truth is, you know, I have debts to pay, and I have not enough." "But I will give you more," I cried. "What will clear you?" "50 more, I think, will do." "How good you are!" "I will bring it with me tomorrow morning." "In notes, please, will you? French money. I find I shall want it to pay some little things at once, and the time is short." I thought nothing of the matter. The next day at lunch I gave him the money in French notes. That night I said to him, "You know we are going away tomorrow evening. I hope you'll be ready. I have got the tickets for the train de luxe." "Oh, I'm so sorry," he cried. "I can't be ready." "What is it now?" I asked. "Well, it's money. Some more debts have come in." "Why will you not be frank with me and tell me what you owe? I will give you a cheque for it. I don't want to drag it out of you bit by bit. Tell me a sum that will make you free, and I will give it to you. I want you to have a perfect 6 months, and how can you if you are bothered with debts?" "How kind you are to me! Do you really mean it?" "Of course I do." "Really?" he said. "Yes," I said. "Tell me what it is." I believe. Would another 50 be too much?" "I will give it you tomorrow. Are you sure that will be enough?" "Oh yes, Frank. But let's go on Sunday. Sunday is such a good day for travelling, and it's always so dull everywhere. We might just as well spend it on the train. Besides, no one travels on Sunday in France, so we are sure to be able to take our ease in our train. Won't Sunday do, Frank?" "Of course it will," I replied, laughing. But a day or two later he was again embarrassed, and again told me it was money. And then he confessed to me that he was afraid at first I should not have paid all his debts, if I had known how much they were, and so he thought by telling me of them little by little, he would make sure at least of something. This pitiful, pitiable confession depressed me on his account. It showed practice in such petty tricks, and all too little pride. Of course it did not alter my admiration of his qualities, nor weaken in any degree my resolve to give him a fair chance. If he could be saved, I was determined to save him. We met at the Gare de Lyon on Sunday evening. I found he had dined at the buffet. There was a surprising number of empty bottles on the table. He seemed terribly depressed. "Someone was dining with me, Frank, a friend," he offered by way of explanation. "Why did he not wait? I should like to have seen him." "Oh, he was no one you would have cared about, Frank," he replied. I sat with him and took a cup of coffee whilst waiting for the train. He was wretchedly gloomy, scarcely spoke indeed. I could not make it out. From time to time he sighed heavily, and I noticed that his eyes were red, as if he had been crying. "What is the matter?" I asked. "I will tell you later, perhaps. It is very hard. Parting is like dying." And his eyes filled with tears. We were soon in the train, running out into the night. I was as light-hearted as could be. At length I was free of journalism, I thought, and I was going to the south to write my Shakespeare book, and Oscar would work too, when the conditions were pleasant. But I could not win a single smile from him. He sat downcast, sighing hopelessly from time to time. "What on earth's the matter?" I cried. "Here you are going to the sunshine, to blue skies and the wine-tinted Mediterranean, and you're not content. We shall stop in a hotel near the sun-baked valley running down to the sea. You walk from the hotel over a carpet of pine needles, and when you get into the open, violets and anemones bloom about your feet, and the scent of rosemary and myrtle will be in your nostrils. Yet instead of singing for joy, the bird droops his feathers and hangs his head as if he had the pip." "Oh, don't," he cried, "don't." And he looked at me with tears filling his eyes. "You don't know, Frank, what a great romantic passion is." "Is that what you are suffering from?" "Yes, a great romantic passion." "Good God!" I laughed. "Who has inspired this new devotion?" "Don't make fun of me, Frank, or I will not tell you. But if you will listen, I will try to tell you all about it, for I think you should know. Besides, I think telling it may ease my pain. So come into the cabin and listen. Do you remember once in the summer you wired me from Calais to meet you at Maire's restaurant, meaning to go afterwards to Antoine's theatre, and I was very late. You remember, the evening Rostand was dining at the next table. Well, it was that evening. I drove up to Maire's in time, and I was just getting out of the victoria when a little soldier passed, and our eyes met. My heart stood still. He had great dark eyes and an exquisite olive dark face, a Florentine bronze, Frank, by a great master. He looked like Napoleon when he was first consul, only less imperious, more beautiful. I got out hypnotized and followed him down the boulevard as in a dream. The cocher came running after me, I remember, and I gave him a 5-franc piece and waved him off. I had no idea what I owed him. I did not want to hear his voice. It might break the spell. Mutely I followed my fate. I overtook the boy in a short time and asked him to come and have a drink, and he said to me in his quaint French way, "Ce n'est pas de refus," too good to refuse. We went into a cafe, and I ordered something, I forget what, and we began to talk. I told him I liked his face. I had had a friend once like him, and I wanted to know all about him. I was in a hurry to meet you, but I had to make friends with him first. He began by telling me all about his mother, Frank. Yes, his mother. Oscar smiled here in spite of himself. But at last I got from him that he was always free on Thursdays, and he would be very glad to see me then, though he did not know what I could see in him to like. I found out that the thing he desired most in the world was a bicycle. He talked of nickel-plated handlebars and chains, and finally I told him it might be arranged. He was very grateful, and so we made a rendezvous for next Thursday, and I came on at once to dine with you. Goodness, I cried, laughing, a soldier, a nickel-plated bicycle, and a great romantic passion. If I had said a brooch or a necklace, some trinket which would have cost 10 times as much, you would have found it quite natural. Yes, I admitted, but I don't think I'd have introduced the necklace the first evening if there had been any romance in the affair, and the nickel-plated bicycle seems to me irresistibly comic. Frank, he cried reprovingly, I cannot talk to you if you laugh. I am quite serious. I don't believe you know what a great romantic passion is. I am going to convince you that you don't know the meaning of it. Fire away, I replied. I am here to be convinced. But I don't think you will teach me that there is any romance except where there is another sex. Don't talk to me of the other sex, he cried, with distaste in voice and manner. First of all, in beauty there is no comparison between a boy and a girl. Think of the enormous fat hips which every sculptor has to tone down and make lighter, and the great udder breasts which the artist has to make small and round and firm, and then picture the exquisite slim lines of a boy's figure. No one who loves beauty can hesitate for a moment. The Greeks knew that. They had the sense of plastic beauty, and they understood that there is no comparison. You must not say that, I replied. You are going too far. The Venus of Milo is as fine as any Apollo in sheer beauty. The flowing curves appeal to me more than your weedy lines. Perhaps they do, Frank, he retorted, but you must see that the boy is far more beautiful. It is your sex instinct, your sinful sex instinct, which prevents you from worshipping the higher form of beauty. Height and length of limb give distinction. Slightness gives grace. Women are squat. You must admit that the boy's figure is more beautiful. The appeal it makes far higher, more spiritual." "6 of one and half a dozen of the other," I barked. "Your sculptor knows it is just as hard to find an ideal boy's figure as an ideal girl's, and if he has to modify the most perfect girl's figure, he has to modify the most perfect boy's figure as well. If he refines the girl's breasts and hips, he has to pad the boy's ribs and tone down the great staring knee bones and the unlovely large ankles. But please go on. I enjoy your special pleading, and your romantic passion interests me. Though you have not yet come to the romance, let alone the passion." "Oh, Frank," he cried, "the story is full of romance. Every meeting was an event in my life. You have no idea how intelligent he is. Every evening we spent together he was different. He had grown, developed. I lent him books and he read them, and his mind opened from week to week like a flower, till in a short time, a few months, he became an exquisite companion and disciple. Frank, no girl grows like that. They have no minds, and what intelligence they have is all given to wretched vanities and personal jealousies. There is no intellectual companionship possible with them. They want to talk of dress and not of ideas, and how persons look and not of what they are. How can you have the flower of romance without a brotherhood of soul?" "Sisterhood of soul seems to me infinitely finer," I said, "but go on." "I shall convince you," he declared. "I must be able to, because all reason is on my side. Let me give you one instance. Of course, my boy had his bicycle. He used to come to me on it, and go to and fro from the barracks on it. When you came to Paris in September, you invited me to dine one night, one Thursday night, when he was to come to me. I told him I had to go and dine with you. He didn't mind, but was glad when I said I had an English editor for a friend, glad that I should have someone to talk to about London and the people I used to know. If it had been a woman I loved, I should have been forced to tell lies. She would have been jealous of my past. I told him the truth, and when I spoke about you, he grew interested and excited, and at last he put a wish before me. He wanted to know if he might come and leave his bicycle outside and look through the window of the restaurant, just to see us at dinner. I told him there might possibly be women guests. He replied that he would be delighted to see me in dress clothes talking to gentlemen and ladies. Might he come? He persisted. Of course I said he could come, and he came, but I never saw him. The next time we met he told me all about it, how he had picked you out from my description of you, and how he knew Boyer from his likeness to Dumas père, and he was delightful about it all. Now, Frank, would any girl have come to see you enjoying yourself with other people? Would any girl have stared through the window and been glad to see you inside amusing yourself with other men and women? You know there's not a girl on earth with such unselfish devotion. There is no comparison, I tell you, between the boy and the girl. I say again deliberately, you don't know what a great romantic passion is, or the high unselfishness of true love." "You have put it with extraordinary ability," I said, "as of course I knew you would. I think I can understand the charm of such companionship, but only from the young boy's point of view, not from yours. I can understand how you have opened to him a new heaven and a new earth, but what has he given you? Nothing. On the other hand, any finely gifted girl would have given you something. If you had really touched her heart, you would have found in her some instinctive tenderness, some proof of unselfish, exquisite devotion that would have made your eyes prickle with a sense of inferiority. After all, the essence of love, the finest spirit of that companionship you speak about, of the sisterhood of soul, is that the other person should quicken you too, open to you new horizons, discover new possibilities. And how could your soldier boy help you in any way? He brought you no new ideas, no new feelings, could reveal no new thoughts to you. I can see no romance, no growth of soul in such a connection. But the girl is different from the man in all ways. You have as much to learn from her as she has from you, and neither of you can come to ideal growth in any other way. You are both half parts of humanity, complements, and in need of each other. You have put it very cunningly, Frank, as I expected you would, to return your compliment, but you must admit that with the boy, at any rate, you have no jealousy, no mean envyings, no silly inanities. There it is, Frank, some of us hate cats. I can give reasons for my dislike, which to me are conclusive. The boy who would beg for a bicycle is not likely to be without mean envyings, I replied. Now you have talked about romance and companionship, I went on, but can you really feel passion? Frank, what a silly question. Do you remember how Socrates says he felt? Do you remember how Socrates says he felt when the chlamys blew aside and showed him the limbs of Charmides? Don't you remember how the blood throbbed in his veins and how he grew blind with desire? A scene more magical than the passionate love lines of Sappho. There is no other passion to be compared with it. A woman's passion is degrading. She is continually tempting you. She wants your desire as a satisfaction for her vanity more than anything else, and her vanity is insatiable if her desire is weak, and so she continually tempts you to excess, and then blames you for the physical satiety and disgust which she herself has created. With a boy there is no vanity in the matter, no jealousy, and therefore none of the tempting, not a 10th part of the coarseness, and consequently desire is always fresh and keen. Oh, Frank, believe me, you don't know what a great romantic passion is. What you say only shows how little you know women, I replied. If you explained all this to the girl who loves you, she would see it at once, and her tenderness would grow with her self-abnegation. We all grow by giving. If the woman cares more than the man for caresses and kindness, it is because she feels more tenderness and is capable of intenser devotion. You don't know what you are talking about, Frank, he retorted. You repeat the old accepted commonplaces. The boy came to the station with me tonight. He knew I was going away for 6 months. His heart was like lead. Tears gathered in his eyes again and again in spite of himself, and yet he tried to be gay and bright for my sake. He wanted to show me how glad he was that I should be happy, how thankful he was for all I had done for him, and the new mental life I had created in him. He did his best to keep my courage up. I cried, but he shook his tears away. 6 months will soon be over, he said, and perhaps you will come back to me, and I shall be glad again. Meantime he will write charming letters to me, I'm sure. Would any girl take a parting like that? No. She would be jealous and envious, and wonder why you were enjoying yourself in the south while she was condemned to live in the rainy, cold north. Would she ask you to tell her of all the beautiful girls you met, and whether they were charming and bright, as the boy asked me to tell him of all the interesting people I should meet, so that he too might take an interest in them? A girl in his place would have been ill with envy and malice and jealousy. Again, I repeat, you don't know what a high romantic passion is." "Your argument is illogical," I cried. "If the girl is jealous, it is because she has given herself more completely. Her exclusiveness is the other side of her devotion and tenderness. She wants to do everything for you, to be with you and help you in every way. And in case of illness or poverty or danger, you would find how much more she had to give than your red-breeched soldier. That's merely a rude jibe and not an argument, Frank." "As good an argument as your cat's," I replied. "Your little soldier boy with his nickel-plated bicycle only makes me grin." And I grinned. "You are unpardonable," he cried, "unpardonable, and in your soul you know that all the weight of argument is on my side. In your soul you must know it. What is the food of passion, Frank, but beauty? Beauty alone, beauty always, and in beauty of form and vigour of life there is no comparison. If you loved beauty as intensely as I do, you would feel as I feel. It is beauty which gives me joy, makes me drunk as with wine, blind with insatiable desire." End of chapter 22. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 23 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 23. His Judgments of Writers and of Women. He was an incomparable companion, perfectly amiable, yet vivid and eager as a child, always interested and interesting. We awoke at Avignon and went out in pyjamas and overcoats to stretch our legs and get a bowl of coffee on the platform in the pearly grey light of early morning. After coffee and cigarettes, he led the way to the other end of the platform, that we might catch a glimpse of the town wall, which, though terribly restored, yet when seen from a distance transports one back 500 years to the age of chivalry. How I should have loved to be a troubadour or a trouvère, Frank. That was my true métier, to travel from castle to castle singing love songs and telling romantic stories to while away the tedium of the lives of the great. Fancy the reception they would have given me for bringing a new joy into their castled isolation, new ideas, new passions, a breath of gossip and scandal from the outside world to relieve the intolerable boredom of the Middle Ages. I should have been kept at the court of Aix. I think they would have bound me with flower chains, and my fame would have spread all through the sunny vineyards and grey olive-clad hills of Provence. When we got into the train again, he began: "We stop next at Marseilles, don't we, Frank? A great historic town for nearly 3,000 years. One really feels a barbarian in comparison, and yet all I know of Marseilles is that it is famous for bouillabaisse. Suppose we stop and get some?" "Bouillabaisse," I replied, "is not peculiar to Marseilles or the Rue Canebière. You can get it all along this coast. There is only one thing necessary to it, and that is rascasse, a fish caught only among the rocks. You will get excellent bouillabaisse at lunch, where we are going." "Where are we going? You have not told me yet." "It is for you to decide," I answered. "If you want perfect quiet, there are two places in the Esterel mountains, Agay and La Napoule. Agay is in the middle of the Esterel. You would be absolutely alone there except for the visit of an occasional French painter. La Napoule is 8 or 10 miles from Cannes, so that you are within reach of a town and its amusements. There is still another place I had thought of, quieter than either, in the mountains behind Nice." "Nice sounds wonderful, Frank, but I should meet too many English people there who would know me, and they are horribly rude. I think we will choose La Napoule." About 10 o'clock we got out at La Napoule, and installed ourselves in the little hotel, taking up 3 of the best rooms on the second or top floor, much to the delight of the landlord. At 12 we had breakfast under a big umbrella in the open air, looking over the sea. I had put the landlord on his mettle, and he gave us a fry of little red mullet, which made us understand how tasteless whitebait are. Then a plain beefsteak aux pommes, a morsel of cheese, and a sweet omelette. We both agreed that we had had a most excellent breakfast. The coffee left a good deal to be desired, and there was no champagne on the list fit to drink. But both these faults could be remedied by the morrow, and were remedied. We spent the rest of the day wandering between the seashore and the pine-clad hills. The next morning I put in some work, but in the afternoon I was free to walk and explore. On one of my first tramps I discovered a monastery among the hills, hundreds of feet above the sea, built and governed by an Italian monk. I got to know the Père Virgile, and had a great talk with him. He was both wise and strong, with ingratiating, gentle manners. Had he gone as a boy from his little Italian fishing village to New York or Paris, he would have certainly come to greatness and honour. One afternoon I took Oscar to see him. The monastery was not more than 3/4 of an hour's stroll from our hotel, but Oscar grumbled at the walk as a nuisance, said it was miles and miles. The road, too, was rough and the sun hot. The truth was he was abnormally lazy, but he fascinated the Italian with his courteous manner and vivid speech, and as soon as we were alone, the abbe asked me who he was. "He must be a great man," he said. "He has the stamp of a great man, And he must have lived in courts. He has the charming, graceful, smiling courtesy of the great." "Yes," I nodded mysteriously, "a great man, incognito." The abbe kept us to dinner, made us taste of his oldest wines and a special liqueur of his own distilling, told us how he had built the monastery with no money, and when we exclaimed with wonder, reproved us gently. "All great things are built with faith and not with money. Why wonder that this little building stands firmly on that everlasting foundation?" When we came out of the monastery it was already night, and the moonlight was throwing fantastic leafy shadows on the path as we walked down through the avenue of forest to the seashore. "You remember those words of Virgil, Frank? Per amica silentia lunae. They always seem to me indescribably beautiful. The most magic line about the moon ever written, except Browning's in the poem in which he mentioned Keats, him even. I love that amica silentia. What a beautiful nature the man had who could feel the friendly silences of the moon." When we got down the hill he declared himself tired. "Tired after a mile?" I asked. "Tired to death, worn out," he said, laughing at his own laziness. "Shall we get a boat and row across the bay?" "How splendid, of course, let's do it." And we went down to the landing stage. I had never seen the water so calm. Half the bay was veiled by the mountain and opaque like unpolished steel. A little further out, the water was a purple shield emblazoned with shimmering silver. We called a fisherman and explained what we wanted. When we got into the boat, to my astonishment, Oscar began calling the fisher boy by his name. Evidently he knew him quite well. When we landed, I went up from the boat to the hotel, leaving Oscar and the boy together. A fortnight taught me a good deal about Oscar at this time. He was intensely indolent, quite content to kill time by the hour talking to the fisher lads, or he would take a little carriage and drive to Cannes and amuse himself at some wayside cafe. He never cared to walk, and I walked for miles daily, so that we spent only one or at most 2 afternoons a week together, meeting so seldom that nearly all our talks were significant. Several times contemporary names came up, and I was compelled to notice for the first time that really he was contemptuous of almost everyone, and had a sharp word to say about many who were supposed to be his friends. One day we spoke of Ricketts and Shannon. I was saying that had Ricketts lived in Paris he would have had a great reputation. Many of his designs I thought extraordinary, and his intellect was peculiarly French, mordant even. Oscar did not like to hear praise of anyone. "Do you know my word for them, Frank? I like it. I call them temper and temperament." Was his punishment making him a little spiteful, or was it the temptation of the witty phrase? "What do you think of Arthur Symons?" I asked. "Oh, Frank, I said of him long ago that he was a sad example of an egoist who had no ego." "And what of your compatriot, George Moore? He's popular enough," I continued. "Popular, Frank, as if that counted. George Moore has conducted his whole education in public. He had written 2 or 3 books before he found out there was such a thing as English grammar. He at once announced his discovery, and so won the admiration of the illiterate. A few years later he discovered that there was something architectural in style, that sentences had to be built up into a paragraph, and paragraphs into chapters, and so on. Naturally he cried this revelation too from the housetops, and thus won the admiration of the journalists, who had been making rubble heaps all their lives without knowing it. I'm much afraid, Frank, in spite of all his efforts, he will die before he reaches the level from which writers start. It's a pity, because he has certainly a little real talent. He differs from Symonds in that he has an ego, but his ego has 5 senses and no soul. What about Bernard Shaw? I probed further. After all, he's going to count. Yes, Frank, a man of real ability, but with a bleak mind. Humorous gleams as of wintry sunlight on a bare, harsh landscape. He has no passion, no feeling. And without passionate feeling, how can one be an artist? He believes in nothing, loves nothing, not even Bernard Shaw, and really, on the whole, I don't wonder at his indifference." And he laughed mischievously. "And Wells?" I asked. "A scientific Jules Verne," he replied with a shrug. "Did you ever care for Hardy?" I continued. "Not greatly. He has just found out that women have legs underneath their dresses, and this discovery has almost wrecked his life. He writes poetry, I believe, in his leisure moments, and I'm afraid it will be very hard reading. He knows nothing of love. Passion to him is a childish illness like measles. Poor unhappy spirit." "You might be describing Mrs. Humphry Ward," I cried. "God forbid, Frank!" he exclaimed with such mock horror I had to laugh. "After all, Hardy is a writer and a great landscape painter. I don't know why it is," he went on, "but I am always matchmaking when I think of English celebrities. I should so much like to have introduced Mrs. Humphry Ward, blushing at 18 or 20, to Swinburne, who would of course have bitten her neck in a furious kiss, and she would have run away and exposed him in court, or else have suffered agonies of mingled delight and shame in silence. And if one could only marry Thomas Hardy to Victoria Cross, he might have gained some inkling of real passion with which to animate his little keepsake pictures of starched ladies. A great many writers, I think, might be saved in this way, but there would still be left the Corellis and Hall Caines that one could do nothing with except bind them back to back, which would not even tantalize them, and throw them into the river, a new noyade. The Thames at Barking, I think, would be about the place for them." "Where do you go every afternoon?" I asked him once casually. "I go to Cannes, Frank, and sit in a cafe and look across the sea to Capri, where Tiberius used to sit like a spider watching, and I think of myself as an exile, the victim of one of his inscrutable suspicions. Or else I am in Rome, looking at the people dancing naked, but with gilded lips, through the streets at the Floralia. I sup with the Arbiter Elegantiarum, and come back to La Napoule, Frank," and he pulled his jowl, "to the simple life and the charm of restful friendship. More and more clearly I saw that the effort, the hard work of writing was altogether beyond him. He was now one of those men of genius, talkers merely, half artists, half dreamers, whom Balzac describes contemptuously as wasting their lives, talking to hear themselves talk, capable indeed of fine conceptions and of occasional fine phrases, but incapable of the punishing toil of execution, charming companions, fated in the long run to fall to misery and destitution. Constant creation is the first condition of art, as it is the first condition of life. I asked him one day if he remembered the terrible passage about those eunuchs of art in La Cousine Bette. "Yes, Frank," he replied, "but Balzac was probably envious of the artist talker. At any rate, we who talk should not be condemned by those to whom we dedicate our talents. It is for posterity to blame us. But after all I have written a good deal. Do you remember how Browning's Sarto defends himself? 'Some good son paint my 200 pictures. Let him try.' He did not see that Balzac, one of the greatest talkers that ever lived according to Théophile Gautier, was condemning the temptation to which he himself had no doubt yielded too often. To my surprise, Oscar did not even read much now. He was not eager to hear new thoughts, a little rebellious to any new mental influence. He had reached his zenith, I suppose, had begun to fossilize, as men do when they cease to grow. One day at lunch I questioned him. "You told me once that you always imagined yourself in the place of every historic personage. Suppose you had been Jesus, what religion would you have preached?" "What a wonderful question!" he cried. "What religion is mine? What belief have I? I believe most of all in personal liberty for every human soul. Each man ought to do what he likes, to develop as he will. England, or rather London, for I know little of England outside London, was an ideal place to me, till they punished me because I did not share their tastes. What an absurdity it all was, Frank! How dared they punish me for what is good in my eyes? How dared they?" And he fell into moody thought. The idea of a new gospel did not really interest him. It was about this time he first told me of a new play he had in mind. "It has a great scene, Frank," he said. "Imagine a roué of 45 who is married. Incorrigible, of course, Frank, a great noble who gets the person he is in love with to come and stay with him in the country. One evening his wife, who has gone upstairs to lie down with a headache, is behind a screen in a room half asleep. She is awakened by her husband's courting. She cannot move, she is bound breathless to her couch. She hears everything. Then, Frank, the husband comes to the door and finds it locked, and knowing that his wife is inside with the host, beats upon the door and will have entrance. And while the guilty ones whisper together, the woman blaming the man trying to think of some excuse, some way out of the net, the wife gets up very quietly and turns on the lights, while the two cowards stare at her with wild surmise. She passes to the door and opens it, and the husband rushes in to find his hostess as well as the host and his wife. I think it is a great scene, Frank, a great stage picture." "It is," I said, "a great scene. Why don't you write it?" "Perhaps I shall, Frank, one of these days. But now I am thinking of some poetry. A Ballad of a Fisher Boy, a sort of companion to the Ballad of Reading Gaol, in which I sing of liberty instead of prison, joy instead of sorrow, a kiss instead of an execution. I shall do this joy song much better than I did the song of sorrow and despair." "Like Davidson's Ballad of a Nun," I said, for the sake of saying something. "Naturally, Davidson would write the Ballad of a Nun, Frank. His talent is Scotch and severe. But I should like to write the Ballad of a Fisher Boy," and he fell to dreaming. The thought of his punishment was oft with him. It seemed to him hideously wrong and unjust. But he never questioned the right of society to punish. He did not see that, if you once grant that, the wrong done to him could be defended. "I used to think myself a lord of life," he said. "How dared those little wretches condemn me and punish me? Every one of them tainted with a sensuality which I loathe." To call him out of this bitter way of regret, I quoted Shakespeare's sonnet: "For why should others' false adulterate eyes Give salutation to my sportive blood? Or on my frailties why are frailer spies, Which in their wills count bad what I think good?" His complaint is exactly yours, Oscar. "It's astonishing, Frank, how well you know him, and yet you deny his intimacy with Pembroke. To you he is a living man. You always talk of him as if he had just gone out of the room, and yet you persist in believing in his innocence." "You misapprehend me," I said. "The passion of his life was for Mary Fitton, to give her a name. I mean the dark lady of the sonnets, who was Beatrice, Cressida, and Cleopatra. And you yourself admit that a man who has a mad passion for a woman is immune, I think the doctors call it, to other influences." "Oh yes, Frank, of course. But how could Shakespeare, with his beautiful nature, love a woman to that mad excess?" "Shakespeare hadn't your overwhelming love of plastic beauty," I replied. "He fell in love with a dominant personality, the complement of his own yielding, amiable disposition." "That's it," he broke in. "Our opposites attract us irresistibly. The charm of the unknown." "You often talk now," I went on, "as if you had never loved a woman, yet you must have loved more than one." "'My salad days, Frank,'" he quoted smiling, "'when I was green in judgment, cold of blood.'" "No, no," I persisted, "it is not a great while since you praised Lady So and so and the Terrys enthusiastically." "Lady," he began gravely, and I could not but notice that the mere title seduced him to conventional poetic language, "moves like a lily in water. I always think of her as a lily, just as I used to think of Lily Langtry as a tulip, with a figure like a Greek vase carved in ivory. But I always adored the Terrys. Marian is a great actress with subtle charm and enigmatic fascination. She was my woman of no importance, artificial and enthralling. She belongs to my theatre." As he seemed to have lost the thread, I questioned again: "And Ellen?" "Oh, Ellen's a perfect wonder," he broke out, "a great character. Do you know her history?" And then, without waiting for an answer, he continued: "She began as a model for Watts, the painter, when she was only some 15 or 16 years of age. In a week she read him as easily as if he had been a printed book. He treated her with condescending courtesy, en grand seigneur, and naturally she had her revenge on him. One day her mother came in and asked Watts what he was going to do about Ellen. Watts said he didn't understand. 'You have made Ellen in love with you,' said the mother, 'and it is impossible that could have happened unless you had been attentive to her.' Poor Watts protested and protested, but the mother broke down and sobbed, and said the girl's heart would be broken, and at length, in despair, Watts asked what he was to do, and the mother could only suggest marriage. Finally they were married." "You don't mean that," I cried. "I never knew that Watts had married Ellen Terry." "Oh yes," said Oscar. "They were married all right. The mother saw to that, and to do him justice, Watts kept the whole family, like a gentleman. But like an idealist, or as a man of the world would say, a fool, he was ashamed of his wife. He showed great reserve to her, and when he gave his usual dinners or receptions, he invited only men, and so carefully left her out. One evening he had a dinner. A great many well-known people were present, and a bishop was on his right hand, when suddenly, between the cheese and the pear, as the French would say, Ellen came dancing into the room in pink tights, with a basket of roses around her waist, with which she began pelting the guests. Watts was horrified, but everyone else delighted. The bishop in especial, it is said, declared he had never seen anything so romantically beautiful. Watts nearly had a fit, but Ellen danced out of the room with all their hearts in her basket instead of her roses. To me that's the true story of Ellen Terry's life. It may be true or false in reality, but I believe it to be true in fact as in symbol. It is not only an image of her life, but of her art. No one knows how she met Irving or learned to act, though, as you know, she was one of the best actresses that ever graced the English stage. A great personality. Her children even have inherited some of her talent. It was only famous actresses such as Ellen Terry and Sarah Bernhardt and great ladies that Oscar ever praised. He was a snob by nature. Indeed, this was the chief link between him and English society. Besides, he had a rooted contempt for women, and especially for their brains. He said once of someone, "He is like a woman, sure to remember the trivial and forget the important." It was this disdain of the sex which led him later to take up our whole dispute again. "I have been thinking over our argument in the train," he began. "Really, it was preposterous of me to let you off with a drawn battle. You should have been beaten and forced to haul down your flag. We talked of love, and I let you place the girl against the boy. It is all nonsense. A girl is not made for love. She is not even a good instrument of love." "Some of us care more for the person than the pleasure," I replied, "and others. You remember Browning? 'Nearer we hold of God who gives, than of his tribes that take, I must believe.'" "Yes, yes," he replied impatiently, "but that's not the point. I mean that a woman is not made for passion and love, but to be a mother. When I married, my wife was a beautiful girl, white and slim as a lily, with dancing eyes and gay rippling laughter like music. In a year or so, the flower-like grace had all vanished. She became heavy, shapeless, deformed. She dragged herself about the house in uncouth misery, with drawn, blotched face and hideous body, sick at heart because of our love. It was dreadful. I tried to be kind to her, forced myself to touch and kiss her, but she was sick always, and, oh, I cannot recall it, it is all so loathsome. I used to wash my mouth and open the window to cleanse my lips in the pure air. Oh, nature is disgusting. It takes beauty and defiles it. It defaces the ivory white body we have adored with the vile cicatrices of maternity. It befouls the altar of the soul. How can you talk of such intimacy as love? How can you idealize it? Love is not possible to the artist unless it is sterile. All her suffering did not endear her to you? I asked in amazement. Did not call forth that pity in you which you used to speak of as divine? Pity, Frank, he exclaimed impatiently. Pity has nothing to do with love. How can one desire what is shapeless, deformed, ugly? Desire is killed by maternity, passion buried in conception. And he flung away from the table. At length I understood his dominant motive. Trait sua quemque voluptas. His Greek love of form, his intolerant cult of physical beauty, could take no heed of the happiness or well-being of the beloved. I will not talk to you about it, Frank. I am like a Persian who lives by warmth and worships the sun, talking to some Eskimo who answers me with praise of blubber, and nights spent in ice houses, and baths of foul vapour. Let's talk of something else. End of chapter 23. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 24 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 24. We argue about his pet vice and punishment. A little later I was called to Monte Carlo and went for a few days, leaving Oscar, as he said, perfectly happy, with good food, excellent champagne, absinthe, and coffee, and his simple fisher friends. When I came back to La Napoule, I found everything altered, and altered for the worse. There was an Englishman of a good class named M staying at the hotel. He was accompanied by a youth of 17 or 18, whom he called his servant. Oscar wanted to know if I minded meeting him. He is charming, Frank, and well read, and he admires me very much. You won't mind his dining with us, will you? Of course not, I replied. But when I saw M, I thought him an insignificant, foolish creature, who put to show a great admiration for Oscar, and drank in his words with parted lips; and well he might, for he had hardly any brains of his own. He had, however, a certain liking for the poetry and literature of passion. To my astonishment, Oscar was charming to him, chiefly, I think, because he was well off, and was pressing Oscar to spend the summer with him at some place he had in Switzerland. This support made Oscar recalcitrant to any influence I might have had over him. When I asked him if he had written anything whilst I was away, he replied casually: "No, Frank, I don't think I shall be able to write any more. What is the good of it? I cannot force myself to write." "And your Ballad of a Fisher Boy?" I asked. "I have composed 3 or 4 verses of it," he said, smiling at me. "I have got them in my head." And he recited 2 or 3, one of which was quite good, but none of them startling. Not having seen him for some days, I noticed that he was growing stout again. The good living and constant drinking seemed to ooze out of him. He began to look as he looked in the old days in London, just before the catastrophe. One morning I asked him to put the verses on paper which he had recited to me, but he would not, and when I pressed him, cried: "Let me live, Frank. Tasks remind me of prison. You do not know how I abhor even the memory of it. It was degrading, inhuman." "Prison was the making of you," I could not help retorting, irritated by what seemed to me a mere excuse. "You came out of it better in health and stronger than I have ever known you. The hard living, regular hours, and compulsory chastity did you all the good in the world. That is why you wrote those superb letters to the Daily Chronicle, and the Ballad of Reading Gaol. The State ought really to put you in prison and keep you there." For the first time in my life I saw angry dislike in his eyes. "You talk poisonous nonsense, Frank," he retorted. "Bad food is bad for everyone, and abstinence from tobacco is mere torture to me. Chastity is just as unnatural and devilish as hunger. I hate both. Self-denial is the shining sore on the leprous body of Christianity." To all this M giggled applause, which naturally excited the combative instincts in me, always too alert. "All great artists," I replied, "have had to practice chastity. It is chastity alone which gives vigour and tone to mind and body, while building up a reserve of extraordinary strength. Your favourite Greeks never allowed an athlete to go into the palaestra unless he had previously lived a life of complete chastity for a whole year. Balzac, too, practised it and extolled its virtues, and goodness knows he loved all the mud honey of Paris." "You are hopelessly wrong, Frank. What madness will you preach next? You are always bothering one to write, and now, forsooth, you recommend chastity and skilly; though I admit," he added laughing, "that your skilly includes all the indelicacies of the season, with champagne, mocha coffee, and absinthe to boot. But surely you're getting too puritanical. It's absurd of you. The other day you defended conventional love against my ideal passion." He provoked me. His tone was that of rather contemptuous superiority. I kept silent. I did not wish to retort as I might have done if M. had not been present. But Oscar was determined to assert his peculiar view. 1 or 2 days afterwards he came in very red and excited, and more angry than I had ever seen him. "What do you think has happened, Frank?" "I do not know. Nothing serious, I hope." "I was sitting by the roadside on my way to Cannes. I had taken out a Virgil with me and had begun reading it. As I sat there reading, I happened to raise my eyes, and who should I see but George Alexander. George Alexander on a bicycle. I had known him intimately in the old days, and naturally I got up, delighted to see him, and went towards him. But he turned his head aside and pedalled past me deliberately. He meant to cut me. Of course I know that just before my trial in London he took my name off the bill of my comedy, though he went on playing it. But I was not angry with him for that, though he might have behaved as well as Wyndham, who owed me nothing, don't you think? Here there was nobody to see him, yet he cut me. What brutes men are! They not only punish me as a society, but now they are trying as individuals to punish me, and after all I have not done worse than they do. What difference is there between one form of sexual indulgence and another? I hate hypocrisy and hypocrites. Think of Alexander, who made all his money out of my works, cutting me. Alexander! It is too ignoble. Wouldn't you be angry, Frank?" "I dare say I should be," I replied coolly, hoping the incident would be a spur to him. "I've always wondered why you gave Alexander a play. Surely you didn't think him an actor?" "No, no," he exclaimed, a sudden smile lighting up his face. "Alexander doesn't act on the stage. He behaves. But wasn't it mean of him?" I couldn't help smiling, the dart was so deserved. "Begin another play," I said, "and the Alexanders will immediately go on their knees to you again. On the other hand, if you do nothing, you may expect worse than discourtesy. Men love to condemn their neighbour's pet vice. You ought to know the world by this time." He did not even notice the hint to work, but broke out angrily. "What you call vice, Frank, is not vice. It is as good to me as it was to Caesar, Alexander, Michelangelo and Shakespeare. It was first of all made a sin by monasticism, and it has been made a crime in recent times by the Goths, the Germans and English, who have done little or nothing since to refine or exalt the ideals of humanity. They all damn the sins they have no mind to, and that's their morality. A brutal race. They overeat and overdrink and condemn the lusts of the flesh, while revelling in all the vilest sins of the spirit. If they would read the 23rd chapter of St. Matthew and apply it to themselves, they would learn more than by condemning a pleasure they don't understand. Why, even Bentham refused to put what you call a vice in his penal code, and you yourself admitted that it should not be punished as a crime, for it carries no temptation with it. It may be a malady, but if so, it appears only to attack the highest natures. It is disgraceful to punish it. The wit of man can find no argument which justifies its punishment." "Don't be too sure of that," I retorted. "I have never heard a convincing argument which condemns it, Frank. I do not believe such a reason exists." "Don't forget," I said, "that this practice which you defend is condemned by 100 generations of the most civilized races of mankind." "Mere prejudice of the unlettered, Frank." "And what is such a prejudice?" I asked. "It is the reason of 1,000 generations of men, a reason so sanctified by secular experience that it has passed into flesh and blood and become an emotion, and is no longer merely an argument. I would rather have one such prejudice held by men of a dozen different races than a myriad reasons. Such a prejudice is incarnate reason, approved by immemorial experience. What argument have you against cannibalism? What reason is there why we should not fatten babies for the spit and eat their flesh? The flesh is sweeter, African travellers tell us, than any other meat, tenderer at once and more sustaining. All reasons are in favour of it. What hinders us from indulging in this appetite but prejudice, sacred prejudice, an instinctive loathing at the bare idea? Humanity, it seems to me, is toiling up a long slope leading from the brute to the god. Again and again whole generations, sometimes whole races, have fallen back and disappeared in the abyss. Every slip fills the survivors with fear and horror, which with ages have become instinctive, and now you appear and laugh at their fears and tell them that human flesh is excellent food, and that sterile kisses are the noblest form of passion. They shudder from you, and hate and punish you, and if you persist they will kill you. Who shall say they are wrong? Who shall sneer at their instinctive repulsion, hallowed by ages of successful endeavour? "Fine rhetoric, I concede," he replied, "but mere rhetoric. I never heard such a defence of prejudice before. I should not have expected it from you. You admit you don't share the prejudice. You don't feel the horror, the instinctive loathing you describe. Why? Because you are educated, Frank, because you know that the passion Socrates felt was not a low passion, because you know that Caesar's weakness, let us say, or the weakness of Michelangelo or of Shakespeare, is not despicable. If the desire is not a characteristic of the highest humanity, at least it is consistent with it." "I cannot admit that," I answered. "First of all, let us leave Shakespeare out of the question, or I should have to ask you for proofs of his guilt, and there are none. About the others there is this to be said. It is not by imitating the vices and weaknesses of great men that we shall get to their level. And suppose we are fated to climb above them, then their weaknesses are to be dreaded. I have not even tried to put the strongest reasons before you. I should have thought your own mind would have supplied them. But surely you see that the historical argument is against you. This vice of yours is dropping out of life, like cannibalism. It is no longer a practice of the highest races. It may have seemed natural enough to the Greeks. To us it is unnatural. Even the best Athenians condemned it. Socrates took pride in never having yielded to it. All moderns denounce it disdainfully. You must see that the whole progress of the world, the current of educated opinion is against you, that you are now a sport, a peculiarity, an abnormality, a man with 6 fingers. Not a sport, that is, full of promise for the future, but a sport of the dim backward and abysm of time, an arrested development. You are bitter, Frank, almost rude. Forgive me, Oscar, forgive me, please. It is because I want you at long last to open your eyes and see things as they are. But I thought you were with us, Frank. I thought at least you condemned the punishment, did not believe in the barbarous penalties. I disbelieve in all punishment, I said. It is by love and not by hate that men must be redeemed. I believe, too, that the time is already come when the better law might be put in force. And above all, I condemn punishment which strikes a man, an artist like you, who has done beautiful and charming things, as if he had done nothing. At least the good you have accomplished should be set against the evil. It has always seemed monstrous to me that you should have been punished like a tailor. The French were right in their treatment of Verlaine. They condemned the sin, while forgiving the sinner because of his genius. The rigour in England is mere puritanic hypocrisy, short-sightedness, and racial self-esteem. All I can say, Frank, is I would not limit individual desire in any way. What right has society to punish us unless it can prove we have hurt or injured someone else against his will? Besides, if you limit passion, you impoverish life, you weaken the mainspring of art, and narrow the realm of beauty. All societies, I replied, and most individuals too, punish what they dislike, right or wrong. There are bad smells which do not injure anyone, yet the manufacturers of them would be indicted for committing a nuisance. Nor does your plea that by limiting the choice of passion you impoverish life appeal to me. On the contrary, I think I could prove that passion, the desire of the man for the woman, and the woman for the man, has been enormously strengthened in modern times. Christianity has created, or at least cultivated, modesty, and modesty has sharpened desire. Christianity has helped to lift woman to an equality with man, and this modern intellectual development has again intensified passion out of all knowledge. The woman who is not a slave, but an equal, who gives herself according to her own feeling, is infinitely more desirable to a man than any submissive serf who is always waiting on his will. And this movement intensifying passion is every day gaining force. We have a far higher love in us than the Greeks, infinitely higher and more intense than the Romans knew. Our sensuality is like a river banked in with stone parapets. The current flows higher and more vehemently in the narrower bed. You may talk as you please, Frank, but you will never get me to believe that what I know is good to me is evil. Suppose I like a food that is poison to other people and yet quickens me. How dare they punish me for eating of it? They would say, I replied, that they only punish you for inducing others to eat it. He broke in. It is all ignorant prejudice, Frank. The world is slowly growing more tolerant, and one day men will be ashamed of their barbarous treatment of me, as they are now ashamed of the torturings of the Middle Ages. The current of opinion is making in our favour and not against us. You don't believe what you say, I cried. If you really thought humanity was going your way, you would have been delighted to play Galileo. Instead of writing a book in prison condemning your companion who pushed you to discovery and disgrace, you would have written a book vindicating your actions. I am a martyr, you would have cried, and not a criminal, and everyone who holds the contrary is wrong. You would have said to the jury, in spite of your beliefs and your cherished dogmas, in spite of your religion and prejudice and fanatical hatred of me, you are wrong and I am right. The world does move. But you didn't say that, and you don't think it. If you did, you would be glad you went into the Queensberry trial, glad you were accused, glad you were imprisoned and punished, because all these things must bring your vindication more quickly. You are sorry for them all, because in your heart you know you were wrong. This old world in the main is right. It's you who are wrong. Of course, everything can be argued, Frank, but I hold to my conviction. The best minds even now don't condemn us, and the world is becoming more tolerant. I didn't justify myself in court because I was told I should be punished lightly if I respected the common prejudices, and when I tried to speak afterwards the judge would not let me. And I believe, I retorted, that you were hopelessly beaten and could never have made a fight of it because you felt the time spirit was against you. How else was a silly, narrow judge able to wave you to silence? Do you think he could have silenced me? Not all the judges in Christendom. Let me give you an example. I believe with Voltaire that when modesty goes out of life, it goes into the language as prudery. I am quite certain that our present habit of not discussing sexual questions in our books is bound to disappear, and that free and dignified speech will take the place of our present prurient mealy-mouthedness. I have long thought it possible, probable even, in the present state of society in England, where we are still more or less under the heel of the illiterate and prudish philistinism of our middle class, that I might be had up to answer some charge of publishing an indecent book. The current of the time appears to be against me. In the spacious days of Elizabeth, in the modish time of the Georges, a freedom of speech was habitual, which today is tabooed. Our cases, therefore, are somewhat alike. Do you think I should dread the issue or allow myself to be silenced by a judge? I would set forth my defence before the judge and before the jury with the assurance of victory in me. I should not minimize what I had written. I should not try to explain it away. I should seek to make it stronger. I should justify every word. And finally, I'd warn both judge and jury that if they condemned and punished me, they would only make my ultimate triumph more conspicuous. All the great men of the past are with me, I would cry. All the great minds of today in other countries, and some of the best in England. Condemn me at your peril. You will only condemn yourselves. You are spitting against the wind, and the shame will be on your own faces. Do you believe I should be left to suffer? I doubt it even in England today. If I'm right, and I'm sure I'm right, then about me there would be an invisible cloud of witnesses. You would see a strange movement of opinion in my favour. The judge would probably lecture me and bind me over to come up for judgment, but if he sentenced me vindictively, then the Home Secretary would be petitioned, and the movement in my favour would grow till it swept away opposition. This is the very soul of my faith. If I did not believe with every fibre in me that this poor stupid world is honestly groping its way up the altar stairs to God, and not down, I would not live in it an hour." "Why do you argue against me, Frank? It is brutal of you. To induce you even now to turn and pull yourself out of the mud. You are 40 odd years of age, and the keenest sensations of life are over for you. Turn back whilst there's time. Get to work. Write your ballad and your plays, and not the Alexanders alone, but all the people who really count, the best of all countries, the salt of the earth, will give you another chance. Begin to work, and you'll be borne up on all hands. No one sinks to the dregs but by his own weight. If you don't bear fruit, why should men care for you?" He shrugged his shoulders and turned from me with disdainful indifference. "I've done enough for their respect, Frank, and received nothing but hatred. Every man must dree his own weird. Thank heaven, life's not without compensations. I'm sorry I cannot please you." And he added carelessly, "M. has asked me to go and spend the summer with him at Gland in Switzerland. He does not mind whether I write or not." "I assure you," I cried, "it is not my pleasure I am thinking about. What can it matter to me whether you write or not? It is your own good I am thinking of." "Oh, bother good! One's friends like one as one is. The outside public hate one or scoff at one as they please." "Well, I hope I shall always be your friend," I replied, "but you will yet be forced to see, Oscar, that everyone grows tired of holding up an empty sack." "Frank, you insult me." "I don't mean to. I'm sorry. I shall never be so brutally frank again, but you had to hear the truth for once." "Then, Frank, you only cared for me in so far as I agreed with you." "Oh, that's not fair," I replied. "I have tried with all my strength to prevent you committing soul suicide. But if you are resolved on it, I can't prevent you. I must draw away. I can do no good." "Then you won't help me for the rest of the winter?" "Of course I will," I replied. "I shall do all I promised and more. But there's a limit now. And till now the only limit was my power, not my will." It was at Napoule, a few days later, that an incident occurred which gave me to a certain extent a new sidelight on Oscar's nature, by showing just what he thought of me. I make no scruple of setting forth his opinion here in its entirety, though the confession took place after a futile evening, when he had talked to M. of great houses in England and the great people he had met there. The talk had evidently impressed M. as much as it had bored me. I must first say that Oscar's bedroom was separated from mine by a large sitting room we had in common. As a rule I worked in my bedroom in the mornings, and he spent a great deal of time out of doors. On this especial morning, however, I had gone into the sitting room early to write some letters. I heard him get up and splash about in his bath. Shortly afterwards he must have gone into the next room, which was M.'s, for suddenly he began talking to him in a loud voice from one room to the other, as if he were carrying on a conversation already begun, through the open door. "Of course it's absurd of Frank talking of social position, or the great people of English society at all. He never had any social position to be compared with mine." The petulant tone made me smile, but what Oscar said was true, nor did I ever pretend to have such a position. He had a house in Park Lane, and owned the Saturday Review, and had a certain power. but I was the centre of every party, the most honoured guest everywhere, at Cliveden and Taplow Court and Clumber. The difference was, Frank was proud of meeting Balfour, while Balfour was proud of meeting me. D'you see?" I was so interested I was unconscious of any indiscretion in listening. It made me smile to hear that I was proud of meeting Arthur Balfour. It would never have occurred to me that I should be proud of that. Still, no doubt Oscar was right in a general way. When Frank talks of literature, he amuses me. He pretends to bring new standards into it. He does. He brings America to judge Oxford and London, much like bringing Macedon or Boeotia to judge Athens. Quite ridiculous. What can Americans know about English literature? Yet the curious thing is that he has read a lot and has a sort of vision. That Shakespeare stuff of his is extraordinary. But he takes sincerity for style, and poetry as poetry has no appeal for him. You heard him admit that himself last night. He's comic, really, curiously provincial, like all Americans. Fancy a Jeremiad preached by a man in a fur coat. Frank's comic, but he's really kind and fights for his friends. He helped me in prison greatly. Sympathy is a sort of religion to him. That's why we can meet without murder and separate without suicide. Talking literature with him is very like playing rugby football. I never did play football, you know, but talking literature with Frank must be very like playing rugby, where you end by being kicked violently through your own goal." And he laughed delightedly. I had listened without thinking, as I often listened to his talk for the mere music of the utterance. Now, at a break in the monologue, I went into the next room, feeling that to listen consciously would be unworthy. On the whole, his view of me was not unkindly. He disliked to hear any opinion that differed from his own, and it never came into his head that Oxford was no nearer the meridian of truth than Lawrence, Kansas, and certainly at least as far from heaven. Some weeks later I left La Napoule and went on a visit to some friends. He wrote complaining that without me the place was dull. I wired him and went over to Nice to meet him, and we lunched together at the Café de la Régence. He was terribly downcast, and yet rebellious. He had come over to stay at Nice, and stopped at the Hôtel Terminus, a 10th-rate hotel near the station. The proprietor called on him 2 or 3 days afterwards, and informed him he must leave the hotel, as his room had been let. "Evidently someone has told him, Frank, who I am. What am I to do?" I soon found him a better hotel, where he was well treated, but the incident, coming on top of the Alexander affair, seems to have frightened him. "There are too many English on this coast," he said to me one day, "and they are all brutal to me. I think I should like to go to Italy, if you would not mind." "The world is all before you," I replied. "I shall only be too glad for you to get a comfortable place," and I gave him the money he wanted. He lingered on at Nice for nearly a week. I saw him several times. He lunched with me at the Réserve once at Beaulieu, and was full of delight at the beauty of the bay and the quiet of it. In the middle of the meal some English people came in and showed their dislike of him rudely. He at once shrank into himself. and as soon as possible made some pretext to leave. Of course I went with him. I was more than sorry for him, but I felt as unable to help him as I should have been unable to hold him back if he had determined to throw himself down a precipice. End of chapter 24. Recording by Martin Geeson in Hazelmere, Surrey. Chapter 25 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 25. The Last Hope Lost. The gods are just, and of our pleasant vices make instruments to plague us. It was full summer before I met Oscar again. He had come back to Paris and taken up his old quarters in the mean little hotel in the Rue des Beaux-Arts. He lunched and dined with me as usual. His talk was as humorous and charming as ever, and he was just as engaging a companion. For the first time, however, he complained of his health. "I ate some mussels and oysters in Italy, and they must have poisoned me, for I have come out in great red blotches all over my arms and chest and back, and I don't feel well." "Have you consulted a doctor?" "Oh yes, but doctors are no good. They all advise you differently. The best of it is, they all listen to you with an air of intense interest when you are talking about yourself, which is an excellent tonic." "They sometimes tell one what's the matter, give a name and significance to the unknown," I interjected. "They bore me by forbidding me to smoke and drink. They are worse than M, who grudged me his wine." "What do you mean?" I asked in wonder. "A tragi-comic history, Frank. You were so right about M, and I was mistaken in him. You know he wanted me to stay with him at Gland in Switzerland, begged me to come, said he would do everything for me. When the weather got warm at Genoa, I went to him. At first he seemed very glad to see me, and made me welcome. The food was not very good, the drink anything but good. Still I could not complain, and I put up with the discomforts. But in a week or two the wine disappeared, and beer took its place, and I suggested I must be going. He begged me so cordially not to go that I stayed on, but in a little while I noticed that the beer got less and less in quantity, and one day, when I ventured to ask for a second bottle at lunch, he told me that it cost a great deal and that he could not afford it. Of course I made some decent pretext and left his house as soon as possible. If one has to suffer poverty, one had best suffer alone. But to get discomforts grudgingly and as a charity is the extremity of shame. I prefer to look on it from the other side. M grudging me his small beer belongs to farce." He spoke with bitterness and contempt, as he used never to speak of anyone. I could not help sympathizing with him, though visibly the cloth was wearing threadbare. He asked me now at once for money, and a little later again and again. Formerly he had invented pretexts. He had not received his allowance when he expected it, or he was bothered by a bill and so forth. But now he simply begged and begged, railing the while at fortune. It was distressing. He wanted money constantly, and spent it as always like water, without a thought. I asked him one day whether he had seen much of his soldier boy since he had returned to Paris. "I have seen him, Frank, but not often," and he laughed gaily. "It's a farce comedy. Sentiment always begins romantically and ends in laughter. Tabulae solvuntur risu. I taught him so much, Frank, that he was made a corporal, and forthwith a nursemaid fell in love with his stripes. He's devoted to her. I suppose he likes to play teacher in his turn." And so the great romantic passion comes to this tame conclusion. What would you, Frank? Whatever begins must also end. "Is there anyone else?" I asked, "or have you learned reason at last?" "Of course there's always someone else, Frank. Change is the essence of passion. The reason you talk of is merely another name for impotence." "Montaigne declares," I said, "that love belongs to early youth. The next period after infancy is his phrase, but that is at the best a Frenchman's view of it. Sophocles was nearer the truth when he called himself happy in that age had freed him from the whip of passion. When are you going to reach that serenity?" "Never, Frank, never, I hope. Life without desire would not be worth living to me. As one gets older, one is more difficult to please, but the sting of pleasure is even keener than in youth, and far more egotistic. One comes to understand the Marquis de Sade and that strange scarlet story of de Retz. The pleasure they got from inflicting pain, the curious, intense underworld of cruelty." "That's unlike you, Oscar," I broke in. "I thought you shrank from giving pain always. To me it's the unforgivable sin." "To me also," he rejoined instantly. "Intellectually one may understand it, but in reality it's horrible. I want my pleasure unembittered by any drop of pain. That reminds me, I read a terrible little book the other day, Octave Mirbeau's Le Jardin des Supplices. It is quite awful. A sadique joy in pain pulses through it. But for all that it's wonderful. His soul seems to have wandered in fearsome places. You, with your contempt of fear, will face the book with courage. I simply couldn't read it," I replied. "It was revolting to me, impossible." "A sort of grey adder," he summed up, and I nodded in complete agreement. I passed the next winter on the Riviera. A speculation which I had gone in for there had caused me heavy loss and much anxiety. In the spring I returned to Paris, and of course asked him to meet me. He was much brighter than he had been for a long time. Lord Alfred Douglas, it appeared, had come in for a large legacy from his father's estate, and had given him some money, and he was much more cheerful. We had a great lunch at Durand's, and he was at his very best. I asked him about his health. "I'm all right, Frank, but the rash continually comes back, a ghostly visitant, Frank. I'm afraid the doctors are in league with the devil. It generally returns after a good dinner, a sort of aftermath of champagne. The doctors say I must not drink champagne, and must stop smoking, the silly people who regard pleasures as their natural enemies, whereas it is our pleasures which provide them with a living." He looked fairly well, I thought. He was a little fatter, his skin a little dingier than of old, and he had grown very deaf, but in every other way he seemed at his best, though he was certainly drinking too freely. Spirits between times as well as wine at meals. I had heard on the Riviera during the winter that Smithers had tried to buy a play from him, so one day I brought up the subject. "By the way, Smithers says you have been working on your play. You know the one I mean, the one with the great screen scene in it." "Oh yes, Frank," he remarked indifferently. "Won't you tell me what you've done?" I asked. "Have you written any of it?" "No, Frank," he replied casually. "It's the scenario Smithers talked about." A little while afterwards he asked me for money. I told him I could not afford any at the moment, and pressed him to write his play. "I shall never write again, Frank," he said. I simply can't face my thoughts. Don't ask me." Then suddenly, "Why don't you buy the scenario and write the play yourself?" "I don't care for the stage," I replied. "It's a sort of rude encaustic work I don't like. Its effects are theatrical. A play pays far better than a book, you know." But I was not interested. That evening, thinking over what he had said, I realized all at once that a story I had in mind to write would suit the screen scene of Oscar's scenario. Why shouldn't I write a play instead of a story? When we met next day, I broached the idea to Oscar. "I have a story in my head," I said, "which would fit into that scenario of yours, so far as you have sketched it to me. I could write it as a play, and do the second, third and fourth acts very quickly, as all the personages are alive to me. Could you do the first act?" "Of course I could, Frank." "But," I said, "will you?" "What would be the good? You could not sell it, Frank." "In any case," I went on, "I could try. But I would infinitely prefer you to write the whole play if you would. Then it would sell fast enough." "Oh, Frank, don't ask me." The idea of the collaboration was a mistake, but it seemed to me at the moment the best way to get him to do something. Suddenly he asked me to give him £50 for the scenario at once, then I could do what I liked with it. After a good deal of talk I consented to give him the £50, if he would promise to write the first act. He promised, and I gave him the money. A little later I noticed a certain tension in his relations with Lord Alfred Douglas. One day he told me frankly that Lord Alfred Douglas had come into a fortune of £15,000 or £20,000. "And," he added, "of course he's always able to get money. He'll marry an American millionairess or some rich widow." Oscar's ideas of life were nearly all conventional, derived from novels and plays. "And I wanted him to give me enough to make my life comfortable, to settle enough on me to make a decent life possible to me. It would only have cost him £2,000 or £3,000, perhaps less. I get £150 a year, and I wanted him to make it up to £300. I lost that through going to him at Naples. I think he ought to give me that at the very least, don't you? Won't you speak to him, Frank?" I could not possibly interfere, I replied. I gave him everything, he went on in a depressed way. When I had money, he never had to ask for it, all that was mine was his. And now that he is rich, I have to beg from him, and he gives me small sums and puts me off. It is terrible of him, it is really very, very wrong of him. I changed the subject as soon as I could. There was a note of bitterness which I did not like, and which I had already remarked in him. I was destined very soon to hear the other side. A day or two later, Lord Alfred Douglas told me that he had bought some race horses and was training them at Chantilly. Would I come down and see them? I am not much of a judge of race horses, I replied, and I don't know much about racing, but I should not mind coming down one evening. I could spend the night at an hotel and see the horses and your stable in the morning. The life of the English stable lads in France must be rather peculiar. It is droll, he said, a complete English colony in France. There are practically no French jockeys or trainers worth their salt. It is all English. English slang, English ways, even English food, and of course English drinks. No French boy seems to have nerve enough to make a good rider. I made an arrangement with him and went down. I missed my train and was very late. I found that Lord Alfred Douglas had dined and gone out. I had my dinner, and about midnight went up to my room. Half an hour later there came a knocking at the door. I opened it and found Lord Alfred Douglas. "May I come in?" he asked. "I'm glad you've not gone to bed yet." "Of course," I said. "What is it?" He was pale and seemed extraordinarily excited. "I've had such a row with Oscar," he jerked out, nervously moving about. I noticed the strained white face I had seen before at the Café Royal. "Such a row, and I wanted to speak to you about it. Of course you know in the old days, when his plays were being given in London, he was rich and gave me some money, and now he says I ought to settle a large sum on him. I think it ridiculous, don't you?" "I would rather not say anything about it," I replied. "I don't know enough about the circumstances." He was too filled with a sense of his own injuries, too excited to catch my tone, or understand any reproof in my attitude. "Oscar is really too dreadful," he went on. "He is quite shameless now. He begs and begs and begs, and of course I have given him money, have given him hundreds, quite as much as he ever gave me. But he is insatiable and recklessly extravagant besides. Of course I want to be quite fair to him. I've already given him back all he gave me. Don't you think that is all anyone can ask of me?" I looked at him in astonishment. "That is for you and Oscar," I said, "to decide together. No one else can judge between you." "Why not?" he snapped out in his irritable way. "You know us both and our relations." "No," I replied, "I don't know all the obligations and the interwoven services. Besides, I could not judge fairly between you." He turned on me angrily, though I had spoken with as much kindness as I could. "He seemed to want to make you judge between us," he cried. "I don't care who's the judge. I think if you give a man back what he has given you, that is all he can ask. It's a damned lot more than most people get in this world." After a pause he started off on a new line of thought. "The first time I ever noticed any fault in Oscar was over that Salome translation. He's appallingly conceited. You know, I did the play into English. I found that his choice of words was poor, anything but good. His prose is wooden. Of course he's not a poet," he broke off contemptuously. "Even you must admit that." "I know what you mean," I replied, "though I should have to make a vast reservation in favour of the man who wrote the Ballad of Reading Gaol." "One ballad does not make a man a poet," he barked. "I mean by poet one to whom verse lends power. In that sense he's not a poet, and I am." His tone was that of defiant challenge. "You are, certainly," I replied. "Well, I did the translation of Salome very carefully, as no one else could have done it," and he flushed angrily. "And all the while Oscar kept on altering it for the worse. At last I had to tell him the truth, and we had a row. He imagines he's the greatest person in the world, and the only person to be considered. His conceit is stupid. I helped him again and again with that Ballad of Reading Gaol you're always praising. I suppose he'd deny that now. He's got his money back. What more can he want? He disgusts me when he begs." I could not contain myself altogether. "He seems to blame you," I said quietly, "for egging him on to that insane action against your father, which brought him to ruin." "I've no doubt he'd find some reason to blame me," he whipped out. "How did I know how the case would go? Why did he take my advice if he didn't want to? He was surely old enough to know his own interest. He's simply disgusting now. He's getting fat and bloated, and always demanding money, 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 like a daughter of the horseleech, just as if he had a claim to it." I could not stand it any longer. I had to try to move him to kindness. Sometimes one gives willingly to a man one has never had anything from. Misery and want in one we like and admire have a very strong claim. "I do not see that there is any claim at all," he cried bitterly, as if the very word maddened him. "And I am not going to pamper him any more. He could earn all the money he wants if he would only write. But he won't do anything. He is lazy, and getting lazier and lazier every day. And he drinks far too much. He is intolerable. I thought when he kept asking me for that money tonight, he was like an old prostitute." "Good God!" I cried. "Good God, has it come to that between you?" "Yes," he repeated, not heeding what I said. "He was just like an old fat prostitute," and he gloated over the word, "and I told him so." I looked at the man, but could not speak. Indeed, there was nothing to be said. Surely at last, I thought, Oscar Wilde has reached the lowest depth. I could think of nothing but Oscar. This hard, small, bitter nature made Oscar's suffering plain to me. "As I can do no good," I said, "do you mind letting me sleep? I'm simply tired to death." "I'm sorry," he said, looking for his hat. "Will you come out in the morning and see the G.'s?" "I don't think so," I replied. "I'm incapable of a resolution now. I'm so tired I would rather sleep. I think I'll go up to Paris in the morning. I have something rather urgent to do." He said good night and went away. I lay awake, my eyes prickling with sorrow and sympathy for poor Oscar, insulted in his misery and destitution, outraged and trodden on by the man he had loved, by the man who had thrust him into the pit. I made up my mind to go to Oscar at once and try to comfort him a little. After all, I thought, Another £50 or so wouldn't make a great deal of difference to me, and I dwelt on the many delightful hours I had passed with him, hours of gay talk and superb intellectual enjoyment. I went up by the morning train to Paris and drove across the river to Oscar's hotel. He had 2 rooms, a small sitting room and a still smaller bedroom adjoining. He was lying half dressed on the bed as I entered. The rooms affected me unpleasantly. They were ordinary mean little French rooms, furnished without taste. The usual mahogany chairs, gilt clock on the mantelpiece, and a preposterous bilious paper on the walls. What struck me was the disorder everywhere: books all over the round table, books on the chairs, books on the floor, and higgledy-piggledy. Here a pair of socks, there a hat and cane, and on the floor his overcoat. The sense of order and neatness which he used to have in his rooms at Tite Street was utterly lacking. He was not living here, intent on making the best of things. He was merely existing without plan or purpose. I told him I wanted him to come to lunch. While he was finishing dressing, it came to me that his clothes had undergone much the same change as his dwelling. In his golden days in London he had been a good deal of a dandy. He usually wore white waistcoats at night, was particular about the flowers in his buttonhole, his gloves and cane. Now he was decently dressed, and that was all, as far below the average as he had been above it. Clearly he had let go of himself, and no longer took pleasure in the vanities. It seemed to me a bad sign. I had always thought of him as very healthy, likely to live till 60 or 70, but he had no longer any hold on himself, and that depressed me. Some spring of life seemed broken in him. Bosie Douglas's second betrayal had been the coup de grâce. In the carriage he was preoccupied, out of sorts, and immediately began to apologize. "I shall be poor company, Frank," he warned me with quivering lips. The fragrant summer air in the Champs-Élysées seemed to revive him a little, but he was evidently lost in bitter reflections, and scarcely noticed where he was going. From time to time he sighed heavily, as if oppressed. I talked as well as I could of this and that, tried to lure him away from the hateful subject that I knew must be in his mind, but all in vain. Towards the end of the lunch he said gravely: "I want you to tell me something, Frank. I want you to tell me honestly if you think I am in the wrong. I wish I could think I was. You know I spoke to you the other day about Bosie. He is rich now, and he is throwing his money away with both hands in racing. I asked him to settle £1,500 or £2,000 on me to buy me an annuity, or to do something that would give me £150 a year. You said you did not care to ask him, so I did. I told him it was really his duty to do it at once, and he turned round and lashed me savagely with his tongue. He called me dreadful names, said dreadful things to me, Frank. I did not think it was possible to suffer more than I suffered in prison, but he has left me bleeding." And the fine eyes filled with tears. Seeing that I remained silent, he cried out: "Frank, you must tell me for our friendship's sake. Is it my fault? Was he wrong or was I wrong?" His weakness was pathetic. Or was it that his affection was still so great that he wanted to blame himself rather than his friend? "Of course he seems to me to be wrong," I said, "utterly wrong." I could not help saying it, and I went on. "But you know his temper is insane. If he even praises himself, as he did to me lately, he gets into a rage in order to do it, and perhaps unwittingly you annoyed him by the way you asked. If you put it to his generosity and vain glory, you would get it easier than from his sense of justice and right. He has not much moral sense." "Oh, Frank," he broke in earnestly, "I put it to him as well as I could, quite quietly and gently. I talked of our old affection, of the good and evil days we had passed together. You know I could never be harsh to him, never." "There never was," he burst out in a sort of exultation, "there never was in the world such a betrayal. Do you remember once telling me that the only flaw you could find in the perfect symbolism of the Gospel story was that Jesus was betrayed by Judas, the foreigner from Kerioth, when he should have been betrayed by John, the beloved disciple? For it is only those we love who can betray us. Frank, how true, how tragically true that is! It is those we love who betray us with a kiss." He was silent for some time, and then went on wearily. "I wish you would speak to him, Frank, and show him how unjust and unkind he is to me." "I cannot possibly do that, Oscar," I said. "I do not know all the relations between you, and the myriad bands that unite you. I should only do harm and not good." "Frank," he cried, "you do know, you must know that he is responsible for everything, for my downfall and my ruin. It was he who drove me to fight with his father. I begged him not to, but he whipped me to it, asked me what his father could do, pointed out to me contemptuously that he could prove nothing, said he was the most loathsome, hateful creature in the world, and that it was my duty to stop him, and that if I did not, everyone would be laughing at me, and he could never care for a coward. All his family, his brother and his mother too, begged me to attack Queensberry, all promised me their support, and afterwards... You know, Frank, in the Café Royal before the trial, how Bosie spoke to you, when you warned me and implored me to drop the insane suit and go abroad, how angry he got. 'You were not a friend of mine,' he said. 'You know he drove me to ruin in order to revenge himself on his father, and then left me to suffer. And that's not the worst of it, Frank. I came out of prison determined not to see him any more. I promised my poor wife I would not see him again. I had forgiven him, but I did not want to see him. I had suffered too much by him and through him, far too much. And then he wrote and wrote of his love, crying it to me every hour, begging me to come, telling me he only wanted me in order to be happy, me in the whole world. How could I help believing him? How could I keep away from him? At last I yielded and went to him, and as soon as the difficulties began, he turned on me in Naples like a wild beast, blaming me and insulting me. I had to fly to Paris, having lost everything through him, wife and income and self-respect, everything. But I always thought that he was at least generous as a man of his name should be. I had no idea he could be stingy and mean. But now he is comparatively rich, he prefers to squander his money on jockeys and trainers and horses, of which he knows nothing, instead of lifting me out of my misery. Surely it is not too much to ask him to give me a tenth, when I gave him all. Won't you ask him?" "I think he ought to have done what you want, without asking," I admitted. "But I am certain my speaking would not do any good. He shows me hatred already whenever I do not agree with him. Hate is nearer to him always than sympathy. He is his father's son, Oscar, and I can do nothing. I cannot even speak to him about it." "Oh, Frank, you ought to," said Oscar. "But suppose he retorted and said you led him astray, what could I answer?" "Led him astray!" cried Oscar, starting up. "You cannot believe that. You know me better than that. It is not true. It is he who always led, always dominated me. He is as imperious as a Caesar. It was he who began our intimacy. He who came to me in London when I did not want to see him. Or rather, Frank, I wanted to, but I was afraid. At the very beginning I was afraid of what it would all lead to, and I avoided him. The desperate aristocratic pride in him, the dreadful bold imperious temper in him terrified me. But he came to London and sent for me to come to him, said he would come to my house if I didn't. I went, thinking I could reason with him, but it was impossible. When I told him we must be very careful, for I was afraid of what might happen, he made fun of my fears and encouraged me. He knew that they'd never dare to punish him. He's allied to half the peerage, and he did not care what became of me. He led me first to the street, introduced me to the male prostitution in London. From the beginning to the end he has driven me like the Aestrum, of which the Greeks wrote, which drove the ill-fated to disaster. And now he says he owes me nothing. I have no claim. I who gave to him without counting. He says he needs all his money for himself. He wants to win races and write poetry, Frank, the pretty verses which he thinks poetry. He has ruined me, soul and body, and now he puts himself in the balance against me and declares he outweighs me. Yes, Frank, he does. He told me the other day I was not a poet, not a true poet, and he was. Alfred Douglas greater than Oscar Wilde. I have not done much in the world, he went on hotly. I know it better than anyone, not a quarter of what I should have done. But there are some things I have done which the world will not forget, can hardly forget. If all the tribe of Douglas, from the beginning, and all their achievements were added together and thrown into the balance, they would not weigh as dust in comparison. Yet he reviled me, Frank, whipped me, shamed me. He has broken me. He has broken me, the man I loved. My very heart is a cold weight in me." And he got up and moved aside, with the tears pouring down his cheeks. "Don't take it so much to heart," I said in a minute or two, going after him. "The loss of affection I cannot help, but 100 or so a year is not much. I will see that you get that every year." "Oh, Frank, it is not the money. It is his denial, his insults, his hate that kills me. The fact that I have ruined myself for someone who cares nothing, who puts a little money before me. It is as if I were choked with mud. Once I thought myself master of my life, lord of my fate, who could do what I pleased and would always succeed. I was as a crowned king till I met him, and now I am an exile and outcast and despised. I have lost my way in life. The passers-by all scorn me, and the man whom I loved whips me with foul insults and contempt. There is no example in history of such a betrayal, no parallel. I am finished. It is all over with me now, all. I hope the end will come quickly." And he moved away to the window, his tears falling heavily. End of chapter 25. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 26 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 26. The End. In a day or two, however, the clouds lifted and the sun shone as brilliantly as ever. Oscar's spirits could not be depressed for long. He took a child's joy in living and in every incident of life. When I left him in Paris a week or so later, in midsummer, he was full of gaiety and humour, talking as delightfully as ever, with a touch of cynicism that added piquancy to his wit. Shortly after I arrived in London, he wrote saying he was ill, and that I really ought to send him some money. I had already paid him more than the amount we had agreed upon at first for his scenario, and I was hard up, and anything but well. I had chronic bronchitis, which prostrated me time and again that autumn. Having heard from mutual friends that Oscar's illness did not hinder him from dining out and enjoying himself, I received his plaints and requests with a certain impatience, and replied to him curtly. His illness appeared to me to be merely a pretext. When my play was accepted, his demands became as insistent as they were extravagant. Finally I went back to Paris in September to see him, persuaded that I could settle everything amicably in 5 minutes' talk. He must remember our agreement. I found him well in health, but childishly annoyed that my play was going to be produced, and resolved to get all the money he could from me by hook or by crook. I never met such persistence in demands. I could only settle with him decently by paying him a further sum, which I did. In the course of this bargaining and begging, I realized that, contrary to my previous opinion, he was not gifted as a friend, and did not attribute any importance to friendship. His affection for Bosie Douglas even had given place to hatred. Indeed, his liking for him had never been founded on understanding or admiration. It was almost wholly snobbish. He loved the title, the romantic name, Lord Alfred Douglas. Robert Ross was the only friend of whom he always spoke with liking and appreciation. "One of the wittiest of men," he used to call him, and would jest at his handwriting, which was peculiarly bad, but always good-naturedly. "A letter merely shows that Bobby has something to conceal," but he would add, "How kind he is, how good," as if Ross's devotion surprised him, as in fact it did. Ross has since told me that Oscar never cared much for him. Indeed, Oscar cared so little for anyone that an unselfish affection astonished him beyond measure. He could find in himself no explanation of it. His vanity was always more active than his gratitude, as indeed it is with most of us. Now and then, when Ross played mentor or took him to task, he became prickly at once and would retort, "Really, Bobby, you ride the high horse so well and so willingly, it seems a pity that you never tried Pegasus." Not a sneer exactly, but a rap on the knuckles to call his monitor to order. Like most men of charming manners, Oscar was selfish and self-centred, too convinced of his own importance to spend much thought on others, yet generous to the needy and kind to all. After my return to London he kept on begging for money by almost every post. As soon as my play was advertised, I found myself dunned and persecuted by a horde of people who declared that Oscar had sold them the scenario he afterwards sold to me. Several of them threatened to get injunctions to prevent me staging my play, Mr. and Mrs. Daventry, if I did not first settle with them. Naturally, I wrote rather sharply to Oscar for having led me into this hornet's nest. It was in the middle of all this unpleasantness that I heard from Turner, in October, I believe, that Oscar was seriously ill, and that if I owed him money, as he asserted, it would be a kindness to send it, as he was in great need. The letter found me in bed. I could not say now whether I answered it or not. It made me impatient. His friends must have known that I owed Oscar nothing, but later I received a telegram from Ross saying that Oscar was not expected to live. I was ill and unable to move, or I should have gone at once to Paris. As it was, I sent for my friend Bell, gave him some money and a cheque, and begged him to go across and let me know if Oscar were really in danger, which I could hardly believe. As luck would have it, the next afternoon, when I hoped Bell had started, his wife came to tell me that he had had a severe asthmatic attack, but would cross as soon as he dared. I was too hard up myself to wire money that might not be needed, and Oscar had cried wolf about his health too often to be a credible witness. Yet I was dissatisfied with myself and anxious for Bell to start. Day after day passed in troubled doubts and fears, but it was not long when a period was put to all my anxiety. A telegram came, telling me he was dead. I could hardly believe my eyes. It seemed incredible. The fount of joy and gaiety, the delightful source of intellectual vivacity and interest, stilled forever. The world went greyer to me because of Oscar Wilde's death. Months afterwards, Robert Ross gave me the particulars of his last illness. Ross went to Paris in October. As soon as he saw Oscar, he was shocked by the change in his appearance. He insisted on taking him to a doctor. But to his surprise, the doctor saw no ground for immediate alarm. If Oscar would only stop drinking wine and, a fortiori, spirits, he might live for years. Absinthe was absolutely forbidden. But Oscar paid no heed to the warning, and Ross could only take him for drives whenever the weather permitted, and seek to amuse him harmlessly. The will to live had almost left Oscar. So long as he could live pleasantly and without effort, he was content. But as soon as ill health came, or pain, or even discomfort, he grew impatient for deliverance. But to the last he kept his joyous humour and charming gaiety. His disease brought with it a certain irritation of the skin, annoying rather than painful. Meeting Ross one morning, after a day's separation, he apologized for scratching himself. "Really," he exclaimed, "I'm more like a great ape than ever. But I hope you'll give me a lunch, Bobby, and not a nut." On one of the last drives with this friend he asked for champagne, and when it was brought, declared that he was dying as he had lived, beyond his means, his happy humour lighting up even his last hours. Early in November, Ross left Paris to go down to the Riviera with his mother, for Reggie Turner had undertaken to stay with Oscar. Reggie Turner describes how he grew gradually feebler and feebler, though to the end flashes of the old humour would astonish his attendants. He persisted in saying that Reggie, with his perpetual prohibitions, was qualifying for a doctor. "When you can refuse bread to the hungry, Reggie," he would say, "and drink to the thirsty, you can apply for your diploma." Towards the end of November, Reggie wired for Ross, and Ross left everything and reached Paris next day. When all was over, he wrote to a friend, giving him a very complete account of the last hours of Oscar Wilde. It is too long and too detailed to be used here. Ross's letter should be read by the student, but several touches in it are too timid. Certain experiences that should be put in high relief are slurred over. In conversation with me, he told more and told it better. For example, when talking of his drives with Oscar, he mentions casually that Oscar insisted on drinking absinthe, and leaves it at that. The truth is that Oscar stopped the Victoria at almost the first café, got down and had an absinthe. 200 or 300 yards further on he stopped the carriage again to have another absinthe. At the next stoppage, a few minutes later, Ross ventured to remonstrate. "You'll kill yourself, Oscar," he cried. "You know the doctors said absinthe was poison to you." Oscar stopped on the sidewalk. "And what have I to live for, Bobby?" he asked gravely. And Ross, looking at him and noting the wreck, the symptoms of old age and broken health, could only bow his head and walk on with him in silence. What indeed had he to live for, who had abandoned all the fair uses of life? The second scene is horrible, but is, so to speak, the inevitable resultant of the first, and has its own awful moral. Ross tells how he came one morning to Oscar's deathbed and found him practically insensible. He describes the dreadful loud death rattle of his breath, and says, "Terrible offices had to be carried out." The truth is still more appalling. Oscar had eaten too much and drunk too much, almost habitually, ever since the catastrophe in Naples. The dreadful disease from which he was suffering, or from the after effects of which he was suffering, weakens all the tissues of the body, and this weakness is aggravated by drinking wine, and still more by drinking spirits. Suddenly, as the two friends sat by the bedside in sorrowful anxiety, there was a loud explosion. Mucus poured out of Oscar's mouth and nose, and even the bedding had to be burned. If it is true that all those who draw the sword shall perish by the sword, it is no less certain that all those who live for the body shall perish by the body, and there is no death more degrading. One more scene, and this the last, and I shall have done. When Robert Ross was arranging to bury Oscar at Bagneux, he had already made up his mind as soon as he could to transfer his body to Père Lachaise and erect over his remains some worthy memorial. It became the purpose of his life to pay his friend's debts, annul his bankruptcy, and publish his books in suitable manner. In fine, to clear Oscar's memory from obloquy, while leaving to his lovable spirit the shining raiment of immortality. In a few years he had accomplished all but one part of his high task. He had not only paid off all Oscar Wilde's debts, but he had managed to remit thousands of pounds yearly to his children, and had established his popularity on the widest and surest foundation. He crossed to Paris with Oscar's son, Vivian, to render the last service to his friend. When preparing the body for the grave years before, Ross had taken medical advice as to what should be done to make his purpose possible. The doctors told him to put Wilde's body in quicklime, like the body of the man in The Ballad of Reading Gaol. The quicklime, they said, would consume the flesh and leave the white bones, the skeleton, intact, which could then be moved easily. To his horror, when the grave was opened, Ross found that the quicklime, instead of destroying the flesh, had preserved it. Oscar's face was recognizable, only his hair and beard had grown long. At once Ross sent the son away, and when the sextons were about to use their shovels, he ordered them to desist, and descending into the grave, moved the body with his own hands into the new coffin in loving reverence. Those who hold our mortal vesture in respect for the sake of the spirit will know how to thank Robert Ross for the supreme devotion he showed to his friend's remains. In his case, at least, love was stronger than death. One can be sure, too, that the man who won such fervid, self-denying tenderness had deserved it, called it forth by a charm of companionship or magic of loving intercourse. End of chapter 26. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. Chapter 27 of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Martin Geeson. Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris. Chapter 27. A Last Word. It was the inhumanity of the prison doctor and the English prison system that killed Oscar Wilde. The sore place in his ear, caused by the fall when he fainted that Sunday morning in Wandsworth Prison Chapel, formed into an abscess and was the final cause of his death. The operation Ross speaks of in his letter was the excision of this tumour. The imprisonment and starvation, and above all the cruelty of his jailers, had done their work. The local malady was inflamed, as I have already said, by a more general and more terrible disease. The doctors attributed the red flush Oscar complained of on his chest and back, which he declared was due to eating mussels, to another and graver cause. They warned him at once to stop drinking and smoking, and to live with the greatest abstemiousness, for they recognized in him the tertiary symptoms of that dreadful disease which the brainless prudery in England allows to decimate the flower of English manhood, unchecked. Oscar took no heed of their advice. He had little to live for. The pleasures of eating and drinking in good company were almost the only pleasures left to him. Why should he deny himself the immediate enjoyment for a very vague and questionable future benefit? He never believed in any form of asceticism or self-denial, and towards the end, feeling that life had nothing more to offer him, the pagan spirit in him refused to prolong an existence that was no longer joyous. "I have lived," he would have said, with profound truth. Much has been made of the fact that Oscar was buried in an out-of-the-way cemetery at Bagneux, under depressing circumstances. It rained the day of the funeral, it appears, and a cold wind blew. The way was muddy and long, and only half a dozen friends accompanied the coffin to its resting place. But after all, such accidents, depressing as they are at the moment, are unimportant. The dead clay knows nothing of our feelings, and whether it is borne to the grave in pompous procession and laid to rest in a great abbey amid the mourning of a nation, or tossed as dust to the wind, is a matter of utter indifference. Heine's verse holds the supreme consolation. Immerhin mich wird umgeben Gottes Himmel, dort wie hier, und wie Totenlampen schweben nachts die Sterne über mir. Reader's translation. After all, God's heaven will encircle me, there as here, and like burial lamps the stars at night will hang shining over me. Oscar Wilde's work was over, his gift to the world completed, years before. Even the friends who loved him and delighted in the charm of his talk, in his light-hearted gaiety and humour, would scarcely have kept him longer in the pillory, exposed to the loathing and contempt of this all-hating world. The good he did lives after him and is immortal. The evil is buried in his grave. Who would deny today that he was a quickening and liberating influence? If his life was given overmuch to self-indulgence, it must be remembered that his writings and conversation were singularly kindly, singularly amiable, singularly pure. No harsh or coarse or bitter word ever passed those eloquent, laughing lips. If he served beauty in her myriad forms, he only showed in his works the beauty that was amiable and of good report. If only half a dozen men mourned for him, their sorrow was unaffected and intense, and perhaps the greatest of men have not found in their lifetime even half a dozen devoted admirers and lovers. It is well with our friend, we say. At any rate, he was not forced to drink the bitter lees of a suffering and dishonourable old age. Death was merciful to him. My task is finished. I don't think anyone will doubt that I have done it in a reverent spirit, telling the truth as I see it, from the beginning to the end, and hiding or omitting as little as might be of what ought to be told. Yet when I come to the parting, I am painfully conscious that I have not done Oscar Wilde justice, that some fault or other in me has led me to dwell too much on his faults and failings, and grudged praise to his soul-subduing charm and the incomparable sweetness and gaiety of his nature. Let me now make amends. When to the sessions of sad memory I summon up the spirits of those whom I have met in the world and loved, men famous and men of unfulfilled renown, I miss no one so much as I miss Oscar Wilde. I would rather spend an evening with him than with Renan or Carlyle or Verlaine or Dick Burton or Davidson. I would rather have him back now than almost anyone I have ever met. I have known more heroic souls and some deeper souls, souls much more keenly alive to ideas of duty and generosity. But I have known no more charming, no more quickening, no more delightful spirit. This may be my shortcoming. It may be that I prize humour and good humour and eloquent or poetic speech, the artist qualities, more than goodness or loyalty or manliness, and so overestimate things amiable. But the lovable and joyous things are to me the priceless things, and the most charming man I have ever met was assuredly Oscar Wilde. I do not believe that in all the realms of death there is a more fascinating or delightful companion. One last word on Oscar Wilde's place in English literature. In the course of the narrative I have indicated sufficiently, I think, the value and importance of his work. He will live with Congreve and with Sheridan as the wittiest and most humorous of all our playwrights. The Importance of Being Earnest has its own place among the best of English comedies. But Oscar Wilde has done better work than Congreve or Sheridan. He is a master not only of the smiles, but of the tears of men. The Ballad of Reading Gaol is the best ballad in English. It is more. It is the noblest utterance that has yet reached us from a modern prison. The only high utterance, indeed, that has ever come from that underworld of man's hatred and man's inhumanity. In it, and by the Spirit of Jesus which breathes through it, Oscar Wilde has done much, not only to reform English prisons, but to abolish them altogether, for they are as degrading to the intelligence as they are harmful to the soul. What gaoler and what gaol could do anything but evil to the author of such a verse as this? This too I know, and wise it were if each could know the same, that every prison that men build is built with bricks of shame, and bound with bars, lest Christ should see how men their brothers maim. Indeed, it is not clear that the man who, in his own wretchedness, wrote that letter to the warder which I have reproduced, and was eager to bring about the freeing of the little children at his own cost, is far above the judge who condemned him, or the society which sanctions such punishments. The Ballad of Reading Gaol, I repeat, and some pages of De Profundis, and above all the tragic fate of which these were the outcome, render Oscar Wilde more interesting to men than any of his peers. He has been indeed well served by the malice and cruelty of his enemies. In this sense his word in De Profundis, that he stood in symbolic relation to the art and life of his time, is justified. The English drove Byron and Shelley and Keats into exile, and allowed Chatterton, Davidson and Middleton to die of misery and destitution. But they treated none of their artists and seers with the malevolent cruelty they showed to Oscar Wilde. His fate in England is symbolic of the fate of all artists. In some degree they will all be punished as he was punished, by a grossly materialized people, who prefer to go in blinkers and accept idiotic conventions because they distrust the intellect and have no taste for mental virtues. All English artists will be judged by their inferiors and condemned, as Dante's master was condemned, for their good deeds, per tuo ben far. But it must not be thought that Oscar Wilde was punished solely or even chiefly for the evil he wrought. He was punished for his popularity and his preeminence, for the superiority of his mind and wit. He was punished by the envy of journalists and by the malignant pedantry of half-civilized judges. Envy, in his case, overleaped itself. The hate of his justices was so diabolic that they have given him to the pity of mankind forever. They it is who have made him eternally interesting to humanity, a tragic figure of imperishable renown. End of chapter 27. Recording by Martin Geeson in Haslemere, Surrey. End of Oscar Wilde, His Life and Confessions, by Frank Harris.